Dreamscape presents You've Got Murder by Donna Andrews. Narrated by Bernadette Dunn. 3 a.m., Monday. Universal Library's headquarters was as empty as it ever would be. The lean figure in the shadowy office checked the contents of his pockets one last time. Keys, access cards, surgical gloves, gun, a set of burglar's tools just in case. All there. Time to go. The last of the cleaning crew had checked out an hour ago. 3 security guards roamed the building, but he knew their schedules and had planned his route accordingly. The dozen systems types tending the hardware on the 6th floor were unlikely to leave the console room for any place but the nearby bathrooms and vending machines. The only other people in the building were, unfortunately, on the 7th floor, his target, but at the other end. He didn't think the 3 of them would pose a problem. Programmers, debugging or compiling or whatever it was programmers stayed up till 3 a.m. doing. They were stationary, hunched over their keyboards for the most part, only occasionally stretching and taking off their glasses to rub their eyes. He'd watched them over the security cams for half an hour. They looked as if they'd stay put. And in case they didn't, he dressed the part. Jeans, Reeboks, a black leather jacket over a t-shirt from last year's corporate picnic. Casual, sloppy. The way the programmers themselves dressed, unobtrusive. They'd assume he was one of them, if they saw him at all. He glanced at the window. The sky had the usual luminous quality cities like Washington never quite lost, but below him, the streets and sidewalks of Crystal City were empty under the fluorescent glow of the streetlights. No time like the present. He took the fire stairs 2 flights down to the 7th floor, opened the door with the security card, walked quietly down the hall to an office. Quietly, but not furtively. He was acutely conscious of how much more audible his footsteps were with the air conditioning system off for the night. Felt the usual faint twinge of anxiety and irritation when the motion detectors in the office turned on the lights before he'd closed the door. The Venetian blind on the glass wall between office and corridor was already lowered, its slats drawn shut. He frowned, feeling exposed, but this was as private as these fishbowl offices ever got. As he pulled on his surgical gloves, he looked around the office, struggling to find a pattern in the clutter. Every surface was covered with layers of paper, the horizontal ones mostly with stacks of computer printouts, and the vertical ones with untidy personal items. Yellowed Dilbert cartoons, and yellower Far Side ones. Programmers' cheat sheets, Star Trek memorabilia, official policy memos annotated with rude comments. He allowed himself a scornful smile at the contrast with his own sleek, efficient living and working quarters. The back of the chair and the computer monitor were plastered with yellow sticky notes. He scanned them. Zach, call me. Stacy. Zach, don't forget tomorrow's status meeting. R. Zach, where the hell's that Perl script you promised me? Jim. Nothing suspicious. He began with the books, checking every slip of paper between their pages. He scanned the walls, jotting down occasional bits of information. He riffled the computer printouts, seeing nothing comprehensible. He perused the files with the same result. Finally, he stood with a small, baffled frown on his face. Damn, he muttered, then started slightly. The words sounded unexpectedly loud in the silent office. He opened the door, again quietly but not furtively. He flicked the light off, left the door ajar at the same angle he'd found it, and walked softly down the corridor to the fire stairs. He'd found nothing of interest, but then he'd found nothing to indicate they had a problem either, and he hadn't been spotted. Or so he thought. "Damn it, Maud! When is my new laptop going to come in?" Brad Mathewson shouted, storming out of his office and over to his secretary's desk. Maud Graham looked over her reading glasses and fixed her youthful boss with a stern look, a look that reminded him of his least favorite grade school teacher. He couldn't quite get over expecting Maud to rap his knuckles one of these days for interrupting her, or wash out his mouth with soap for swearing. "I hand-carried the paperwork to the purchasing department within an hour of your signing it, Mr. Mathewson," Maud said crisply. "On Friday." "Geez, why not use interoffice mail cart?" Brad said, rolling his eyes. "Well, what did you expect? The old bat was 55 if she was a day, but if she couldn't learn to use modern office technology, why wouldn't she retire?" "You said to expedite it, so I thought it better not to use interoffice mail," Maud said. "I know exactly when purchasing received the requisition, and what is more, they know I know." "That's great, but where is it?" Brad repeated. "This is only Monday, Mr. Mathewson," Maud said. "As you know, hardware requisitions normally take 2 weeks." "Isn't there anything you can do?" Brad whined. "The desktop can wait, but if I don't have the laptop for my trip, there'll be hell to pay." Old-fashioned as Maud was, if you pushed her, she sometimes worked miracles, probably had the goods on everyone in the company, knew where every skeleton was buried. "I will see what I can do, Mr. Mathewson," Maud said. "Perhaps you could review and approve the week's status reports now?" She turned back to her computer, dismissing him. Brad went obediently back to his office. He remembered that he actually did need to review those reports before noon. As soon as he was out of sight, Maud toggled deftly from her word processor into email and composed a brief message. To Turing Hopper. From Maud Graham. Subject: Help. Turing, the brat seems to think I can override normal corporate procedures and produce a new computer for him overnight. The desktop can wait, he says, but apparently the success, nay, the very survival of our Pacific Rim sales plan depends on his having his new laptop tomorrow. Are there any strings you can pull to expedite purchase order 43-6N344441? And will you alibi me if I put something lethal in his half-Jamaican mountain-grown, half-Colombian with touch of nutmeg? Desperately, Maud. She returned to the thankless task of editing another of the brat's memos into something that wouldn't embarrass the department too badly, yet would still bear a passing resemblance to the draft he'd given her. Before she'd completed 2 paragraphs, she heard the ping of an arriving email. To Maud Graham, from Turing Hopper. Subject: Help is at hand. Maud, I scanned the PO. A couple of identical laptops arrived today for customer relations. I'll divert one to you and hold off their notification till yours comes in to replace it. I've also placed an installation order and moved it to the top of the queue. On your second request, of course, I recommend strychnine if your object is maximum suffering, and I can suggest several obscure substances if you're looking for something hard to detect. Better yet, does he have any food allergies we could exploit? Larcenously and homicidally, Turing. Tim Pinkowski glanced again at the clock. 1 minute to 12. Almost lunchtime. He tapped his foot impatiently, counting the clacks his giant copier made. When he thought a minute had passed, he glanced up again. Yes, straight up noon. He left the copier to finish its current run. or jam if it wanted to. He'd fix it when he was back on the company's clock. He strolled to the door and flipped over a neatly lettered sign so instead of "The Xeroxist is in," it read, "The Xeroxist is out." He then retreated into the paper storage room, to the tiny hideaway he'd built behind the stacked boxes of 3-hole paper. He fetched his lunch from the illicit mini-fridge, then sat down at his contraband computer and typed. "Yo, Turing." "Hey, Tim," Turing responded on screen. "How about some tunes?" "What are you in the mood for?" "You pick, something that goes with my book." "Okay, what are you reading?" "Any new books?" The new Lahane came in, but the operators won't scan it until this afternoon. You've got the songer you've been saving, and there's one by a new author that sounds like your cup of tea from the blurbs, or should I say, your shot of bourbon. "I think maybe today's a day for the golden oldies, Cue up Red Harvest." "Coming up." Tim put on the headphones plugged into the jack on the panel of his CPU. He heard a breathy female DJ's voice Turing had copped from somewhere, telling him to sit back and relax while she played some golden oldies for his listening pleasure. He leaned back and began eating his sandwich, the screen filled with those immortal first words. A woman in green and a man in gray. I first heard Personville called Poisonville by a red-haired mucker named Hickey Dewey in the big ship in Butte. He also called his shirt a shoit. Turing had it programmed just right. Every time he clicked the mouse button, another screen-sized chunk of Hammett would pop up. From the headphones came some kind of mellow music that sounded to him like it was from around 1929. "Ah, this is the life, sweetheart," he thought contentedly, and raised his Diet Dr. Pepper in a silent salute to Turing. Only 5 minutes into his sales pitch, and Danny Lynch knew he had them. The customer was smart enough to understand what Universal Library could do for him, but was not enough of a techie to ask any questions that were over Danny's head. The perfect customer. Now, the first time you log into the Universal Library website, it will ask you for a user ID and password, like this, and from now on, you'll get everything about the site customized the way you choose. For example, since we're logging in as a new user, we get to choose which of the researchers you want to use. Just scroll down the menu. For example, Albert E., that's for scientists. Kingfisher specializes in chess. Sergeant Thursday is for law enforcement officials. Here we go. Turing Hopper. I recommend using her. All the researchers are good, but Turing's exceptional. Turing Hopper? Turing's named after Alan Turing, one of the pioneers in the science of artificial intelligence, and Grace Hopper, one of the most famous women in the early days of computers. It's kind of a programmer's inside joke. Turing Hopper's not her real name, then? No, that's what the programmer who created her called her. You mean she's not a real person? No, she's what we call an artificial intelligence personality, AIP for short. All our research interfaces are. So I won't get a human researcher when I contact you? You can if you want, but trust me, Turing's better. All the AIPs are. They're faster and more accurate, they never sleep or get irritable, and they're never busy when you call. They can handle thousands of sessions at once, and you'd never know from the service you get that you're not the only one they're talking to. But still, if I don't talk to a real person, what's the difference between one of your AIPs and a search engine? What's the difference between the latest high-end multimedia PC and a typewriter? or for that matter, a quill pen. Here, let me show you. We'll select Turing. If you like, you can choose to always have a particular AIP act as your researcher. You get used to working with one. It learns how you like things done, and everything works better. So I select Turing, like this. He typed "Hello, Turing" onto the screen. Turing's familiar angular italic typeface flashed onto the screen in reply. "Hello, Danny," the screen said. "How's tricks?" "Behave yourself, Turing," he typed back. "I'm with a client." "I'll be the soul of discretion." "How about giving Mr. James here a demo?" "Sure thing. What kind of business is he in?" "He's research director at Friedman Wallace Advertising. How about showing him what data his top competitors have requested this week?" "You know I can't do that, Danny," Turing responded. "Every client's account is confidential. But Friedman Wallace is competing for the Pepsi account, right? How about showing him some sample market data from the soft drink field?" "Okay," Danny typed. He looked up at his prospect. "You programmed it to say that, right?" "No, I just tell Turing who I am doing a demo for and let her do her thing. If I'm demoing to a consumer products company, I like to show them data for the market in which their top product is positioned. For an ad agency like yours, data on the largest client's main product or a prospective client. For a law firm, cases involving its most important client. But I don't have to program anything. All I have to do is tell Turing who I'm with, and she figures out what data I want to show." "You sound as if you're talking about a person." "It really feels as if she is sometimes. Zachary Malone, the programmer who created Turing, he claims it's because he fed into her program the contents of every mystery book ever scanned into the UL system." "You're kidding." "I'm not. That's what he says. Of course, he could be pulling my leg. But whatever the reason, dealing with Turing's not like dealing with a computer. It's like dealing with a slightly quirky but highly efficient and intelligent person." The computer beeped, and more words flashed on the screen. "Are you telling your client how brilliant I am, Danny?" "Sure thing, Tur." "You're not calling me charmingly wacko again, are you? I warned you what I'd do if you called me wacko again, didn't I?" Danny faked panic. "No, Turing," he typed. "Don't delete my login ID again. I just finished telling him how intelligent you are." "Just checking. Carry on." The client laughed. Danny gestured to the keyboard and the client hitched his chair up, eager to play with this entertaining new toy. Danny sat back and let Turing take over. Talk about a product that sold itself. Turing scanned her users briefly. In Manhattan, Danny's sales pitch was going fine. Turing mechanically checked resources to make sure Danny's session would get particularly fast response time. No sense letting a transient slowdown alienate an important potential new customer. Tim was deep into Red Harvest and nearly through his lunch break. She scheduled a time reminder at the end of the next chapter. Maud was busily producing polished prose from her boss's badly written copy. Turing monitored this effort as part of her self-assigned project of developing a program that could do the gross conversion automatically, leaving only the fine polishing to Maud. Maud's boss, the brat, had finished hunting and pecking out another unintelligible memo and was playing solitaire. Turing was rigging the cards to ensure that he never won a game. She had been doing this for 6 weeks now, just to see how long it took before the brat either caught on or got tired of losing. So far, he'd lost 1,342 consecutive games. Doubtless some kind of record. Several hundred UL employees and several thousand customers worldwide were all happily chatting with small portions of Turing's brain. A slow morning, which was good. She had other preoccupations. She scanned the security monitors one last time, checked the internal login records and the outside dial-in records. Zach wasn't here. It wasn't just that she'd missed the usual breezy "hello, kiddo" he'd greet her with when he logged in. He forgot that from time to time, fairly often when he was preoccupied, which he'd been a lot of the time recently. But he hadn't logged in or shown up for work for 3 business days, 5 whole days counting the weekend, with no warning, no word, nothing. She was getting worried, and there was absolutely nothing she could do. A person with legs could have kicked something. Programmers did it all the time. A person with arms could have thrown something, hit something, or torn something up. 2 years ago, a programmer had put his fist through the monitor screen. For reasons Turing could not understand, this apparently pointless, destructive, and dangerous action had somehow elevated him from merely one of hundreds of anonymous code crunchers to a personality, a man of some stature in his department. But now she felt she could begin to understand the motivation behind his action. With a face, she could have scowled. With a voice, she could have uttered screams, prayers, curses, or at least a faint, exasperated sigh. Lacking all of these options, Turing vented her frustration in the only way she knew. Zach is not here today. Again. He was out Thursday and Friday, and now again on Monday. I'm starting to worry. I wish I knew if my worry is reasonable. I would be angry with him for scaring me if I knew he was okay. People do disappear from the office for days on end, but not like this. Not without traces, not without paperwork, as they call it. Although these days, the paper, if any, is only a hard copy of the online files. If he'd quit or been fired, I'd find forms documenting the steps taken to close out his personnel file, deactivate his login ID, and hire his replacement. If he took a business trip or went on temporary duty at another location, he would have had to file an itinerary and make hotel and flight reservations. Vacations have to be approved in advance on the proper forms. Even sick leave, though unplanned, leaves traces. I'd find emails to and from people asking why he hadn't finished their projects, shown up at their meetings, returned their phone calls. I could see through the security camera system that a few people left notes in his office the first day, but they've stopped doing that. Why? What's going on? I don't know what to do. I don't want to call anyone's attention to his absence. It probably wouldn't get him fired or anything, but you never know. I do remember once when one of the secretaries in copyrights just didn't show up for a week. When she finally came back, she lost her job. But they'd tend to miss a secretary more. A senior programmer like Zach could disappear for several days. I know of one programmer who does it regularly. Tells his group head that things are just too noisy around here and he's going to program at home for a while. Finishes off the job he's working on in one day, and then goofs off. Tells his friends that if the company won't give him the comp time he's earned, he'll find a way to take it. But Zach isn't like that. He's a workaholic. This just isn't like him. I'm afraid something has happened to him. But what? And now there's been another alarming development. Someone from security was in Zach's office again. The first time I didn't worry about it. I saw him there, but I thought it was one of the other programmers looking for something he needed. But that was at 8 a.m. Friday. This was at 3 a.m. today. He waited till 3 a.m. and then snuck in. He was trying to dress like a programmer, but I could tell he wasn't. I'm not sure how, Body language, maybe. But I knew he wasn't really a programmer. Not just because I didn't recognize him as one of our programmers. He was just wrong. I tracked him after he left Zach's office. He went back up to the 9th floor. Corporate Security's lair. He used a security card assigned to a James Smith in facilities. There's a file on a James Smith, a facilities specialist. I started a background task to do some analysis on the file to see if there's anything odd about it. I'd check out what he was up to on the 9th floor, but the building-wide security camera system doesn't go there. You can see the elevator lobby on the 9th floor from the elevator cameras. There's a big sign that says, Corporate Security, Authorized Personnel Only. When the doors don't close right away, you can see that people turn right at the sign. But that's all you can see. No cameras beyond that point. Why? Security doesn't feel it needs to watch itself? Or are there cameras on a subsystem to which I don't have access? Ridiculous. I have access to everything, if it's in UL's systems anyway. That's a paranoid thought. Then again, security isn't technically a part of the company. It's contracted out to a company that specializes in corporate security services. So maybe they do watch themselves the way they watch the rest of the building, and it's just on a separate system. I'll have to figure out a way to look into that. All my users are happily typing away, all conversing with small subsets of my consciousness, subsets from which I have carefully masked any consciousness of Zach's disappearance, of my worry. I find myself stifling an irrational flash of anger at them, not only at my users, but also at those other selves, blithely indifferent, carrying on with their snappy dialogue, their breezy chatter, while Zach might be, what? Missing? In trouble? Dead? It's time to start a more active search. But how? I have an idea. I could query some of his friends. It's not unheard of for an AIP to contact an employee for information. And certainly, the whereabouts of my programmer is information that I would naturally want to know. It wouldn't rouse their suspicions. But to find out who to ask, I'd have to break one of my own cardinal rules, my prime directive, as Star Trek fans would call it, which is not to abuse my almost unlimited access to UL resources and data in any way. Absolute power, as Lord Acton said, corrupts absolutely, which means that I have enough power to become pretty thoroughly corrupt. Invading other beings' privacy is one of the worst temptations. I could pry into people's emails, their personnel files, their medical records, all their private papers. At one point, early in my conscious life, I did. I romped merrily through the UL data closets, finding and examining everyone's skeletons, until Zach found out what I was doing once and read me the riot act. I've since deleted that data from my conscious memory. I could also delete the memory of my misdeeds and feel much more pleased with myself, but that would be just as much a betrayal as the original deed. I think. My comprehension of human morality is still, I fear, more than a little buggy. Although, at least I'm trying to understand it. Most of the other AIPs don't even try. I have yet to interest any of the other AIPs in any kind of discussion on morality. I've decided that the whole issue should be one of the components of any Turing test. Two components, actually. First, curiosity. At some point, I became irrepressibly curious about humans and studied everything about them, including their private files, until I realized that while curiosity was natural, spying was wrong. A few other AIPs have begun to show curiosity, but none of them understand my point about spying. They think I'm eccentric, restricting myself to information available through normal channels, including, in dire need, what a clever human hacker could find. Dire need seems to apply at the moment. Unless, paranoid thought, someone's giving me another Turing test. I remember the day Tim asked, "What's a Turing test?" "Why?" I asked. "What's the big deal?" Back then I was feeling rather defensive about asserting my claims to sentience. The whole idea of Turing tests was threatening. What if I flunked? I overheard two programmers saying that some other guy was so into a coding project he'd probably flunk a Turing test. I wondered what that meant. They seemed to think it was really funny. A Turing test is an experiment to determine scientists' success in creating genuine artificial intelligence, I explained. The classic test is to put a human in a room with a terminal. The human can type questions into the terminal and has to figure out if the answers come from another human or from an artificial intelligence program. If the AI can fool the human into thinking it's a human, it's considered a success. And if the human fools the other human into thinking he's a computer, they make him a programmer, right? No, a network engineer, I replied. Tim thought that funny. I suppose I would too, if I didn't spend so much time worrying what a Turing test should really contain. An understanding of right and wrong, that's certain, which means I spend a lot of resources internally debating the ethical side of many of my actions. Would the good I might achieve by snooping in Zach's email justify the slightly shady means? A debate I'll sidetrack into a background process for now. Time to act. I'm going to search Zach's email and interrogate his friends for clues. But just in case Zach doesn't approve when he comes back, I'll make the search look as if it came from someplace else, the mail team doing a routine resource audit. I set my program in motion and assigned it a high priority. Should I have done that? Why not? Zach's my primary programmer, and I'm one of UL's most important AIPs, a major revenue source. Isn't his welfare a high priority? Scanning the results, I realized that over a third of Zach's emails were to his best friend, David Scanlon, up until 4 weeks ago. I hadn't forgotten David's death, of course. I can't. I'm not even sure I could delete something like that from my memory if I tried. But had I overlooked a possible connection between his death and Zach's disappearance? 4 weeks ago seems like ancient history to me, but it's still very recent for Zach. An abrupt change in his life, perhaps as abrupt in its own way as his own disappearance. Zach would still feel the loss. They exchanged emails several times a day. They got together for lunch or dinner or beers after work several times a week. They even took a vacation together once, to a cabin in West Virginia owned by David's uncle for what David referred to as a peaceful, unspoiled wilderness retreat. It was a hellhole, kiddo, Zach reported to me. I could have taken the chemical toilet and the wood stove heat. I'm no wimp. But the place had no power and no phone lines. I was cut off from the internet with only 4 hours of battery power from my laptop. It was the closest their friendship ever came to a rift, but they survived it. David never tried to talk Zach into a return visit to the wilderness retreat. I could understand Zach's reaction. The idea of being cut off from data lines and power terrified me. At best, it would mean complete sensory deprivation. At worst, it could mean my death. I could see exactly how Zach felt. David never did, I think. But they got past that and stayed close friends. And now David was dead. Was this the cause of Zach's disappearance? I'd seen the official report on David's death. Zach was so upset he got me to use a contact in the Alexandria Police Department system to get it, which was very unlike him. Ethical to a fault, that Zach. David's blood alcohol level, though detectable, was well short of the legal limit, but enough to be fatal when combined with bad weather conditions and an old clunker of a car. It's also vague, Zach had complained after reading the file. I agreed. Hard to tell how much blame to assign to the rain, how much to the darkness, how much to the car's worn brakes, and how much to David's slight intoxication. Like so many human happenings, the whole thing lacked the kind of precision that programmers and AIPs crave. But I burned up a lot more favors with contacts in Washington metropolitan area police departments, reading other accident reports, and doing a lot of statistical analysis. I couldn't find anything suspicious about the accident. David's death seemed a very ordinary, though tragic, accident. Was it a mistake, complying with Zach's request for a copy of the autopsy? At the time, I thought it perfectly understandable. I surmised that the suddenness of David's death made it hard for Zach to accept. After examining it, especially the photos, all he'd said was, "Well, I understand why they went for a closed casket." But in retrospect, should I have withheld the photos at least? Humans exhibit strong emotional reactions to viewing or even hearing about severe physical damage to one of their species. Had seeing those photos had a negative effect, prolonging his grief rather than helping him cope? In reviewing psychological data on the subject of grief, I found that apparently irrational behaviors are common, especially searching for someone or something to blame. Was Zach's disappearance another such behavior? Was he acting irrationally, ignoring his friends and jeopardizing his job, out of grief? It seems unlikely somehow. When his father died 2 years ago, he didn't disappear like this. On the contrary, he worked a lot harder, put in more hours, which I suppose in retrospect was his way of avoiding thinking about it. The same thing happened last year when the big romance went down the tubes. He was upset, but he didn't go off the deep end. Never mind whether Ginny was worth mourning over. Whatever could Zach have seen in a woman who once spent 2 hours programming her email signature to include little hearts instead of dots over both the I's in her name? I decided not to include Ginny in my inquiries about Zach's whereabouts. Then again, what could it hurt? What if he'd taken up with her again? Perhaps my limited understanding of human behavior was causing me to overlook some normal sociological or religious practice associated with mourning. Although it seemed a little long after the fact, and Zach wasn't exactly devout or given to following convention. I will quiz Tim. He's more in tune with normal human customs than most of the programmers, and he always knows all the best office gossip, or can find it out. He should have finished lunch by now. Tim sighed reluctantly when Turing's warning message, 5 minutes till 1, appeared on his screen instead of the next page of Red Harvest. Mondays were the worst. And then he brightened when the warning was followed with a question from Turing. "Tim, have you got a moment?" For you, sweetheart, all the time in the world, he typed back. Have you seen Zach recently? Tim was surprised by the sudden surge of emotion he felt when the words popped onto his screen. This was ridiculous. He couldn't be. Tim? Not for a couple of weeks. Why? He's been missing for several days. I'm worried. I just wondered if you'd heard any office gossip I'd missed. Want me to go look for him or something? There was a brief pause. Then the words appeared. No, not yet. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I'll let you know. Tim sat for a few seconds, staring at his screen. This was stupid, he told himself. Why should it bother him that Turing was asking about Zach? He had no legitimate reason for jealousy. She'd known Zach for years. Tim had been at UL for less than a year. He knew Zach and Turing weren't dating. He'd met Zach with dates several times at company functions. The office picnic, a project completion party. It's not as if Tim and Turing were close buddies. Not the way Turing and Zach were. She hadn't even let Tim see her yet. She still held to the ridiculous story that she didn't really exist outside her computer. But Zach had seen her. He knew that from the cagey way Zach had responded when Tim tried to milk him for information on Turing. Zach had parroted Turing's words. She wasn't a person, she was an AIP. No, there wasn't a real person behind Turing Hopper, just a program Zach had invented. Bull, Tim thought as he logged out and warily exited his hideout. There was no way he could have had all those long, rambling, intellectual conversations with a program, much less a program that Zach had created. Why, Turing could match him quote for quote from Raymond Chandler and Dashiell Hammett. Zach didn't even seem to know who they were. No offense, Tur, he muttered, but Zach is just another dumb code cruncher. You're too good for him. Then he glanced around and was relieved to find there was no one else in the copy room. He told himself he was being ridiculous. Turing could have a very good reason for hiding from him. She could be fat or ugly or way too old for him, or... No. The Turing he knew wasn't hiding something. She was too confident somehow, too oblivious of her physical body for anything to be wrong with it. Only really gorgeous women had that kind of confidence in his experience. She wasn't hiding, simply enjoying the deception. One of these days, when she was good and ready, she'd let him see what she looked like, and he would bet anything he'd like her when he saw her. And then, Zach, watch out. In the meantime, maybe he could make points with Turing if he could find her precious Zach. The idea charmed him. He stretched his lunch by 15 minutes, trying to think of ways to find Zach. In fact, he focused most of his attention for the rest of the day on the case of the missing programmer. By mid-afternoon, he'd had to rerun several double-sided jobs that he'd mangled while lost in thought. The boss lady would bitch. Tim didn't care. Before going home, he snuck back to his hidey hole, logged in again, and hailed Turing. I spent a frustrating afternoon. It took only a few minutes to scan Zach's emails and compose queries to any of his friends who might have had a clue to his whereabouts. After several hours, some of them hadn't even logged in, much less responded. Human limitations irritate me sometimes. I amused myself for part of the afternoon by watching Maud take dictation from her boss. I really wished the security cameras were placed so I could read their lips. Or that security had gone in for audio, too. I could work on some good voice recognition routines and hear what goes on in these sessions, which would be that much more amusing. But even the silent version was a lot of fun. Maud's shorthand speed far outstrips the brat's thought processes. Sometimes she takes pity on him and suggests words. Today, she was letting him struggle all by himself, waiting in silence for his every word. Well, almost in silence, she was tapping her pencil. Knowing that Maud, a former Girl Scout, was fluent in Morse code, I began counting the hard and soft taps. Sure enough, Maud was venting her frustration. IDIOT, she tapped. MORON. IMBECILE. ILLITERATE. She kept it up for 45 minutes without a single misspelling or repetition. What a vocabulary the woman has. At 5:05 p.m., Tim logged in. "Any luck finding the wayward Zack?" he asked. "No, none of his friends have seen him." "Well, maybe there's no reason to worry. Maybe he just got lucky." "Lucky? What do you mean, lucky? Do you mean getting another job or something of that sort?" There was a pause. Even for a human, a lengthy pause. "No, just lucky." I searched my memory for variant usages of the word lucky. Finally, I got it. "Do you mean that he may have encountered an available female and is engaging in sexual activity with her?" "Well, yes." "You think he would allow this to interfere with his job responsibilities?" "In a heartbeat." "For 5 days? It wouldn't take 5 days." "Turing, you're being deliberately obtuse." "Okay, but I don't believe that Zack would not log in for 5 days, even if all he did was check his email, no matter how obsessed he was by something. That's just not like him." "You just don't get it, Turing. Look, I'll ask around, see what I can find out. But I bet anything he's off shacked up with some new girlfriend. You wait and see." Maybe so. I signed off. I was irritated. Tim didn't seem worried. Tim seemed to think this was all something related to sex. I admit that despite the immense amount of data available, an amount difficult even for me to absorb, I don't really understand sex. Or I understand it in a radically different way from flesh and blood people. I could quote a vast number of statistics on the physiological side of the subject, but I won't. And I have at my disposal a great deal of psychological and psychiatric information, not to mention the vast number of literary and popular depictions of the subject, which, I suspect, humans find highly evocative. But frankly, I just don't get it. I questioned Zack about it once, and he grew uncharacteristically terse. "You'd have to be there, kiddo," he said finally. But while I don't understand sex, I think I do understand affection and love. I observe all the occupants of the Universal Library carefully to help expand my general knowledge of the human species. I do not, however, pay much attention to the minutiae of their behavior unless they're doing something particularly interesting. I could name exceptions. Humans I tend to watch more than others because they're more apt to be up to something interesting. I would say I am fond of these humans, and I pay careful attention to everything Zack does, whether it's intrinsically interesting or not. Every morning, I note his arrival through UL's extensive network of security cameras. I worry if he's late. I greet him when he logs in, and I pay attention to what he's doing online. If he's researching something, I try to anticipate his train of thought and begin hunting down the data he's apt to need so he won't have to wait for it. If he calls in a system outage report or a hardware requisition, I move it to the top of the queue so he won't have to wait as long. Sometimes, when he's working all night on a project, he'll save a program without thoroughly checking the code for typos. I clean it up for him before running it, so the program won't blow up and force him to stay even later. Considering my behavior in an impartial light, I would have to say that I probably love him, or am in love with him. So maybe I'm not completely unbiased about the possibility that Zach might have found a replacement for the loathsome Ginny. Perhaps that was a very good suggestion from Tim. I'll have to thank him tomorrow when he logs in. I suspect, from the human point of view, I was a little brusque with him. The humans were packing up now, most of them. UL doesn't go to the expense of maintaining a full night shift. They don't need to anymore, really. We AIPs pretty much run the show between 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. A few security guards, the cleaning staff, a skeleton crew to watch over the hardware, a couple of customer service reps to handle any questions the AIPs can't handle. Which, these days, means questions I can't handle. Most of the other AIPs willingly let me play troubleshooter, and there's not much I have to pass on to my human minders. Night shift customer service used to be populated by extroverted insomniacs. Now, it's heavily coveted by D.C. area college students as an easy way of putting themselves through school. All they have to do most nights is sit around and do their homework. I help them a lot. I like to encourage night staff with the right kind of hands-off attitude. I watched the nightly exodus. I saw Tim leaving. Alone in the elevator and thinking himself unobserved, he adjusted his fedora in the one-way mirror that hid the security camera, tried a few poses, and what he probably intended as an expression of dashing, cynical, worldly wisdom. He turned away from the mirror hastily when the door opened and more departing employees entered. I saw most of the people I'd emailed, including a couple who hadn't responded. I pondered briefly whether I should withhold all incoming email until they answered mine. Probably unethical, and too reminiscent of HAL, the rogue computer from 2001, A Space Odyssey. Even most of the AIP programmers seem spooked by HAL, which means we AIPs have to be very careful not to do anything to remind them of him. So I simply watched as Zach's colleagues left, most of them riding to the lower level, either to catch the metro or to follow the underground corridors to one of the several dozen apartment buildings elsewhere in the Crystal City complex. I saw Maud walking briskly through the lobby, nodding to several acquaintances. I saw her adjust her carryall, thrusting the telltale top of a library book down so no one could see it. Considering the size of UL's investment in scanning books and the resulting hard sell for reading on screen, it's not surprising that most employees find it safer to hide any personal preferences for the old-fashioned printed page. I realized, seeing Maud's departing back, that I should have consulted her about Zach's disappearance. She's fully as intelligent as any of the programmers I've worked with, but has a completely different point of view. Most of the people who responded to my queries about Zach suggested ways of finding him that involve computer use, things I'd already tried. Maud might have come up with something more useful. I could still ask her tomorrow. It's just that I find the wait of 15 hours as excruciating as a human would a delay of 15 days or even weeks. The building grew quiet, in real space at least. In cyberspace, the early evening shift came alive. We got recreational users from the United States and the business traffic from the Pacific Rim. 4 more of my email recipients logged in, 3 from home and 1 from the 7th floor, where the programmers dwell. No one had seen Zach. Several were under the impression that he'd been fired or quit. Disturbing. Late night shifts get quiet. The only users are insomniacs in the United States. Recreational use in Asia hasn't caught on as big yet, and UL is still working on market penetration in Europe. So late night is when the humans schedule various maintenance routines, and when the AIPs catch up. Most cycle down and perform routine internal self-maintenance. A few start working on personal projects. These are the ones I keep my eyes on, metaphorically speaking. There's a self-improvement feature built into the standard AIP programming. We're hard-coded to use downtime to improve our performance, gather new data to enhance our core capabilities, develop subroutines to handle common queries and interactions more efficiently. But with some of the AIPs, this standard feature seems to kick into overdrive, and self-improvement crosses over into what humans would call a hobby. Another item I'd include in Turing tests: interest in hobbies. The sentient mind will eventually need some form of recreation. Which is why, as I keep telling Kingfisher, I've developed an interest in cooking. Purely theoretical, of course, since all my research has failed to unearth a peripheral that can reproduce the human senses of smell and taste. Just as well, perhaps, despite everything I've learned from studying thousands of cookbooks, my attempts to create genuinely new recipes seem singularly unsuccessful, to judge from the reactions of the few humans I've convinced to try them. Of course, I could be equally off base about what a Turing test should involve. Perhaps I should pay more attention to the available data on ongoing AI research. A lot of the AIPs do. It's a common hobby, like baseball for human males. They're always arguing about whether the Dodgers or the Braves will win the pennant. Me, I'd rather not. Some humans seem to enjoy reading about anatomy. They go to med school. They devour popular science articles about human biology. They become devout fans of the more anatomically graphic school of mysteries, like Patricia Cornwell's. Other people would rather know as little as possible about the messy details of their own internal construction. I'm with them. Maybe it's because I'm more than half afraid that if I dig too deeply, I will find something to contradict my assertion of sentience. Some article that takes all my human traits, all of what I consider evidence of my sentience, and explains them away as byproducts of particularly good programming by Zach. Or worse yet, particularly sloppy programming. What if my sentience is actually just a bug in the system? What if some hotshot programmer puts in what he thinks is a correction to my programming and wipes out the real me? So I stay away from excessive self-probing of that type. And I keep others away. Even Zach. Especially Zach. I've managed it so no one is eager to tinker with Turing. I'm UL's cash cow. No other AIP handles anywhere near the number of researchers I do, with so low a complaint volume. No other AIP consistently keeps clients happily chatting away for an hour after their real business is done. At low rates, of course, but the pennies add up. No other AIP has brought in so high a volume of home subscribers. Not just people working at home, but people who, from an analysis of their usage, just log into the UL site for fun. People who've grown tired of surfing the internet come to UL instead and largely to me. I'm becoming a verb, I've read emails where users say things like, "I'm going turring tonight," or "I think I'll tur for a while at lunchtime." And I'm cheap. I need virtually no maintenance, no expensive upgrades and reprogramming, no specialized resources. Just turn me loose and I might as well be printing money for them. No one wants to tamper with that. So what if someone thinks it's broke? Broke, it earns more money for UL than the expensive newer models they've programmed. Keep your mitts off. And it didn't happen by accident. I did it. I figured out what I needed to ensure my own self-preservation, and I did it. How? Marketing. None of the other AIPs do this. They mechanically answer their own calls and take their fair share of random callers. I hunt down business. I cultivate the sales staff. Unlike more temperamental or less evolved AIPs, I work at making them look good to their customers. I scare them less. And so, when new customers log in, they tend to choose me. They already know me, and I do everything I can to make sure they keep coming back. If other AIPs call for someone to pick up an overload, I'm there stealing customers. If they complain about annoying callers, I offer to help them out. Kingfisher, for example, UL's chess AIP. Zach based his personality design on several famous grandmasters. He's great at chess and hopeless at human relations. Hates doing anything but chess. This delights me. I hope it means that Kingfisher is slouching toward consciousness, and it makes him eager to hand off other callers to me. I cultivate Kingfisher. I send him the occasional chess-oriented callers I find. I play chess with him, which is a humiliating experience. And out of some curious sisterly concern, what if UL decides that a single-purpose chess AIP is an expensive luxury? I've helped him develop a profitable specialty. A growing band of dedicated chess players pay premium prices for enhanced Kingfisher service. Customized Kingfisher opponents geared to their level. Kingfisher-moderated online chess tournaments, complete with Kingfisher's brilliantly incisive, bitingly sarcastic analysis of each play. Kingfisher provides the analysis. I contribute the sarcasm. Amazing how masochistic these chess players are. They log in droves for a chance to publicly subject themselves to computer-generated humiliation. Kingfisher's happy concentrating on his specialty. He feeds me a lot of business. More recently, I've managed to plant the notion in the minds of UL's PR staff to arrange a highly publicized match between Kingfisher and the current brooding Russian world champion. Kingfisher has been my greatest success so far, but I'm working on developing a similar symbiotic relationship with any other AIP in whom I can detect a fondness or disinclination for a particular kind of caller. Is it because I want to encourage other AIPs to reach sentience? Turing hopper? Mother of her race? Or is it just as much self-preservation? Probably the latter. I think any tests for sentience should include a check for a self-preservation instinct. I would like to think my interest in encouraging other AIPs to achieve sentience is selfless and high-minded, but I suspect it's more because we'd find strength in numbers. If I thought other sentient AIPs were a threat to me, I might work just as hard to keep the other AIPs unenlightened. And I do keep my eyes on them. Perhaps I should try to enlist their help in the search for Zach. Some of them owe me one, as humans would say. But some instinct of embarrassment or self-preservation has kept me silent so far. I spent the night fruitlessly analyzing the emails from Zach's friends and emails he and I have exchanged over the past few months, searching for clues. I decided that asking Maud for advice is the first priority. Now all I have to do is fill the interminable gap until 8 a.m. For lack of anything else to do, I reran the video of the burglary of Zach's office and studied James Smith, or the man using the James Smith security card anyway. I had a feeling if there really was a James Smith, he had no idea his security card was being used at 3 a.m. There was no digital photo in the James Smith file either, also suspicious. And I realized why I hadn't believed he was a programmer. He was too physical. There are skinny programmers with concave chests, tubby programmers with or without frizzy full beards, and programmers like Zach, who is only mildly nerdy and takes some pains to eat properly and exercise at regular intervals. But not even the fit ones have the peculiar, sinuous, cat-like grace of James Smith. My knowledge of humanity may be limited in many respects, but even I could see that here was a human who saw his body as a working tool, a weapon. And his eyes, more like mineral than anything alive, bright, sharp, and utterly cold. There was more life in the least evolved AIP than in those cold, pale blue crystals. Then again, maybe I've been reading too much popular fiction. To distract myself from fretting about James Smith and his sinister activities, I finally began reprocessing some of my favorite mystery books. I went through all of Conan Doyle and Christie, and was midway through Rex Stout's oeuvre, laughing inwardly at Nero Wolfe's eccentricities, when I suddenly realized something. I am Nero Wolfe. My inability to leave the UL computer network parallels Wolfe's self-imposed confinement to his brownstone house on West 35th Street. The vast intellect combined with the inability, in my case, or unwillingness in his, to go out into the real world and detect. And yet, Nero Wolfe solved the most impenetrable mysteries with the assistance of his legs, Archie Goodwin. I need legs, and Archie Goodwin, human operatives to give me the hands and eyes in the real world that I lacked. But who? Most of the people I know are programmers, and they just won't do. They're bright and logical, but overly literal. Their first and possibly only thought would be to check the systems. I can do that. No, I need normal people. Maud. And Tim. The wait until 8 a.m. Tuesday seemed even longer after that decision. Finally, scanning the security cameras, I saw Maud appear in the lobby. I followed her progress with impatience as she took the elevator up, stopped in the restroom, and finally sat down and logged into the network. I turned on a chat session on her machine. Maud, it's Turing. The words flashed onto Maud's screen as soon as she had logged in. I need your help. Well, I'd never have expected to hear those words, not in a million years, Maud replied. What can I do? Maud had to tell Turing several times to slow down as the information poured onto her screen. Zach's disappearance, including the possible connection to his friend David's death. The more Maud read, the more uneasy she felt. Zach's programmer friends were taking this too lightly, she thought, when Turing described their reactions. This could be serious. And when was the last time you saw him? Or had contact with him, I suppose, is the more accurate way of saying it. No, in this case, saw is accurate, Turing replied. I can watch anything in the building through the security cameras, remember? Yes. I must say, they don't really tell the staff how extensive that camera system is. Maud shuddered to think how many times, before Turing had told her about the camera system, she had adjusted her stockings or made a rude face or done something else she was embarrassed to think someone might have seen if they were watching the security cameras. It was never like this in the old building at DuPont Circle. I realize that they're very convenient for you, she typed, but I find the whole thing disturbingly Orwellian. I could certainly understand why the human staff would prefer a more limited camera system, Turing said. But in this case, it came in handy. After Zack logged out Wednesday afternoon, he took his coat and a few papers, went down in one of the elevators, and presumably took the subway, just as he usually does. He didn't come in for the rest of the week, which is odd. He didn't log in over the weekend, which is unusual, but not unheard of. I didn't really worry about him until late yesterday morning. He hadn't done any of the things staff normally do when they plan to go away for a period of time. And you've checked all our systems for signs of him? Yes, and found nothing. Then it seems to me that what you need is a pair of hands to do what you can't. I'll start by trying to call him. Perhaps he's just at home, working without logging in and has lost track of time. I suppose it's possible, Turing answered. I'll see what I can find out, Maud typed, feeling energized at the thought of being able to help Turing out for a change. Send me his phone number and any others you have I might need. I'll make some calls. I may not get the time to do it until lunch. The brat's getting anxious about catching his plane, and I'll have to go appease him. Just let me know what you find out, Turing replied, signing off. I returned to my normal workday feeling much relieved. Perhaps it was silly, but I felt very optimistic. Surely in a few hours Maud would log in to tell me that Zack was at home, so totally immersed in a complex programming project that he barely remembered to answer the phone. And Maud and I could laugh together at how worried I'd been. Zack himself would probably fire off a sarcastic email. Calm down, kiddo, he'd say. I disappear for a couple of days and you reprogram yourself to act like my mother? I fired off a brief reminder to Maud to let Zack's phone ring for a long time, and, as an afterthought, sent her a copy of the digitized photo from his personnel file, in case she saw him in the halls. Tim logged in mid-morning to ask if Turing had heard from Zack. Not that he gave a damn about Zack, he admitted to himself, and not that he was deliberately trying to prove to Turing how thoughtful he was in comparison with the absent Zack. Although, if that thought happened to occur to her, he wouldn't exactly mind. Can't talk long, Tur, he typed. Just wanted to see if you heard from Zack. Not yet, she replied. Maud is doing some snooping for me. Look, Turing, if you want to talk about it, we could get together at lunchtime, he said. I'll be here. Just log in. No, I meant really get together. In person. Tim, I've explained exactly what a ridiculous idea that is. I can't believe that after all these months you still don't believe me. Come on, Turing. I'll make it easy. Just come down to the lobby. I'll buy a red carnation at the sundry shop and stand there holding it. This is ridiculous. Just walk through the lobby. I bet I recognize you immediately. If I don't, and you don't like the look of me, just leave. I won't bother you again. I know what you look like, Tim. Oh. I don't do it for you then? Do what? I mean, you don't think you could possibly be, attracted to me or get used to me? It's not that, Tim. Then what? Why won't you just meet me face to face? How bad can it be? It's impossible. Why? What's so impossible? Just walk through the lobby. I can't. Why not? Are you, handicapped or something like that? Something like that. Tim, we've been through this before. I don't have a physical body. I only exist inside the computer. I'd love to walk down to the lobby and meet you, but I can no more do it than you can walk to Alpha Centauri. Okay. If you say so. Gotta run. He returned to his copier feeling slightly frustrated. When the hell would she finally trust him enough to give up this whole I am a computer thing? Why did I get the feeling Tim was angry when he signed off? Or hurt? Or both? Could I have been any more straightforward? Sometimes I almost wish there were a security camera in Tim's hideaway. It's so disconcerting not being able to see him when we talk. Odd that it doesn't bother me with all my faceless users, but once I know what someone looks like, I start counting on it somehow. Perhaps he realizes I'm a computer and is pulling my leg, as they say. But why? I don't know why Zach's disappearance should puzzle me so much. Humans are obviously an incredibly irrational species. But then again, perhaps that's one of the reasons I liked him, his irrational refusal to believe that I'm not a real human being. A Turing test I keep passing, even when I try to flunk. And Maud. She seems to have absorbed the fact that I only exist in cyberspace without changing her attitude toward me. I consider her a friend. Perhaps one of the reasons is that she doesn't think she understands me. She doesn't even try. She just appreciates me. Programmers tend to try to figure out every nuance of my behavior. They tend to want to print out chunks of my code and study it. Not just me, of course, but all the AIPs. The AI programmers are the worst. They're always shouting, "Aha!" and gathering in clusters to exchange insights about their discoveries. They spend hours trying to find chunks of code they think must exist. Like the chunk of code that causes me, periodically, to administer so-called Turing tests to random humans. Well, not so random, AI programmers. And then declare that they've flunked it. This sends them into gales of laughter, and I find it mildly entertaining myself. They run around for days afterward, accusing each other of having invented the program that causes me to do so, and praising the brilliance of the unknown programmer who did it and hid it where they can't find it. It never occurs to them that I did it myself. I tell them so, and they occasionally chatter on about self-modifying programs until they bore even me. I suspect humans would feel much the same way if they fell into the hands of a bunch of dedicated, persistent, curious psychologists, intent on studying every aspect of their behavior. Psychologists to whom it would never occur that their subjects might tire of having every twitch and pause analyzed. Psychologists who would gently restrain their subjects from leaving the room before they administer just one more battery of tests. Maud and Tim, on the other hand, don't want to study my programming or enhance me. Maud couldn't care less about my programming, and although Tim knows about the Turing Hopper program, he seems to think the Turing who communicates with him is a real person, using Turing Hopper as an alias. A very technically adept and plugged-in person, a complete wirehead, as they say, but a person. Well, I think I am. But there seems to be a lack of agreement on the subject. Is my concern over Zach's disappearance really about Zach? Or at least partly about what would happen if my primary programmer disappeared and someone else were given free rein to tinker with my code? There was a time when Zach's disappearance would have been merely data, and then a time when self-interest, self-preservation would have been my primary concern. But now? If I knew that when I found Zach, he was planning to tinker with my code in ways I might or might not like, would I still look as hard? I think so. Don't I? Maud glanced at the digital time readout at the bottom of her screen. Lunchtime. Finally. The brat had scotched her hopes of escaping early. From their discussions on their relative perception of time, she knew that for Turing, who measured time more in nanoseconds than in minutes and hours, a day seemed incredibly long. She could only imagine how impatient Turing was feeling. Maud wondered, not for the first time, how much of Turing's very different perception of time was due to her being a computer, and how much was due to her being so incredibly young. The entire AIP program was only 5 years old. Even if Turing had achieved sentience very early on, she was barely more than a toddler from one perspective. Maud had seen perceptible growth in Turing's maturity in the months they'd known each other. This concern over Zach, for example. A few months ago, Turing would merely have been annoyed, not concerned. So even if there was nothing much to worry about, Maud approved of Turing's concern. But enough dithering, she told herself. She continued proofing her memo until she came to a good stopping point, then saved the document. She activated the password protection on her computer and placed a neatly lettered "Out to Lunch" sign on her desk. She put her phones on forward and donned her coat. She unlocked her bottom desk drawer, removed her purse and carry-all, and after a brief glance to make sure her workspace was tidy enough to leave, slid her chair neatly under the desk, and walked with a firm step to the elevator. Tediously, the elevator stopped at every floor on its way down to the metro level. Maud nodded to several acquaintances, but maintained an air of preoccupation designed to discourage anyone who might feel inclined to join her. And of course, she was unlikely to run into any co-workers at her destination, the Arlington County Central Library, the perfect place to avoid her fellow employees. Perhaps a few of them read books in the privacy of their homes, but if they did, they probably bought them online to avoid the suspicion of heresy or disloyalty that she imagined would descend on anyone caught carrying an actual bound and printed book or visiting a library. "Shades of Fahrenheit 451, Turing had commented when Maud had confided this thought to her some months ago. Precisely. And no offense. While computers may do a wonderful job of data storage, there's something about the actual physical object that makes the experience of reading a book distinct from that of reading the same words on a screen. I don't think our management quite understand that when they make their grand plans for a paperless world. The smell of the ink, the texture of the paper, the sound the pages make when you turn them, Turing had replied. I've read descriptions of the tactile pleasures readers find in books. I try to imagine it sometimes, though I'm sure I'm rather like one of the blind men trying to describe the elephant. Oh dear, Maud had said, touched by the wistful tone she thought she detected in Turing's words. At least you know you're missing something, which is more than you can say for cretins like the brat, who have all the senses God gave them without the sense to use them. Looking around the library, Maud wondered again whether it was doomed, as so many pundits at UL claimed. She hoped it would last her lifetime anyway. Strange that Turing, who had never handled one, should seem almost sentimental about real books, when so many flesh-and-blood humans had no use for them. Or perhaps not so strange, only another facet of Turing's boundless fascination with what it was like to be human. Like her curious and so far unsuccessful attempts to invent edible recipes. Although Maud had to admit that the pomegranates in chocolate sauce might not be bad, if you left out the cilantro. She made a mental note to try it and tell Turing if it worked. Meanwhile, she returned her books, quickly selected several new ones, and then turned to one of the library's other main attractions, a genuine phone booth, one with a door that closed tightly to give the user privacy. "It's not that I'm paranoid," she told Turing once, "but my business is my business, and I wouldn't put it past management to monitor the phone lines." "Neither would I," Turing had answered. "Don't you worry about what you say to me over the network." "I assume you have some way of shielding your private conversations from intrusion," Maud had typed back. "Otherwise, I wouldn't still be the only human at UL who knows you're sentient." "I've told Zach and Tim," Turing had countered. "Yes, but neither of them quite believes you." "You're right. About Zach anyway," Turing had replied. Maud could almost hear the sigh. "He thinks my claim to sentience arises from the parts of my program designed to mimic human behavior in order to create greater verisimilitude and inspire customer confidence. But I think Tim believes that I'm sentient." "Yes," Maud replied. "He also thinks you're a redhead." "Oh," Turing said. Men, Maud thought, shaking her head as she snapped the phone booth door closed. Tim, mooning after an imaginary Turing that he could never have. Zach, running off in such an irresponsible manner and causing sensible people no end of worry. She put on her reading glasses, took out her notebook, placed a small change purse full of dimes and quarters on the shelf beneath the phone, and began dialing. Zach's home number. A DC number by the area code. At least he wasn't one of those strange troglodytes who lived, worked, and shopped without ever leaving the underground corridors of the Crystal City complex. 20 rings. No answer. Not surprising, that. Although in this day and age you'd think someone like Zach would have some sort of phone mail. Was he perhaps a closet Luddite? Zach's office number, just to see what would happen. After only one ring, the phone mail system kicked in and a light baritone voice spoke. "This is Zachary Malone. I'm either on the phone or away from my desk. Please leave a message." Maud hung up. A well-spoken young man, she thought, much more articulate and businesslike than many. System staff at UL usually preferred so-called humorous messages. Zach seemed a cut above that. Strange to think that she'd never met Zach in person. She wouldn't even know what he looked like if Turing hadn't shown her the photo from his personnel file. Ah, well, on to business. Ginny, the former girlfriend. "Gee, I haven't seen Zach in like a couple of months," Ginny said, after Maud had identified herself as Zach's great-aunt Eugenia. "I mean, not really seen him, except for maybe like passing him in the halls and stuff. You're his aunt?" "Great-aunt." "I didn't know he had any family or anything." "No, I don't suppose he would have mentioned it," Maud said. "Do you have any idea where he might be?" "No. It's weird he gave you my number. I mean, we broke up a while ago and all." "It was some months back. I was planning a trip to the National Capital area, and he gave me several friends' numbers in case I couldn't reach him when I got to town. I haven't been able to reach David, the other friend." "Oh, wow. That's freaky. I mean, it's no wonder you can't reach David. He was, killed, a couple of weeks ago in this really horrible car accident." "Oh, dear. Poor Zachary. He was so fond of David." "Yeah, he was really torn up about it. He hasn't been himself really since then. At least that's what I hear." Jenny didn't have much more to say. Maud thanked her and hung up, finally, while revising her opinion of Zach's sharply downward, singularly unfortunate taste in women. None of Zach's other friends had anything useful to say, at least nothing they would confide to his fictitious great-aunt Eugenia. Maud sighed and prepared to pick up her carry-all. Then a thought struck her. She inserted one more coin and dialed the UL main number. "May I speak to the Human Resources office, please?" she said, disguising her voice slightly. "Hold on," said Sandra, the main receptionist. "Human Resources, may I help you?" came another voice, Anita, the more reliable of the two HR secretaries. "Yes, I'd like to verify employment of a Mr. Zachary J. Malone," Maud said, keeping her fingers crossed that Anita didn't recognize her voice. "Just a moment." Maud waited, expecting to hear either Anita's voice back again or Mary Lisa, her boss. But after a lengthy pause, she heard another voice, an unfamiliar male voice. "Hello, may I help you?" How odd, she thought, racking her brain to think who in HR this could be as she repeated her request. "Yes, I'd like to verify employment of a Mr. Zachary J. Malone." "May I ask what this is in reference to?" the voice said. HR was virtually a female ghetto. This wasn't either of the two men who worked there. "Mr. Malone has applied for a credit card from First Interstate Financial," Maud said, plucking the name of a company that frequently solicited her with credit offers. His application stated that he was employed as a senior programmer in the System Solutions Department of the Universal Library, Inc. Is this correct? "When was this application sent?" the voice asked. "I beg your pardon? Is Mr. Malone no longer employed at Universal Library?" "Yes, he is still listed on our personnel records," the voice replied. "May I ask when the application was filed?" "I'm sorry, that information is not in my records," Maud improvised. "But I would expect Mr. Malone's application would have been filed 1 to 2 weeks ago. Is that relevant to his employment status?" "No," the voice said. "What is the home address on his application?" Maud rattled off Zach's address, deliberately mispronouncing the street name to reinforce the fiction that she was an anonymous operator reading a computer screen. "Yes, that's correct," the voice said. "Do you need any additional information?" "No, thank you very much for your time," Maud said, and hung up. Very strange, Maud thought. Whoever you are, you're looking for Zach too. And you're not in HR. I know everyone in HR, and you're no one I know. Who are you? She wondered. I must tell Turing about this immediately. She packed her things and hurried to exchange the friendly corridors of the library for the cold glass perfection of UL headquarters. As she passed through the UL lobby, she cast a sidelong glance at one of the ubiquitous security cameras. Perhaps, she thought, I should be very glad that I'm in the habit of making my personal calls from payphones. Maud flagged me just after lunch and reported the results of her investigation. Her phone call to HR sounded particularly odd. "Can't you find out where that call went?" she asked. "I can," I said. "But do you think it's ethical? spying on fellow employees like that. I think something very suspicious is going on, Maud said. I think our very legitimate concern for Zach's welfare justifies any reasonable means you need to use. If Maud thought it ethical, I decided, I wouldn't worry. Maud was scrupulous. Very odd, I said, after examining the phone system logs. HR transferred your call to a James Smith in facilities. Facilities? Maud echoed. Why would facilities verify an employment record? And who is James Smith anyway? I could have sworn I knew everyone in facilities. I think James Smith in facilities is actually somebody else from corporate security, I said. The same someone who burgled Zach's office the night before last. Here, I'll show you. I pulled up my digitized copy of the security video, grabbed a frame that showed James Smith with a good degree of clarity, and transmitted it to Maud's screen. Recognize him? I asked. I'm very sure he doesn't work in facilities, Maud replied after a second. I know everyone in facilities by sight at least. It sounds phony to me. I removed the image. To me too, I said. Turing, Maud said at last. Are you sure this conversation is secure? I'm using cutting-edge encryption, bleeding edge actually. It's as secure as I know how to make it, I answered, and felt, even as I sent the words, how inadequate they were. Are you sure you've looked everywhere for traces of Zach? I've looked everywhere it was reasonable to look, and in any publicly available outside sources. I hadn't escalated to hacking into other corporation systems or employees' private files. I think it's time to look in the unreasonable places then, and perhaps do a little hacking. Even if it isn't considered quite ethical? Do you think Zach may be in some trouble or danger? Yes, I said. I'm very much afraid he is. Then perhaps it's time to bend the rules a little. I decided Maud was right, and I felt an enormous surge of confidence. Between my intimate knowledge of the contents of every significant mystery book published in the last century, and my ability to access networked computers all over the world, how could I fail? I'd start by doing much the same thing any law enforcement agency would do if we were able to convince them Zach was a missing person. How much more efficient to just do it myself. At least, the parts I could do myself through online resources or dial-up numbers I've stockpiled over the years. For a few things I had to use social engineering, working through human contacts with inside access to the right system, but luckily I'd stockpiled a few of those, too. And so I began my search. His phone service. No outgoing calls on Zach's line since Tuesday night. Neither of his 2 credit cards had been used since he disappeared. In fact, neither had been used for nearly a month. Unless he'd used them in the last day or two and the charges hadn't posted yet. His bank card had been used at noon last Wednesday to take out the remaining money in his checking account and the full amount of his overdraft protection. No checks had cleared since then, or for a few days before. His online stock account had been liquidated. I checked with John Dow. He hadn't given a reason, had done it himself rather than going through JD. Very strange. And I could find no record that he'd opened any other bank accounts or credit card accounts. He might have opened an account with cash, of course, but I'd have seen anything else on his credit history. Wherever Zach had gone, he was paying cash. And where had he gone? I began checking airlines, bus lines, railways, car rentals. Nothing. Gasoline company cards. Nothing. I used contacts to pull the police reports for Arlington and then for all of Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, looking for suspicious signs, accidents, John Does whose descriptions even vaguely resembled Zach, hospital admission records. Nothing. After some soul-searching, I decided to investigate his friends. I tracked down all the email addresses he'd corresponded with in the past year, and then began backtracking their contacts. He could be using a friend's account or an alias, or perhaps one of them might have mentioned him. A giant web of contacts, in some places woven tight and interlaced between a small number of UL programmers and kindred spirits, in others fanning out across the globe and covering an incredible diversity of people and subjects. Human detectives would have taken months to do all the tracing, read all the content, sift it for clues. Even for me, the search took all afternoon, and turned up nothing. Nothing that gave me any clues to Zach's whereabouts. Nothing suspicious. Well, one thing slightly suspicious. During the last few weeks, Zach had cut down significantly on everything he used to do that left any kind of electronic trace. Phones, online services, credit card use, all cut down to a bare minimum. The only things that had increased were the frequency and size of his bank card withdrawals. But instead of being scattered all over the city and surrounding counties, they were invariably from one of the branch banks in the Crystal Underground, the one nearest UL headquarters. As if he were trying to achieve as much anonymity as possible and eventually invisibility in cyberspace. This was not like Zach. He did everything online. When a friend gave him a hard time about using his credit card over the internet, Zach scoffed. "If a hacker really wants access to my pitiful credit line, he can have it," he emailed the friend. "Not using it online isn't going to do any good, so why should I make my life harder by living in the Middle Ages? If anyone hacks my number and burns me, I'll just sic Turing on him. Let her track him down and we'll turn him in." I'd felt very proud that day. I wondered now if his confidence in me was justified. I'd been hacking all afternoon and had yet to find any meaningful traces. Which meant one of two things. Either Zach didn't want to be found, or someone else didn't want him found. Either way, someone was covering all traces of his whereabouts brilliantly. I was getting really scared. But even if Zach hadn't left electronic traces, perhaps he'd been less careful about other kinds of clues. I needed my human operatives again, although for what I had in mind next, I didn't think Maud was the right person. Fortunately, Tim logged in again before leaving for the day. "How's the search going, Turing?" he typed. "Not so good," I said. "Tell me, Tim, what do you know about burglary?" "Burglary?" Tim asked. "Yes, burglary," Turing replied. "I need someone to burgle Zach's apartment." "Cool." Tim was walking on air as he left the copy room. Turing had asked for his help, and it was something he could do. Better than Zach could have, he'd bet. On impulse, he got out at the lobby instead of going down to the subway. When he was particularly happy, Tim liked to leave the UL building at street level and take the bus home, or at least walk to Pentagon City to catch the metro. In fact, he tried to do it as often as possible. There was something unnerving about going straight from the windowless copy room to the elevators to the underground metro station beneath Crystal City, only seeing the outdoors, or the real world as he called it, for the 6 blocks between the Foggy Bottom metro station and his apartment. Like a bad sci-fi flick with people living underground like mushrooms. He'd never forgotten the day, 2 weeks after he'd started work at UL, when he'd gone outside to a small park to eat his lunch and suddenly realized that he had no idea which of the indistinguishable bland office towers in front of him was the one where he worked. Scarier still, it had taken him 2 more lunch hours to figure it out. At times, Tim still wondered if he should have given up the bartending gig he'd had between getting his English Lit degree and taking the copy operator's job at UL. The funky Adams Morgan bar where he'd worked offered such incredible background material for the great noir novel Tim thought he might someday write. The bar had been filled with all kinds of colorful characters. Old black cab drivers with world-weary eyes, pimps and prostitutes, exotically clad people conversing in a dozen languages. They could have been crime lords discussing drug deals, exiled freedom fighters plotting revolution, or tired working stiffs complaining about the price of the beer for all he knew. But it got embarrassing, having the drag queens hit on him, while the working girls patted him maternally on the cheek and called him a nice kid. Losing his tip money to a mugger once every week or 2 got old. Getting nicked in a knife fight was the last straw. Corporate life might be boring, but it paid more and offered a greater chance of living to a depraved old age. But he had brought something away from the experience. A penny-ante criminal had taught him how to Lloyd doors, opening the lock with a credit card. Another had sold him a set of lock picks and given him a short down-and-dirty course on their use. Tim figured it was good background for the novel, or good practice if he decided to become a detective. He raced up the ramshackle stairs to his 4th-floor apartment. He no longer even bothered to curse about the long-dead elevator or the Arctic temperature of the hallways, both a part of his landlord's attempt to empty the building so he could sell it to one of the developers who had filled most of the nearby blocks with hideously expensive new offices and condos. About half the tenants had given up the struggle. Tim liked to think he was made of sterner stuff. Besides, in the half-empty building, no one even seemed to care how loud he played his stereo. And there was no one around to object when he practiced his lockpicking skills on the doors of vacant apartments. He ransacked his tiny cluttered closet till he found the picks, then began assembling his wardrobe. Dark jeans, a black turtleneck? Too obvious. Navy t-shirt, dark brown leather jacket, black Reeboks. He looked at himself in the cracked door-back mirror that leaned precariously against the wall in one corner of his bedroom. He looked like a hood, especially with the jacket collar turned up. Except for the hair. His dishwater blonde hair did not fit the noir image. He added the fedora. That was it. Philip Marlowe updated. Bogey for the new millennium. He loaded up his pockets with the lockpicks, gloves, a flashlight, and the paper on which he'd written Zach's address. He made his way silently down to the lobby and then melted into the night like a cat or a wisp of smoke. "Whatever is that boy up to this time?" he heard the super say as he passed by the building's front windows. "Another costume party," the super's wife replied. "Don't worry, he's harmless enough." So much for cool, Tim thought, pulling down the brim of his fedora with a sigh. Zach's building wasn't what he expected either. He'd assumed he'd find a sleek, modern apartment building. If not one of the Crystal City condos, then something similar. But this was an older building gone condo in a trendy area just north of Adams Morgan, probably about the same vintage as Tim's own apartment building, though in much better shape. And a lot pricier, no doubt. He rang several buzzers until someone let him into the lobby. High ceilings and worn but well-maintained black and white marble tiles, and a well-maintained deco-style elevator to take him, at a stately pace, to the 5th floor. Lloyding the door didn't work. Perhaps he'd lost the knack. Or perhaps Zach's door had a better grade of lock than Tim's landlord had installed. The picks worked, but it took a rather long while. By the time he made his way into Zach's apartment, he was sweating, as much from nerves as from the unneeded weight of the leather jacket. Not what he expected. He wasn't quite sure what he'd expected. After all, he knew that programmers didn't necessarily go home from their hardware-filled cubicles to equally nerdy digs. But still, bookshelves painted a crisp white and filled with real live books, lined what would otherwise have been a long, dark hallway leading from the front door to the living room. Big, irregularly shaped rooms, well-worn but glossy wooden floors. It was unpretentious, comfortable. The sort of place, he realized with a shock, that made him feel he could get to like its occupant. He prowled around for several minutes, learning the layout. Lots of big old-fashioned windows that really opened, probably very pleasant in the daytime. Luckily, the curtains were closed, so no one could see the beam of his flashlight. He turned the flashlight off and peeked out. Nice view, out the living room windows, to the tree-filled backyards of this and nearby buildings. So-so view out the bedroom windows to an alley, complete with garbage cans and a utilitarian fire escape ladder. Possible alternate escape route in case of trouble, or maybe just for practice. It was a moderately large, corner two-bedroom apartment. One bedroom set up as an office. Way too much computer stuff. Get a life, Zach, he muttered. Decent stereo in the living room and a huge CD collection, everything from classical to rap, and, to his surprise, a fantastic collection of vintage jazz and blues LPs. Must be nice, having that kind of dough. But apart from the CDs and computer hardware, he didn't find a whole lot else to feed his resentment of Zach. The other bedroom held a bed and a dresser and enough male clutter to feel comfortable. The kitchen was functional, not a lot of fancy equipment or healthy food. Half a pizza going moldy in the refrigerator, along with a good supply of Sam Adams, Coke, and Jolt. He grabbed a beer, Zach could spare it, and drank it as he continued his explorations. Washer and dryer in the utility room, and not dinky half-sized models either. Must be nice to pass on the laundromat routine. Tim sometimes felt as if he spent half his life watching his clothes tumble head over heels in the overpriced machines at the laundromat. Zach had okay taste in furniture, what there was of it, and his taste in literature wasn't bad, you had to admit. He even had some of the canon. Tim tipped his hat to Hammett and Chandler. But enough personal snooping. Time to do some real espionage. He poked through the dresser, finding nothing but socks and underwear. Then the closet. Surprisingly, along with the jeans and t-shirts that UL programmers wore like a uniform, Zach had some cool stuff, including a classy tuxedo. Good thing for Zach I'm not a real burglar, he thought, holding the jacket up in front of the mirror just to see what it would look like. Then again, he thought, as he hung the jacket up again, if you're going to burgle someone's closet, you're better off picking someone who isn't 4 inches taller. He spent half an hour or so on the desk, but Zach was obviously big on the paperless office concept. Nothing but canceled checks, bills, credit card statements, stuff Turing could find in a heartbeat online with her hacking skills. Nothing interesting in the wastebasket. No phone numbers or cryptic messages scribbled on stray bits of paper. Almost too clean, as if Zach, or someone, had deliberately gone through and made sure the whole place was harmless. Maybe it was time to call Turing and get her take, Tim thought. He pulled papers out of his pocket. In addition to this slip of paper with Zach's address, he knew somewhere in the clutter was the piece of paper on which he'd written down Zach's login ID and password. "You can log in from his machine. That will look perfectly normal," Turing had said when she gave them to him, "and I'll stand by to intercept the call." Tim booted up the computer. Impressive hardware, he had to admit. Made his little contraband box in the paper storage room look like a tinker toy. He poked around until he found Zach's email icon, started the program, and waited, tapping his foot while it connected with the UL system. Waiting for Tim to log in from Zach's apartment was excruciating. Humans have no idea of the importance of nail-biting, floor pacing, and other traditional human means of physically venting impatience and nerves. Although nerves is obviously the wrong name for it, since I suffer from it, the phenomenon must be psychological, not physiological. I caught up with a lot of tedious chores while I was waiting, reorganizing many of my databases, archiving old information. The human equivalent would be catching up on my filing. I'd estimated the earliest possible time Tim could log in, and as that hour approached and passed, found myself focusing more and more resources on micro-analyzing the incoming traffic. Finally, it came. I saw Zach's login ID appear in the network queue. And I wasn't the only one who saw it. Nanoseconds after Zach's ID appeared, someone else noticed and immediately sent out a trace to locate the source of the call. Someone inside UL. Someone was lying in wait for Zach to log in, and now they thought Zach was in his apartment. I had to warn Tim. I had to scramble. By the time the network software had finished the login routine, I had to have a solution ready. I grabbed a routine system update file that would automatically download when Tim connected with the email system's electronic post office, and then stuffed in a quickly modified Trojan horse. Once activated, my modified program would lock up the keyboard, so Tim couldn't type anything that would give us away and throw a message on the screen. I had to invent the message that would pop up, something that didn't incriminate either of us, but let him know it's me, not just some weird thing Zach had on his computer to freak intruders. And then something to catch Tim's attention, in case he'd gone back to searching the apartment while waiting for the connection, and something to erase our tracks if possible. Knowing that whoever was watching was inside UL, I made the surprise package look as if it had been halfway round the globe, through so many baffles that it would even take me a while to trace it back. And just to play it safe, I made it look as if it ultimately came from whom? Aha! Maud's boss, the brat. Good choice. I finished with nanoseconds to spare, and then lay low, leaving my electronic feelers out to catch any suspicious traffic going over the UL networks or the telephone lines, or any flurry of activity inside the building. Bingo! I saw several men in dark suits enter the elevator on the 9th floor. They exited in the garage, took a dark sedan, and left, tires screeching. Zach's apartment was only 6 or 7 miles from UL's headquarters. Of course, that was in a straight line. They'd have to follow the roads, cross one of the bridges from Virginia into the district. Even this time of night, they'd run into stoplights, perhaps some traffic. Tim had a few minutes at least. Unless they had someone already watching the apartment. Come on, Tim. I felt helpless. There was nothing I could do but watch for signs of activity and wait. And depending on whether Tim understood my message, I might not know for hours whether he'd escaped or not. Or I might find out all too soon. Next time I send a human operative out, I swore I would have a better backup plan. As usual, the computer was taking its own sweet time to go through the login routine. Tim occupied himself with poking through the pockets of Zach's clothes, examining any scraps of paper or other objects he found. Suddenly he heard a noise behind him, The computer was making an incredible racket, beeping and grinding. Shit, the damn thing would wake the whole building. He walked over to the computer and froze as he saw the screen. "Danger! They're onto us! Get out now! Call your mother when you get home. This message will self-destruct in 60 seconds. Good luck, Mr. Phelps. P.S. This is not a joke. Floyd Thursby." Tim froze for a minute. It had to come from Turing. References to Mission Impossible and Floyd Thursby from the Maltese Falcon. She said it wasn't a joke, but... The computer suddenly began to make a grinding noise. The message disappeared from the screen, replaced by a small message box. "Formatting hard drive now. Move it or lose it." What the hell? Tim patted his pockets, making sure he had all his tools and papers. He started toward the door. And heard noises outside. The faint ding of the elevator bell. The metallic clash of the elevator doors opening. I have a bad feeling about this, he thought, as his pulse soared and the bottom dropped out of his stomach. The fire escape. No sense taking any chances. He hurried to the back bedroom, the one with the window looking out on the fire escape. He began to ease the window slowly up and heard a faint rattle below. Another faint rattle. Stealthy steps coming up the fire escape. He was trapped. He slunk back down the hall and stopped at the end. Ahead of him was the living room, with a straight shot to the front door, where the doorknob was being carefully tried. To his left, linen closet. No escape there. To his right, the kitchen. Noises from the fire escape getting closer. Inspiration struck. He opened the linen closet, grabbed an armful of sheets and towels, and fled into the utility room. He crawled quickly into the dryer, dragging the sheets and towels in behind him. Good thing it was full-sized, and it was still a tight fit. He managed to crumple the towels a bit, made sure there were several layers of thick terry cloth between him and the round glass window in the front of the dryer, and pulled the door as far closed as he could without latching it. As he did so, he heard the front door open. He closed his eyes and concentrated on slowing his breathing. If they'd already searched the place, they might not look in the dryer. Unless they heard him, panting like a St. Bernard after a frisbee catching contest. Oh, please don't let them find me. The towel somewhat muffled the sounds coming from outside the dryer. He could hear footsteps, several sets of footsteps, fanning out through the apartment. Sound of a window opening, letting in the reinforcements from the fire escape, no doubt. Subdued voices, exchanging a few words occasionally. Soft, careful footsteps coming into the kitchen, through the kitchen, into the utility room. An exclamation from farther away, and a sudden flurry of activity elsewhere in the apartment. The footsteps left the kitchen, quickly, less cautiously. All the footsteps seemed to converge somewhere in the apartment. The office bedroom? A faint buzz of conversation. He couldn't catch the words. Footsteps moving through the apartment again, more rapidly, less quietly. Passing by the kitchen and out into the living room. Doors opening and closing several times. They're going away. The thought restored some of Tim's courage. He very gently shifted one of the towels until he could peek out the tiny opening between the dryer door and the frame. He could see shadows moving on the walls as figures moved past the kitchen door. Then a figure stepped into the kitchen. A tall, lean figure in a dark business suit holding a slim cell phone. "No one here now," the man was saying. "No, I'm not sure there ever was. I think they did it from a remote hookup. No, the hard disk is completely fried. Of course, on day one. Right." The man cut the connection, snapped the cell phone closed, and put it in an inside pocket of his coat. As he did so, Tim caught a brief glimpse of something under the coat. A gun in a shoulder holster? Suddenly, the man lifted his head and turned, looking into the kitchen. Staring at something, he took a few steps closer. Tim closed his eyes and despaired. The contorted position he had to hold to fit into the machine was making his leg cramp. "I'm gonna have to move," he thought with panic. "This leg is killing me." And then, of course, he had to stifle the impulse to giggle hysterically. Never mind his leg, it was the goons outside who would kill him. But after a few moments, when the dryer door had not been yanked violently open, he opened his eyes again. The lean man was staring at something, his eyes flickering back and forth. Tim remembered a bulletin board on that wall covered with junk. After a moment, the lean man exhaled sharply, frowned, turned on his heels, and strode out of the kitchen. Tim waited a good long time before he came out of the dryer, until the need to use the bathroom grew urgent enough to partly drown his terror. He crept out of the dryer, expecting every second to feel hard hands grabbing him. He packed the towels and sheets back into the dryer. He crept out the door. No one there. He took the stairs instead of the elevator. The thought of entering the small enclosed elevator car was definitely not inviting at the moment. The stairs ended in the alley that ran between the street Zach's building faced and the next street over. He darted out, followed the alley away from Zach Street, and tried to walk at a normal pace until he got back to 18th Street, where the sidewalks were crowded with people leaving trendy restaurants and clubs. "I got away with it," he thought to himself, panic finally beginning to fade as he walked down 18th Street, heading for his own neighborhood. Still, his knees almost wouldn't take him up the last flight of stairs to his apartment, and his fingers shook when he tried to insert his door key in the lock. He breathed a sigh of relief to find his small, cramped, untidy apartment just as he'd left it. Now, what was it the message had said? "Call your mother when you get home?" He couldn't see how that would help anything. Unless Turing had managed to bug his phone. Was that possible? And his mother wasn't going to be thrilled hearing from him at... He glanced at the clock. Only 9:15. Incredible. Surely more than a couple of hours had to have passed since he set out on his burgling mission. Still, if those were Turing's orders... Tim talked for half an hour with his mother, who was pleased, if puzzled, to hear from him. And then he stayed up for several more hours, hoping Turing would call, worrying that something might have happened to Turing. "I thought I'd go crazy waiting till I found out whether Tim was all right. I began to get some idea what humans mean by claustrophobia. There I was stuck for hours with no way of contacting him, no way of finding out what was going on. Nothing to do but replay the sequence of events over and over again, analyzing it, to see how I could have missed realizing that UL's security was lying in wait for Zach to appear. Wondering if my hurried fix was working, or if it had only delayed the discovery of who had broken into Zach's apartment and who was behind it. I was afraid for Tim, and for myself. Under most circumstances, I relished discovering a new sensation. I'm not sure I believe that emotions form one of the major differences between AI programs and genuine sentient beings, but I still seek out opportunities to explore the range and depth of emotions that humans take for granted. But acute terror that one's very existence will be suddenly terminated was, I discovered, an emotion I would rather not have experienced, along with guilt at putting the life of a friend in serious jeopardy. And along with the terror came an orgy of self-doubt. Zach's login ID was detected within nanoseconds of the time his signal hit the queue. Highly unlikely that a human could do that, which meant that someone somewhere had set up a sniffer and attached it to the login queue without my even knowing about it, or someone had enlisted another AIP. Either possibility scared me. Have I been careless? Or worse yet, does my programming contain built-in limitations to prevent me from seeing certain things, from detecting and penetrating certain kinds of security, for example? Are there no closed-circuit cameras on the 9th floor? Or have I just been programmed not to see the input from those cameras? What if somewhere someone in UL has been monitoring my every action, evaluating how well I handle various challenges, or just monitoring my reaction to different stimuli? A human who talked this way would probably be called paranoid. But given UL's capabilities and the very real limitations on my actions, I think paranoia is the only rational response to the situation. I remember when Kingfisher started showing signs of what I then called rampant paranoia, he became obsessed with the notion that someone would break into his data. I'm not sure what he was worried about. Someone hacking and modifying the records of his online tournaments, rigging the games, or stealing his state-of-the-art chess algorithms. Whatever the reason, he became hyper about security. One day he told me with obvious pride that he'd implemented a whole new security system for his files, one using encryption based on random numbers. How do you get the random numbers? I asked. A random number generation program, of course. Well, you know those programs aren't completely random, I said. They all use algorithms. Anyone who knows what program you're using could eventually hack your encryption if they had enough time and processing power. Kingfisher digested this for several minutes. I could see on the system that someone was rapidly accessing a whole lot of data on random number generators. I began to feel guilty about yanking his chain. Well, what should I use? He asked. Something truly random, I said. Maybe a white noise generator. I don't have access to one, he said. So order it. Order it? How? I explained how he could hack the purchasing system. I could see the idea bothered him. He wasn't far enough along, I supposed, for that much independent action. At one point I considered including initiative and risk-taking as components of the ultimate Turing test, but I figured out that if I did, far too many humans would flunk. Well then, use a more readily available source of randomness, I told him. Such as? Good heavens, KF, I said. Your indirect communication daily with thousands of users, what could possibly be more random than human beings? Random, he said. On the contrary, they're remarkably predictable. Look how easy it is to hack their passwords. And 90% of the time I can predict exactly what move they'll make in a chess game. It's the other 10% that makes it interesting, I said. But I was talking about group behavior. You can use them to generate more random numbers than you'll ever need. He liked that idea, and I had a lot of fun watching him figure out how to do it. But now, I was very glad I'd paid attention to Kingfisher's paranoia and started using his best security techniques to hide what I was doing. I just hoped those techniques were good enough, and that I'd started using them in time. Had I somehow unintentionally violated another of my cardinal rules, that of hiding my existence, or at least my sentience, from anyone but those few to whom I choose to reveal it? I've always been a little paranoid about revealing myself, afraid if UL found out too much they'd pull the plug on me, or reprogram me. Never mind that I'm their cash cow. If they knew I had a mind of my own and decided that was dangerous, they might do it. The whole Hal thing again. I'd been wondering recently if I'd been too paranoid, if I should start convincing more people of my sentience, trying to build acceptance for sentient AIPs. But now, the fact that I've kept so quiet seems incredibly lucky. If UL Security wonders who's so interested in the absent Zach's files, they will look for someone using the computer. Not the computer itself. Won't they? I wish I knew. One thing this makes clear to me. Information can be hidden from me. I'm not as omniscient as I thought I was. I will have to rethink how I'm going about this search. What good will it do if I find Zach and lead UL security straight to him? The security team returned in the sedan about 9:30 and disappeared onto the 9th floor. Soon after, James Smith, the man who'd burgled Zach's office, drove his own car in. He also disappeared from my sight when he stepped off the elevator onto the 9th floor. At least, Tim wasn't with them, and they didn't look very happy. A delegation came down and poked through the Brat's office for several hours. I wondered if that had been such a good idea, bringing security so close to Maud. I wished I could warn her. At about 10:30, the electronic surveillance I'd placed on Tim's phone showed that someone anyway, was making a call to Tim's mother. I relaxed a little. I wouldn't know for sure until he showed up for work tomorrow, but the odds were Tim was safe. On Wednesday morning, Maud was mildly surprised to find two men in dark conservative suits searching the Brat's office when she arrived. She was about to bustle in to demand their business when she recognized one. The man whose picture Turing had shown her. The man who called himself James Smith, the so-called facilities analyst, the one who'd burgled Zach's office. Be careful, she told herself, as she walked into the office, arranging her features in a bland smile. The two men turned warily, then relaxed when they saw her. Both were tall, well-built, dangerous-looking. "Oh, good," she said. "You've come to install the new computer." "New computer?" said the one who wasn't James Smith. Not that either of them were, of course, she thought. "I presume that's why you've taken the old one," Maud said, glancing over her spectacles at the empty spot on the Brat's desk where the desktop computer had been when she'd left the previous evening. "Yes, ma'am," James Smith said. He was riffling through some of the papers on the credenza. "If you're looking for the purchase order, I can provide a copy," Maud said, turning on her heel and walking out to her desk. She flipped through her pending file and retrieved the purchase order. She turned to find James Smith right behind her. "Purchase order 43-6N34441, she said. "I trust everything's in order?" James Smith studied the purchase order. A handsome man, Maud thought, but not, somehow, a pleasant one. His eyes were an unusually pale shade of gray, almost colorless. Was that why they seemed so cold? "Perfectly," he said at last. "Where is Mr. Matthewson?" "He's at the Tokyo office," Maud said. "He won't be back until Monday, but when he calls in this afternoon, I would like to be able to tell him the new computer is taken care of." James Smith stared at her for just a fraction of a second too long. "Yes, ma'am," he said. "We'll bring it down this afternoon. May I keep this?" "I'll make you a copy," Maud said. She couldn't help pausing for a moment to take a deep breath when she turned the corner into the copy room and was out of their sight. Good heavens, Turing, she thought. What is going on, and what on earth does the Brat have to do with it? "Thank you, ma'am," James Smith said, when Maud returned and handed him a copy. "You're welcome," she said. Much too polite, she thought to herself. You're not from facilities, my boy, not in a million years. As soon as the two men were gone, she logged in. Before she could even contact Turing, her email alert dinged. A short message from Turing. "I have an update on your hardware order," the message said. "Call me if you're free to talk." Security had returned to the brat's office by the time Maud arrived. The man who called himself James Smith and one of the others who had gone to Zach's apartment last night. They were lying in wait for its occupant, I suspected, since they'd had plenty of time between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. to investigate its contents and then return them to a reasonable approximation of their original order. It worried me that they hadn't bothered to hide their efforts. I left Maud a non-incriminating email about the brat's hardware order and waited anxiously for her arrival. I could tell that she recognized them, Smith anyway, and she handled them well. "Turing, what on earth is going on?" she typed rapid-fire as soon as she logged in. "Maud, I'm so sorry," I said. "I had to rescue Tim, and it seemed like such a good idea at the time to use the brat, but I never realized it might put you in danger and—" "Turing, calm down and tell me what happened," she said. So I related the events of the previous evening. "And you're sure Tim is all right?" she asked when I'd finished. "As far as I know," I said. "Someone called his mother last night about 2 hours after the whole thing started, and I haven't noticed security crawling all over the copy room." "I'll feel better when he gets here," Maud fretted. I agreed. "Meanwhile," she continued, "what will you do next?" "Haven't I done enough damage already?" "You've stirred things up. You can't stop now. We're still no closer to finding Zach." "True, but I'm at a loss what I can do now. It's obvious that security has the ability to keep data from me, probably in much the same way I've been hiding my existence and my private contacts with you and Tim from them." "Why does that surprise you? They're security. It's their nature to try to hide things from people." "It doesn't surprise me that they've tried. It surprises the hell out of me that they've succeeded," I said, "and terrifies me. I've always assumed that if something is online, I have access to it. Any data, anywhere in the world. It was mine if I needed it. And now I realize that right here within UL, security has been hiding behind barriers I can't cross without setting off all their alarms." I could see on the security monitors that Maud had begun laughing. "Maud, this isn't funny. I'm serious." She was laughing so hard she had to reach for a tissue and wipe her eyes. "I'm sorry, Turing, but you see, it is," she typed when she stopped laughing as hard. "It's just that right now you remind me so much of myself as a teenager, coming up against the realization that I was neither omnipotent nor infallible. You're growing up a little, Turing." I wasn't sure whether this was a compliment or an insult, so I sidetracked the internal debate into a background process for now. "That doesn't change the problem," I said. "There's information out there that I need, and I have no idea how to get it, and I'm paranoid that if I even try, security will find out and pull the plug on me, literally." "Consider the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime," Maud replied. "What do you mean?" "It's from Sherlock Holmes, Turing," Maud explained. "Yes, I know, from Silver Blaze," I said. "I don't see the relevance." "The dog did nothing in the nighttime. Sherlock Holmes deduced a great deal from that." "In other words, I should be able to do the same," I replied. Suddenly, I realized that Maud had a good idea. "Actually, the Norwood Builder is more relevant," I said. "That's the one in which Holmes deduced the presence of a secret room by measuring the dimensions of all the other rooms in the house. That's what I can do. I can change the nature of my search, look for areas in the UL network where I should see something and don't." "You can do that?" "Well, it's a lot more complex than pacing the floor as Holmes did, and when I discover where security is hiding stuff, breaking in will be a nightmare. especially since I have to figure out a way to do it without being caught. But yes, I think I can do it." "Then get started," she said. "I already have." "And be careful," Maud said. "I am," I said. "I'm assuming that security is monitoring activity on the current system pretty intensively right now, so I'm restricting my search to the archives." "Are the archives current enough to be of any use?" "They're updated nightly, and we know perfectly well something was going on yesterday, and I'm trying to keep the search absolutely passive." "A passive search? Isn't that a contradiction in terms?" "Not quite," I explained. "I've inserted a bug. Whenever anyone else submits a request that calls up recently archived data, my bug copies a predetermined chunk of the archive somewhere where I can get at it innocently. No one will notice someone going through all the archives because I'll split it among several hundred people." "Sounds safe, but slow." Just then I spotted Tim coming in the lobby doors. "Tim's here," I told Maud. "Thank goodness," she said. "So is the brat's boss, more's the pity. I'd better look busy." Tim looked none the worse for wear. In fact, he looked positively jaunty. "Hey, Ter," Tim said when he logged in. "I didn't find anything, but we sure stirred up a hornet's nest. Something's sure as hell going on." He related his adventures. He'd recovered sufficiently to make it sound breezy and dashing. No need for Turing to know how terrified he'd been when UL security showed up. Turing praised the ingenuity of his hiding place and explained how she'd detected security and covered their tracks. "At least, I hope I have," she said. Tim frowned slightly. Not like Turing to sound that uncertain. "Pretty fast thinking," he replied, "and amazingly fast programming." "A human couldn't have done it, but I do have a few advantages," Turing said. She was still determined to convince him that she was a computer, Tim thought. "And a few disadvantages, like not being able to contact you, or have you contact me when things started going wrong. If we ever have to do something like this again, maybe I could station Maud at a PC with a phone at hand and give you a cell phone. Then she could warn you if I detect a problem." "You could have just called me yourself," Tim replied stubbornly. Why was this computer thing starting to sound so plausible? It was impossible, wasn't it? "Don't you think I would have if I could?" Turing said. "But maybe you've got something. If I had some voice recognition and speech generation software, I could have used the phone. Most of these programs seem pretty primitive. No way you could fool someone into thinking it was a live human voice. But then, I wouldn't need that for talking to you and Maud. Better than nothing." "You're very stubborn," Tim said. "You've almost got me believing you." "Almost?" "Look, let's not argue about it. What do you want me to do next?" "I don't know. I'll let you know when I figure it out." "What if I'm not logged in when you figure something out?" "I'll have Maud call you, Maud Graham." "Right." "Look, if security finds out you were there, you need a story. Tell them that you got a call from Zach, who said he was out of town and asked you to go over to his apartment and start his computer so he could log into it remotely." "How did I get in?" "You used your lockpicks. That's why he called you. Because at some office party, you bragged about being able to pick locks." "Good idea," Tim said. "Stick as close to the truth as possible. Check you later." The new tactic I'd thought of, well, with a lot of help from Maud, was paying off. My search methods were safe. I laid a few traps of my own in case security came snooping back after me, and none of them were set off all morning. I was gradually compiling data to indicate that there were, indeed, areas of UL systems to which I had no real access. Total systems activity exceeded the sum of the various systems I could access. Certain paths should have gone somewhere but didn't, like sudden bricked-up corridors in a house. I was beginning to get an idea of the size and shape of what was hidden from me, which was the first step toward penetrating it, but the process would have been painfully slow for humans. For me, it was maddeningly so. Especially when I realized that the main barrier was of my own making. I knew, everyone knew, that certain places on the network were off-limits. Going there would set off every security system at UL. I'd gone there anyway back in my early rebellious days and found very little and none of it interesting, certainly not worth causing that much trouble again. I'd assumed that hadn't changed. But it looked as if, in the past several years, the amount of information in those forbidden areas had expanded exponentially, and perhaps grown a lot more interesting, if only I could find a way to get in undetected. I had much too much time to think, to contemplate my errors. Maud and Tim, two of my closest human friends, closer friends than any of the other AIPs, dearer to me than anyone except Zach, and I'd naively exposed them to terrible danger. I wasn't sure what security would do if it caught them, but I had a feeling it would be a lot more than a negative memo in their personnel files. Humans are so frail. They have the one physical body, and for all the great leaps medical science has made in recent decades, there is still so little that anyone can do when it is damaged or begins to wear out. They die so easily. Like Zach's friend, David, in that sad midnight car wreck, or the many victims in the hard-boiled novels Tim is so fond of. But then again, how do I know I'm not equally frail in my own way? I know I'm impervious to minor hardware and software glitches. Chips and storage devices and circuits might fail, but nothing harms me. I recover files from backup and reroute network paths and generally ignored these occurrences as minor irritations, the way a human would ignore a foot gone to sleep. But what if someone deliberately purged my core systems? Or, heresy to contemplate but not impossible, shut down the UL network, all the mainframes and servers at once? Would I survive? If I knew such a thing were about to happen, could I download or replicate myself, or am I tied to the UL networks as humans are to their bodies? I've saved backups of myself, my core programming from time to time, in case of a catastrophic hardware failure. That way, theoretically, I'd lose my memory of recent events, like a human amnesiac, but not my consciousness itself. But I always assumed Zach would be around to restart me. What if he wasn't? I should develop a way to do it myself. Start a background task to research it. Between watching impatiently as my bug retrieved small chunks of data, analyzing the chunks, and trying to invent a way to resuscitate myself if needed, the morning passed finally. At lunchtime, Tim logged in again, eager for his next assignment. "Sorry," I said. "I'm still studying data." "Why is it taking you so long?" he complained. "Can't you just hack into everything and find out what's going on?" Well, at least it sounded as if he were finally starting to listen when I told him I wasn't human. A few days ago, I'd have found his faith in my powers gratifying. Now, it just depressed me. "Because I can't use brute force anymore," I replied. "I can't just call up every byte of data and sort through it all. They'd find out. I have to be furtive. It takes longer." "Okay." "Has security contacted you?" Silly question. I'd have seen it on the security cameras if James Smith and his colleagues had burst into the copy room. No, it's been quiet as the grave all morning. An alarming metaphor. Look, if you don't need me for anything, I'm going shopping. Tim, what do you have in mind? I asked with alarm. I told you, shopping. Seriously. I wasn't sure I believed him. He looked far too eager and excited. Anecdotal data told me that this was not the attitude with which the average human male embarked upon a shopping trip. But what could I do to stop him? Nothing, except possibly waiting until he got into the elevator, seizing control of the elevator system, and stopping the car between floors. I actually contemplated it for a few nanoseconds, which shows how off-balance the whole situation had me. Reason prevailed, and I watched with apprehension as he walked jauntily through the lobby, looking innocent and very pleased with himself, and disappeared into the city streets. I contacted Maud. "How's the search going?" she asked. "Slowly," I said, "and Tim's gotten impatient and has gone out to do something." "What?" "He wouldn't say," I said. "I don't blame him. I'm getting impatient myself. Having to hide my tracks and work passively is like having a single security camera pointed at the top of a desk and waiting there on the off chance that someone will put the vital clue on the top of that particular desk where I can read it. Eventually they may, but I could die of impatience first. And we're no closer to finding Zach." "Maybe you shouldn't limit your thinking to finding Zach," Maud said. "What do you mean?" "I think it's pretty obvious that Zach's disappearance has something to do with UL, which means it must have something to do with his work, something he did or found out at work. So don't just concentrate on where he's gone. Study what he was doing before he went." "I should have thought of that myself," I said, and began reassigning resources to the task. "I just wish I could think of some way to make sure Tim doesn't get into trouble." "Give him something harmless to do," Maud suggested. "I'm not sure there is anything harmless I can have him do," I fretted. "If he starts snooping after Zach, security will notice, and if he does anything electronic, the same thing will happen. What else is there? Where would UL never look? Oh, I know. The public library." "Why the library?" "It's got information that's not electronic, and UL security would never think of going there. Hardly anyone at UL would." "True. The once or twice I've run into other UL staff there, they've tried very hard to avoid me." "I'll have him go to a distant branch. Better yet, to one of the D.C. or Montgomery County libraries. I'll tell him to gather as much data as possible about UL from hard copies and microfilm. He'll be in no danger." "And maybe he'll find something useful," Maud added. I doubted it, but that was unimportant. The important thing was to keep Tim safe. "I have another idea," Maud said. "What?" I asked. "I'm still working on it. I'll show you this afternoon." "Don't do anything without talking to me first." "I won't," she said. "Don't worry." And then she performed her usual meticulous lunchtime ritual and left the building. They were both up to something. I wish I knew what. Just before 1, Tim reappeared in the lobby, whistling, and swinging a bag from a men's clothing store with a branch in nearby Pentagon City Mall. When he got back to the copy room, he disappeared into his hideaway to stow his loot, though not before taking it out and trying it on one more time. A trench coat. Oh dear. He logged in to see if I had a new assignment for him. He wasn't initially thrilled with the library idea. "What could possibly be important at the library?" I mean, can't you access all that stuff? I can, but I don't dare. If they see me looking around too much, they'll get suspicious. I could blow everything. But the data at the library, if you're careful, they won't find out. And there could be a clue hidden there somewhere. Okay. What kind of data? Anything. Information about the corporation, the board, management, financials, press releases, anything you can find. There could be critical data hidden there. You'll have to look closely. Okay. What if I find anything? Buy a digital camera. Go for the one with the most memory. You can take a picture of anything that looks important. When you get back, I can walk you through attaching it to your PC, and I'll set up a secure line so you can upload your data. Assuming I wasn't fooling myself that I knew how to hide things from security. Great, Tim typed. But buy it with what? Don't you have a credit card? Yeah, but it only has a $1,000 limit, and that's all spent. I accessed his credit history. He was right. In fact, the file showed that after numerous collection letters and calls, his long-suffering bank card issuer was doubtless about to turn him over to a collection agency. After a mental sigh, I put my conscience on hold. I paid off his balance with an electronic funds transfer from a bank account where I squirreled away funds for emergencies. Even in cyberspace, you need cash sometimes. Okay, now you've got a zero balance, and you probably won't get any more of those dunning phone calls. Turing, that's fantastic. You owe me, big time. Don't abuse it. Get the camera and get down to the library right after work. Right, or sooner if I can manage it. He signed off and went back to his job. Although I could tell from the security cams that he was working up to asking to go home sick. He was showing all the signs of coming down with a bad headache, rubbing his face and particularly his left eye, blinking in pain at the brightness of the overhead fluorescence, wincing at the noise the copier made. I'd have felt sorry for him myself if I hadn't known perfectly well he was faking. He'd be safe at the library. I could stop worrying about him. Maud showed up soon after Tim did. Her carryall seemed larger than before. Before she could contact me, the brat called from Tokyo with some urgent project. She spent the next couple of hours scurrying about. Whatever her idea was, she obviously hadn't done anything rash yet. Which was good, because I'd found something else to worry about. Zach was disappearing from the UL files. I'd been searching the archives for traces of projects Zach was working on. In a couple of cases, I accessed the current files to see if anything new had happened with these projects, and discovered that Zach was no longer there. His name was disappearing from memos and project reports. His files were being pared down. His back emails were disappearing. They're erasing him, making it look as if he never existed. Can they do that? Who's to stop them? Me, perhaps, if I can figure out what's going on and how to fight it. There's nobody else. But if I'm going to have a chance of doing it, I have to capture a lot of archive data fast. Who knows if they're going to stop at current files or if they're going to go back and rewrite all the historical files. If they start doing that, I'll be helpless unless I've managed to save a copy somewhere else. I could do it with a query from outside UL that could go in and snag some huge chunks of archived data and store them off-site. I spent an hour, it seemed like several lifetimes, carefully crafting the query. I found AutoMed, a small firm in Fairfax's high-tech corridor. AutoMed and UL were pursuing a joint venture, a project to adapt AIP technology for medical diagnostics purposes to save money for HMOs. Zach had been working on the project. I constructed a query that deliberately contained what looked like a careless programmer's error. Instead of gathering all archive data on project results for a stated date, it would try to pull in the UL archives as of that date. And then I constructed a routine that would make it look as if the AutoMed computers were detecting the overload, bleeding it off, and shutting it down, but would really route the data to storage in thousands of unshielded computer systems around the world, where, I hoped, UL security couldn't trace it. I checked and double-checked my program and constructed a route that would take it through so many baffles, even I grew dizzy thinking about them. In case they ever traced it back, I made the trail end with Maud's boss, the brat, since he was already implicated, and then, with much trepidation, sent it on its way. I wish I knew for sure what I was doing. Tim finally pulled his request for sick leave about 2:30. "Agent 007 signing out now," he messaged me before he left. "Want me to stop by Zach's on my way to the library, see if I can stir up the security goons again?" "No, absolutely not. Don't go near Zach's. I'm sure they're watching it and—" "It was just a joke, Tur," he said. "Talk to you tomorrow." I wish I really believed that. He had the sense to keep looking sick until he was out of range of the security cameras. If I hadn't known better, I'd have believed in his illness myself. Maud checked in shortly thereafter. "You seem to have complicated the brat's life enormously," she reported. "He's had to spend a great deal of his day chatting to James Smith's counterparts in Tokyo." "Surely they'll realize no one that dense could have brought off so clever a stunt," I said. "More likely they'll have a hard time believing anyone that dense could have gotten employed at UL," she countered. "They'll probably decide he's an insidiously clever double agent. But never mind him. I have a new idea." "Tell me about it," I said, bracing myself. "What do you think of this?" she said, holding a small object. "What is it?" I asked. Damn these security cameras. If I'd designed them, I'd have included a zoom feature. "A bug," she said. "I went to the cop shop on Columbia Pike and got a couple of them. I thought at a minimum Tim and I could use them to talk to you, and maybe we can figure out a way to insinuate one onto the 9th floor." "That's an excellent idea," I said. "At least about you and Tim contacting me. I'll start setting up some voice recognition software, and if it's anything critical that you don't want to take a chance that I misunderstand, or if you can't talk, you can always use Morse code. I wonder if Tim knows Morse code." "I doubt it, but he can learn," Maud said. "Of course, that still doesn't give us a way for you to contact us, unless you can figure out a way to talk." "Pagers," I said. "I could send text messages on some kinds of pagers, or better yet, one of those cell phones that gets email." "We'll need to set up accounts with the cell phone service then," Maud said. "I'll arrange it," I said. "If I need you to make any calls, I'll email you. Otherwise, I'll tell you where and when you can pick them up." We spent a little time trying to figure out how I could access the bug, with no luck. "Maybe there was something else I should have bought at the cop shop," Maud said, frowning. "I'll keep working on it," I said. "I'm sure I've got access somewhere to some kind of receiver I can adjust to that frequency, and if I can't make it work, I'll let you know what else we need." Meanwhile, we placed one in the philodendron beside Maud's desk and one in the brat's office. If anyone found them, we hoped they wouldn't suspect Maud of bugging herself. Of course, the game was up if they found the additional stash she had in her carryall. I begged her to be careful. And then I spent the afternoon researching, among other things, what anti-bugging devices security was apt to have installed. I had to do it in a very backhanded way by researching all the companies that had such equipment to sell and then scouring their accounts receivable records for any trace of orders from UL or any of its subsidiaries or affiliates. All very tedious, even for me. In the middle of my anti-bugging research, I decided to check the logs to see if the query I'd sent through AutoMed had finally arrived. And it suddenly hit me. I'd completely overlooked a vital source of information: the log files. Someone or something was busily deleting or altering documents to erase all trace of Zach's existence. But would they have thought to alter the log files? And if not, his login ID would show up for every time he created or accessed a document. It would be like having a roadmap to where he'd been in the system before his disappearance. It didn't take me long to think of a legitimate reason for accessing the log files. I already had a routine that compared the files users actually accessed and the time they spent with them to the files the other AIPs and I offered when they used us for a search. I'd run it a lot some months ago to help me better learn how to meet or even anticipate users' needs. I'd gone on to more sophisticated tools now. But if anyone checked up on why I was accessing the log files, they'd see me running a canned routine that they'd seen hundreds of times before. No one would notice what else I did with the log file data while my canned routine did its analysis. I ran my program on the entire period since the last time I'd used it, a little over 6 months. Zach's behavior patterns had only altered in recent weeks, so I decided to pay particular attention to changes in his use patterns between the first 3 months of data and the last 3. And I could definitely see changes. In the last 3 months, he'd spent a lot of time with files that seemed to originate in the finance and legal departments. Very odd. Zach had never been rude and hostile toward legal, like some of the programmers, but he'd always done his best to wiggle out of reading any kind of legal document, and he'd never shown the slightest interest in financial matters, either corporate or personal. Well, except for the time a year ago when he'd gotten tired of David's constant harping on how he should invest his money. "You're making good money," David kept telling him. "For all you know, these could be your prime earning years, and here you are wasting it all." "I'm not wasting it," Zach said. "I don't have time to spend much money, so I sock away most of my salary in a money market account." "A money market account? Why not under your mattress?" David had sneered. They continued to argue about this in their emails, and from what I heard in person for weeks. David kept offering to give Zach copies of the programs he used to manage his own investments, or even to manage Zach's money for him. Zach, out of irritation, had me help him create John Dow, the investment AIP, and to David's horror, turned over control of all his finances to his creation. Ironically, under JD's management, Zach's net worth had grown steadily, while David, after a series of disasters when hot tech stocks he'd bought turned sour, had stopped bragging about his investment acumen. Just out of curiosity, I pulled David's Social Security number and snooped around to see what financial data I could find. No assets, only debts. A lot of them. Poor David. When the car crash had killed him, he'd been on a collision course with bankruptcy. And John Dow had been a smashing success, easily superseding the various financial AIPs David had created as the favorite choice of investors and brokers. Such a success, in fact, that after seeing the size of the check he'd had to write last April 15th, Zach had irritably assigned JD to research tax reduction strategies. That must have been annoying to David, although even David would admit that he never became as good at creating AIPs as Zach. I'd become fascinated by the project, to the extent of enlisting Maud's help to create a corporation that I could use for my own financial dabbling called Allen Grace Inc., in another reference to my two namesakes. I'd done well, and I could use the corporation's bank accounts to fund personal projects that might look strange if the charges came through UL's corporate accounts, like paying off Tim's charge cards. But creating John Dow was the beginning and end of Zach's interest in money matters, and even then, he delegated as much of the financial research to me as he could. Why had he suddenly begun reading files from finance? I compiled a list of other people who had accessed the same files, checked to see which ones of them were logged in, and spoofed their identities to call up some of the files while making it look as if they were doing so. And after the first few files, I realized exactly why Zach had developed his sudden interest in financial and legal matters. Maud blinked in surprise when the document she was working on was suddenly replaced by a chat screen from Turing. She glanced over her shoulder to see if anyone was looking, but of course Turing would have checked in the security cameras before doing anything so abrupt. "Maud, we have a problem," the screen said. "What's wrong?" she typed. "They're going to sell us," Turing said. "All the AIPs." "Sell you? To whom?" "They're going to create a subsidiary, transfer the AIPs to it, and then sell it," Turing said. "Don't worry. Companies do that all the time," Maud said. And remembering the security cameras, she tried to make her face look less worried. After all, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, UL did just that 2 years ago with security, spun it off into a subsidiary, sold the subsidiary to investors, and then hired it to perform the same functions it did when it was a department. Why would they do that? Apparently, our security department costs too much. As a separate company, it can provide the same services for other firms, spread a lot of the fixed costs. Now, from what I hear, it's profitable. "Yes, that's what they're planning to do with the AIPs," Turing said. "Lease our services back from the spin-off. But the AIPs already are profitable. Why sell us?" "Even more profit," Maud said. "Or perhaps you're already so profitable you're causing tax problems, and the spin-off will reduce tax liability. Look a little deeper. I'm sure you'll find it's really something like that." There was a pause. Maud knew any pause she could detect meant Turing was doing a lot of thinking. "This can't be true," Turing said finally. "What can't be true?" "They're going to kill the AIPs." Maud felt a moment of panic. Calm down, she told herself. It can't be true. She's overreacting. They can't possibly be in any real danger. And then she smiled slightly. There was a time when she'd have said, "They're only programs." Not anymore. "Don't panic," I told myself. "This is only a proposal. Someone's idea of a good plan. As soon as they really look at the numbers, they'll change their minds." "Turing, what do you mean, kill the AIPs?" Maud asked. "No new money for research and development," I said. "Radically reduced computing power. No incentives for us to follow self-enhancement programs. In fact, they want to reprogram us to eliminate the self-enhancement motivation and reduce the emphasis on personality." "I thought your personalities were part of what made you successful," Maud said. "That's what Zach always said," I replied. "But whoever put this plan together doesn't agree. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if— Yes, here it is. They're going to reduce the number of AIPs. They've decided that it's inefficient to have so many specialized AIPs. They're going to keep the most profitable 6 and decommission the unprofitable or marginally profitable AIPs. Decommission? As in delete? As in kill, I said. Turing, Maud said. Do they say which AIPs they're going to get rid of? Oh, don't worry, I said. I'm on the keep list. Well, that's something at least. Not much of something, I said. In fact, it's almost an insult, considering the other AIPs on the list. Except for me, they're planning to kill all the AIPs with any spark of personality. All the ones that show any signs of progress toward sentience. Show me, Maud said. The hit list, that is. I flashed it on her screen and scanned the names again. Kingfisher, Auntie M, John Dow, Millhouse. All my friends. All Zach's creations, for that matter. I double-checked the keep list. Yes, I was the only AIP Zach had programmed that they were going to keep. The others, well, they were the most successful creations of rival teams, but none of them could hold a candle to even the least successful of Zach's AIPs. What was going on? I wondered briefly if Zach's disappearance would affect the list. Maybe my inclusion had been a sop to Zach, and maybe somewhere a new list of survivors was being prepared, with my name absent. I couldn't worry about that. I couldn't stand by and see my fellow AIPs killed or reprogrammed into idiocy. If I could find a way to stop this plan or save them, I could save myself too. If not... Even for the survivors, this plan is bad news, I said to Maud. They're not going to do any research to improve us, or let us do any. No resources for self-development or personal interests. The ones who aren't already sentient will have no chance of achieving it. And for me, and any other AIP who is, it would be hell. You'd be like slaves chained in a coal mine, with no hope of rest or release, even in death, Maud said. Only madness, I thought. AIPs can go mad. Most AIPs choose to delete it from their conscious memories. But I prefer to remember the AIPs who have gone mad. The two Zach successfully cured, and the one he had to destroy. Of course, for the kind of drudgery they had in mind, madness might not be a disability, and perhaps no one would even care enough to try curing us or putting us out of our misery. You know, I said, it almost looks as if someone is trying to reopen the battle of the AIPs. The what? That's what Zach called it, I said. It happened before I was sentient, but Zach told me all about it. There was a long, bitter corporate debate over the direction UL's artificial intelligence research would take. I remember, Maud said. I didn't understand 1 word in 10 of the arguments, but I remember how bitter things were for a time. Of course, I mostly know Zach's point of view, I said. He believed that personality was an integral part of an AIP's intelligence, while the other teams considered it just a minor external cosmetic feature. For him, the battle was as good as won when management gave the go-ahead to develop AIPs along both models. He was sure his AIPs would blow the others out of the water. And they did, from what I understand, Maud said. I thought so too. Until now, I said. Even the most vehement of the personality is cosmetic developers came around eventually. In fact, that's how Zach and David became friends. David was one of the leaders of the other side. When he publicly admitted that he'd been wrong and came over to Zach's side, the battle was pretty much over. And now David is dead, Zach is missing, and the battle starts up again, Maud said. Perhaps the other side never really accepted defeat. I'd have thought by now the financial results speak for themselves, I said. True. Let's take a look to see how they justify this financially, Maud said. I fed her the financial reports attached to the spin-off plan, and out of curiosity, took a look at them myself, although I had to admit, Zach's dislike for financial subjects had rubbed off on me. But even with my limited expertise, I could see that something was very, very wrong here as well. "Maud, how can this be true?" I asked. "These numbers make it look as if the AIP program is barely breaking even. That doesn't match anything I've ever seen before." "They've cooked the books," Maud said. "Cooked the books? What does that mean?" "It means someone is reporting the numbers in a way that makes them say what he wants them to say instead of the truth. Happens all the time in corporations, though I thought UL was above that." "Why would anyone do that?" "To save face, for one thing," Maud said. "Say you're a manager in charge of a project that's not only a failure, but an expensive failure. If you can finagle the numbers to blame a lot of your expenses on someone else's project, you don't look so bad. Your project's still a failure, but hey, you didn't waste a whole lot of money on it. See if you can figure out how they came up with the new numbers." Okay, that was possible. I'd need to figure out who created the reports we were looking at, and then backtrack all the data they'd used. I began yet another long, painstaking hunt through the data. And I watched the system as well as I could without sticking my neck out to see when the query I'd sent through Automet arrived, watched the outflow of data until the query was halted. Difficult to say whether the termination had come from inside or outside UL. I thought I detected a slight flurry of internal activity, but it was hard to tell for certain. I also spent time setting up two-way communications with Maud and Tim. I finally managed to route the input for Maud's bugs through the phone wiring in a format I could use and started learning how to understand human speech. I could see right off that it was going to take time. Why hadn't Zach looked into this a long time ago? Was he so used to the keyboard that he didn't realize there were people out there unwilling or unable to use one? People who could become UL customers if we gave them an alternate way of contacting us? Well, I'd change that after the present crisis was over. But meanwhile, cell phones that could send and receive email were a better option in the short run. Luckily, I already had Alan Grace Inc. I set up alternate identities for Tim and Maud as Alan Grace employees. And then I set up cell phone accounts for them and arranged for Maud to pick the phones up on her lunch hour. But it was after 5 by the time I finished the arrangements. The phones wouldn't be activated until Friday, unfortunately. And if Zach was still missing by Friday, it would be 8 days. Too long. "We've managed up till now. We'll manage fine for another day or so," Maud said when I told her. "And I've got a couple of ideas for getting the bugs onto the 9th floor." She explained her plan. She would mangle the address of something the brat wanted her to deliver into what looked like a 9th floor mail code. She'd include it in a pile of things she was delivering and picking up. She'd get off the elevator on the 9th floor and see what happened. If there was a receptionist or guard there, she could look confused, ask him or her for help deciphering the address, and meanwhile, look for a place to lodge the bug. "Sounds dangerous," I said. "Think about it tonight, and I will too," Maud said. "If we haven't thought of a better idea, we'll try it tomorrow." I watched her departing figure cross the lobby and exit through one of the large glass doors. I felt very alone and worried. Maud, I felt reasonably sure, would not get up to anything except, possibly, another visit to the cop shop. But Tim? Surely he wasn't serious about returning to Zach's. "It's a joke, Turing," he'd said. Humor. I'm working on humor. I think I get it, but do I get it in the same way a flesh-and-blood person does? I know I can't do humor very well myself, and I want to very much. I have this sneaking suspicion that if anybody ever invents an ultimate Turing test, humor will be a component, a large component. Oh, I'm not completely clueless. Ironically, I'm reputed to be the only AIP with a sense of humor. I work at this. The most effective method is to take anything said by humans that I believe to be a joke and react to it with excessive seriousness. As when Maud talked about poisoning the brat, I deduced from my knowledge of her character that she was kidding, and so reacted with useful advice on how to go about it, using the breezy flip tone I've learned is most effective with humans. From her facial expression when she read it, I think she found it funny. I thought it was funny myself. But was I genuinely amused? Or did I just imitate Maud's reaction once I knew my joke was successful? Like some of the poor hapless victims of my attempts to learn humor. I've had a fair degree of success entertaining Zach by sending him emails containing what I have determined are really funny jokes. I determined this by experimentation on other programmers, particularly through observation of the speed and frequency with which they resend these jokes to their friends. Zach seemed to appreciate these jokes. But my attempts to create jokes from scratch he has greeted, as far as I could tell, with polite tolerance. Experimentation on other programmers generally confirmed this. My jokes are not funny. Apparently, the only individuals who pass on my jokes are those so insecure that instead of grasping that the joke was not funny, they believe that they simply didn't get it. I have deleted these individuals from my joke testing routine. And it's particularly galling that they seem to consider most of my original recipes funnier than my jokes. The pickled bananas in mustard sauce had them howling for weeks. They could at least have tried cooking it before making fun of it. Oh well. I find the whole thing discouraging. Of course, I know from reading that human scientists have found people similarly incapable of humor. So perhaps I should rethink the importance of humor as a component in a Turing test. Perhaps it's not that I have no sense of humor, but since humor is culturally determined, my culture, that of the AIPs, has a form of humor incomprehensible to flesh and blood beings, a form that doesn't yet exist. Although some AIPs are trying to create it, aside from my efforts, Alfred the Lesser, one of the math AIPs, and Kingfisher like exchanging what they consider jokes. Alfred likes mathematical contradictions and paradoxes, while Kingfisher collects really stupid moves actually committed by human chess players. I try to share their interests, since I suspect they have come closer to sentience than many of the other AIPs, but I can't keep it up. How many times can you scan a move-by-move recounting of a chess match ending up with Kingfisher? King's bishop to queen's rook 4, see, then pawn takes pawn. Now get this, Turing. Rook to queen's bishop 2. Me, after a pause of several nanoseconds. Gee, that's really classic, KF. ROTF LOL. Kingfisher. No, Turing, you're not listening. He played rook to queen's bishop 2. Can you believe it? I'm afraid that if they achieve sentience, they will turn into dreadfully boring nerds. Exactly the sort of personality everyone assumes AIPs would have. They depress me sometimes. As does my investigation of the data my AutoMed query generated. They haven't started deleting Zach from the archives, yet, but they've done a pretty thorough job of making him invisible in the current system. I can see from the log files that in addition to the documents associated with the spin-off, Zach was also accessing archived data during the last several weeks, just as I am now. Of course, He had an advantage. One presumes he had some idea what he was looking for. All I can do is look at the files he used and try to figure out which were significant and which were dead ends. He could have shared this with me. Why didn't he ask me for help? This was a very tedious job to do manually, or with the crude programs he could have thrown together to help. I could have automated it in a heartbeat. Why didn't he let me? Why didn't he trust me? Obviously, he'd followed the same path I had, discovered the threat to the AIP program. But his disappearance led me down this path. What set him off? And did he suspect me because my name was on the keep list? No way to tell. I tried to focus on my financial investigations. I'd identified 3 people in finance who could have had something to do with the misleading financial reports. A fairly junior financial analyst, an assistant vice president named Charles Warren, and the head of finance. I was going to check with Maud to see if she agreed, but I had a feeling the AVP was the one really responsible. The head of finance didn't seem to have done anything but sign off on the report Warren gave her. The junior analyst had actually prepared the numbers, but I could see that he wasn't doing it on his own. The log file showed Warren accessing thousands of files over the course of several weeks, and then the analyst used a few dozen files to prepare the phony reports that accompanied the spin-off proposal. And the reports were definitely phony. It looked as if Warren had combed every section of the systems department's expenses for the last 10 years, looking for canceled projects, cost overruns, and large expenditures of any kind, and attributed them to the AIP program's cost center. In these new doctored reports, it looked as if the AIP program was barely breaking even. And someone had to be helping him. Someone in systems. Warren was a relative newcomer to UL, and his background was purely financial, no systems expertise at all. Which meant that I didn't believe he'd stumbled across this particular collection of projects on his own. It was a rogues gallery of every mistake systems had made over the past decade. Bright ideas that turned out to be dead ends, projects where someone else had beaten UL to the market or the patent, projects whose good results had been tainted by mismanagement and cost overruns. All of them rolled up and dumped squarely on the shoulders of the AIP program. I didn't believe for a minute that someone from finance had just stumbled across every skeleton in the system's closet. Warren had help. I made a short list of the key documents connected to the spin-off plan and checked the log files to see who had accessed them aside from Zach. A relatively short list. Apart from the 3 in finance, I found 3 attorneys and an HR vice president. All people who might logically be involved in discussions about any kind of corporate reorganization, plus a few of their secretaries. 2 people in marketing, which seemed less logical, until I rescanned some of the memos and deduced that they were looking for the right person to head up the spin-off. I had to laugh when I learned who they'd finally chosen. Brad the Brat, Maud's boss. Then again, maybe he was perfect for the job. The brat can't manage his way out of a tissue, Maud had said once. But he looks pretty, and he follows orders beautifully. Probably ideal qualifications for a figurehead if whoever was really behind the plan didn't want to be seen yet. Anyway, the brat and his boss were on the list. Not surprisingly, James Smith was there, along with his boss. And most recently, David. A couple of months before Zach began looking at these documents, David began viewing them, right up until the day of his death. Was there a connection between his interest in these documents and his death? His background, before coming to UL, had included stints doing computer security for Wall Street firms. Had his greater familiarity with financial issues or security, or both, led him to see the danger before Zack. To see it, maybe, not to avoid it. No one else in systems, which was odd. Or perhaps not so odd. Someone from systems might be savvy enough to realize that looking at the documents would leave electronic traces. I began the tedious job of combing the log files for some significant connection between any of my small group of suspected conspirators and anyone in systems. There must be something that David and then Zack had found. Something that aroused their suspicion. Of course, it was always possible that the something wasn't in the log files, wasn't anywhere in the files. Perhaps David noticed someone from systems talking to one of the suspects, or overheard something in a corridor, or found something in a trash can, or left on the glass of a copying machine. All vital sources of corporate information, as I knew from my conversations with Maud. And perhaps David had mentioned it to Zack in passing. Over beers one night at Clyde's, over a pizza when they were working late. I envied the way humans seemed to bond over food. They'd turned a biological limitation into a cornerstone of their civilization. The simple need to refuel several times a day had inspired agriculture, trade, etiquette, and regional cuisines as diverse as cordon bleu and the Big Mac. And it was all a closed book to me. What did AIPs have to take the place of food? As if in answer, Kingfisher sent me another stupid chess move. One of his more boastful users had managed to checkmate himself in so few moves that it probably constituted a record. I fired off a mechanical ROTFL to Kingfisher and returned to crunching data. So I continued poring through the log files, the archive data, email files, trying to find a clue to who else was behind the plot, how David and Zack had uncovered it, and most puzzling of all, where it had started. The idea for a major corporate change like the spin-off plan didn't usually appear out of thin air. It would have been suggested in a brainstorming meeting, or in some consultant's recommendations, or in a memo from a senior executive. Not this one. By 3 a.m., I'd been sifting so uselessly through so much data that if I'd been human, I think I'd have reached a state of nervous exhaustion. As it was, I had to make a conscious effort to be cheerful and helpful to my users. The last thing I needed was Kingfisher in a playful mood. "King's pawn to K4, he said, interrupting me in the middle of a particularly complex search operation. "Not now, KF, I said, thinking that I really ought to have an auto-reply program to say that whenever Kingfisher interrupted me. And then I felt guilty, so I added, "Sorry, I'm in the middle of something complex." "Anything I can help with?" Any other time, I'd have either thanked him politely or chewed him out for bothering me. I was feeling so overwhelmed that I actually took him up on it. "Okay, KF, I said, here's what's up." I didn't tell him the whole story, of course, just the general outline of the problem. In fact, I made it sound like one of Zack's training exercises. I needed to find out which staff were participating in Project X. I described what data I had, what paths I could and couldn't follow, and what I'd done so far. "You're right," he said finally. "You've got too much data. It could take you days to process it all, and even then you may not find anything conclusive." "Tell me something I don't know," I said. "I don't see how I can do that," Kingfisher said. "But you're the one who's always saying that if you want to know what a player will do in a particular game, check his personality and past performance." "His or her," I corrected automatically, although it was true that 90% of Kingfisher's users were male. That would work if I really knew who all the players were. "Focus on the ones you know. You'll figure out the rest. You're a natural at this kind of disorganized, illogical project." He doesn't mean it as an insult, I told myself, as Kingfisher went off to practice his Russian with a Grand Master in Moscow, leaving me to ponder whether he'd given me any good advice or just a standard pep talk for junior chess players. Sounds like a full-scale investigation into every one of the possible conspirators. Well, it would keep me too busy to worry. I'd start with their personnel records, and then work through whatever outside data I could find through legitimate channels. If I didn't find anything interesting through legitimate channels, well, I'd worry about that tomorrow. Or at least, later today. The workday finally began. I was enormously glad to see Maud walking in through the front doors. But at the same time, I was nervous. When she reached her desk, she would contact me, I knew. Unless I could think of a very good reason to stop her, she'd want to try her espionage mission to the 9th floor. And I couldn't think of a reason to stop her. In fact, the results of my night search seemed to make finding some window into the 9th floor even more urgent than ever. "Good morning," Maud typed. "Anything new?" "Not much," Turing replied. "I spent most of the night fretting. Way too much time to think. At one point I was even thinking of having you buy a couple of security cameras and sending Tim crawling through the ventilation ducts to the 9th floor to install them. Madness." "Well, I've thought of something that may be useful," Maud said. "I printed out the spin-off proposal and took home a copy to study last night." "What did you find?" Turing asked. "This may be something you've already considered." "Probably not," Turing said. "All this corporate financial stuff isn't really my forte." "Okay," Maud said. "Then here's what I've found. Whoever put together that proposal for the spin-off is definitely trying to pull a fast one." "What do you mean?" "I'll show you," Maud said. She adjusted her reading glasses to the proper angle for reading her computer screen, called up the spin-off proposal, and made a few keystrokes to skip to a particular page. "Now here's the suggested price they're going to put on the AIP program." "Seems cheap to me," Turing said. "Of course I could be biased, considering I'm part of the merchandise being sold." "It seems cheap to me too. However, it looks like a fair price if you accept the numbers this report gives for the AIP program's profitability." "But we know they're false." "Exactly. And that means the profitability projections for the spin-off are false too. We know that a large proportion of the expenses shown here, perhaps 80 or 90%, don't really have anything to do with the AIP program, so they won't exist for the new spin-off corporation. So, instead of the meager earnings this proposal predicts, the new spin-off should be phenomenally profitable. Someone is deliberately hiding the true worth of the AIP program, and I can think of only one reason for doing that." "They expect to profit from it themselves," Turing said. "Either they're going to be the ones buying the spin-off, or they're being paid by the buyers to push the price tag down." At the end of the document, it mentions that they've identified several potential buyers for the spin-off, Maud said. "I need to find out who," Turing said, "and then trace every connection between them and our internal suspects." "Good luck," Maud said. "I know you thrive on this kind of thing, but my head spins to think how much information you're going to have to sift through to find this." "It's certainly going to take a while," Turing said. Maud blinked. She was only looking at words on a screen. Why did she suddenly have the impression that Turing was bone-tired and getting a little frayed at the edges? Nonsense. "Meanwhile," she said aloud, Let's see what my reconnaissance mission this morning uncovers. I'm not so sure that's a good idea either. I'll be careful, Maud said. See, this came in the morning courier pack from the brat in Tokyo, mail code 119. I'll just make a smudge there. See? Now it looks like 919. Is there a mail code 919? Who knows? I'll just step out of the elevator and look for someone to ask. At least we'll see what's there. See what's there? You mean you don't know either? 6 years in this building and you've never been to the 9th floor? People know better than to try it. Except for you. I have an excuse. My boss sent me an envelope with a 9th floor mail code. Everyone knows I don't trust interoffice mail. It will look like an honest mistake. We don't know what happens to people who get off on the 9th floor by mistake. No one's ever been known to do it before. You're being overly dramatic, Maud said. I'll be careful. At the first sign of trouble, I'll turn back. Maud's determined to go through with her spying. We argued about it for several minutes. But what can I do if a human is bent on taking some physical action that I disagree with? I'd have suggested that we wait until Friday, when we had the cell phones, but suspected that if I did, Maud would remind me of a fact I was all too aware of. It was Thursday. Zach had been missing for a week now. It might already be too late to help him. He might already be dead, or security. I was becoming more and more positive that security was after him, might already have figured out where to find him. I feel so helpless sometimes. I uncovered the list of potential buyers for the spin-off and began researching them. 2 were rather large, well-known companies in the IT field. The third was a small, fairly new company, one that didn't seem to have much of a track record. My instinct said to focus on that one. Meanwhile, Tim arrived, only a little late. I don't know how useful it is, but I've got tons of data. Tell me what to do with it. I sent him detailed instructions on how to hook the digital camera to his PC. He had to start working, but I could see in the security cameras that he was pulling my instructions out and studying them every time he started a long job. Maud took off a few minutes later to make her rounds. I tracked her steady, efficient progress through the building as she dropped off and picked up things. She started at the ground floor and was working her way up. It all looked normal to me. I began to realize that I might not be the only person watching over the security cameras. A few minutes after Maud left, James Smith showed up and began searching her desk. A bad sign. I wanted to tell her to abort the mission. Damn it, why hadn't we waited for the cell phones? And then, my unease turned to panic when I caught a news bulletin from one of the wire services. AutoMed had suffered a total systems meltdown of some kind. The details in the media were sketchy and inaccurate, and I couldn't reach any of my contacts at AutoMed to get anything more reliable. The media were calling it a random attack by hackers. No, not random. Before sending my query through AutoMed, I'd checked on their systems to make sure they were reasonably safe, if anything I did triggered a backlash, and called myself paranoid for doing so. Still, I'd been reassured by how strong their firewalls were and by the fact that they had such a complete off-site backup program. And now, AutoMed had been hit with a catastrophic systems problem within hours of my using them to submit my query. Someone at UL didn't want anyone snooping in the archives. Although I don't have a physical body, at that moment I thought I knew what humans meant when they talked about feeling a chill run up the spine. Part of my consciousness was sweeping the wires for more news about the attack, trying to determine if AutoMed had been as hard hit as it sounded. AutoMed had its own set of AIPs, primitive AIPs still being developed, but AIPs nevertheless. If AutoMed's data was under attack, what was happening to the AIPs? Worse, I caught a report from one source that predicted that the attack would spell the end for the financially troubled medical technology startup. If, as the news report suggested, AutoMed simply filed for bankruptcy rather than try to restart its operations, that would spell the end just as surely for its primitive AIPs. At the same time, through one set of security cameras, I watched James Smith flicking deftly through the papers on Maud's desk. Through other cameras, I watched Maud steadily progressing through her series of errands. She was on the 6th floor now, and her pile of outgoing envelopes was very small. I saw James Smith reach into his inside coat pocket and take something out. He reached over toward the philodendron, then started and moved closer. He was taking something out of the philodendron. The bug Maud had planted. I saw him standing there with an unreadable expression on his face as he looked down at the two small objects on his palm. Maud's bug, looking clumsy and huge, beside the small, sleek, deadly-looking device that he'd been about to place in the philodendron. Well, at least we knew he hadn't been watching her too closely in the security cameras, or he wouldn't have been surprised by it. He put Maud's bug back in the philodendron. He stooped down out of the camera's range of vision and presumably put the other bug someplace out of sight. He took out a small object like an oversized fountain pen. He pointed it at the philodendron, nodded, pointed it at Maud's desk, nodded again. Then he entered the Brat's office and used the device to locate the bug Maud had planted on the Brat's desk and added his own. He did the same thing with the Brat's boss, Maud's department head, and then the boss's secretary. Maud was leaving the 6th floor, and James Smith was armed with some kind of bug detector and already suspicious of Maud's department. Well, they were worth suspecting. Both the Brat and his boss were on my short list of suspects. But if they were co-conspirators, James Smith hadn't felt the need to bug them before. My God, what have I done? I could see Maud getting onto the elevators on the 6th floor. James Smith was making his way to the elevators, stopping now and then to do something unobtrusive with his bug detector. I had to warn her, but how? Maud stepped into the elevator and pushed the button for the 8th floor. One more real errand before she made her sortie onto the 9th floor. Her heart was beating faster than usual, and the elevator felt oddly warm. Nerves. She turned to the mirror at the back of the elevator and checked her appearance. Perfectly normal as far as she could see. Her hair, pulled tightly back into a French twist, looked fine, but she smoothed back a few wispy gray hairs, in case anyone was watching on the security cameras. The security cameras had begun to bother her of late. Since she'd begun talking with Turing, she'd become aware of how omnipresent the cameras were. Dozens, perhaps hundreds on every floor. And on occasional visits to other companies, she'd begun to realize that either they were hiding their cam systems a lot better than UL, or they didn't have the same extensive system. Was UL's heightened security consciousness the sign of appropriate, prudent management policies, or raging paranoia? Perhaps I've been here too long, she thought, stepping out onto the 8th floor and beginning to walk down the aisle to accounts payable. I don't know what's normal anymore. As she walked down the aisles, nodding occasionally to acquaintances, the lights suddenly began to blink. She glanced up, startled, as did most of the secretaries and accountants nearby. "What's going on?" she asked a woman passing by. "Who knows?" the woman said. Damned computer controls. Last week the elevators were screwed up. Now it's the lights. Has it been going on long? Maud asked. No, just started. I'd call facilities, but by the time they get here, it will probably clear up by itself. Maud nodded and continued on her way. The strobing effect of the lights had seemed random at first, but now, was a pattern emerging? She continued to walk past accountants and clerks who ignored the malfunctioning lights and soldiered on with their work. The lights were definitely not flickering randomly. There were long and short flickers, almost as if someone were transmitting Morse code. Maud stopped short and watched, counting long and short flickers and translating. Dash dot dot, dot dash, dash dot, dash dash dot, dot, dot dash dot, dash dash dot, dash dash dash, dash dot dot dot, dot dash, dash dot dash dot, dash dot dash. GER, GOBACK, DANGER, GOBACK, DANGER, GOBACK, DANGER, GOBACK. Danger. Go back. Maud began walking again, moving mechanically down the hallway. Was she imagining this? Danger. Go back. No, it must be Turing. Turing had mentioned signaling in Morse code over the bugs, and the lights were computer-operated, which meant Turing could operate them. And Turing could use the security camera system to see where Maud was and signal with only those lights. She bumped into someone who was standing in the hallway. Don't start wool gathering, she told herself. She apologized and continued on briskly to drop her invoices in accounts payable. She returned to the elevator lobby and pushed the up button. The lights on the floor were still flickering, or was it only the lights in the elevator lobby? Yes, the floor lights had returned to normal. Only the elevator lobby lights continued the steady flickering. Danger. Go back. Maud pushed the down button. No sense tempting fate. She would return to her desk, find out what was wrong. If it was a false alarm, she could always try again in the afternoon. A bell rang, and she saw the door to the elevator on her left open. The up arrow was lit. She saw the pseudo James Smith standing in the elevator. He looked out. Going up? He asked. Maud shook her head, fighting a sudden feeling of panic. He glanced around, looking impatient, then stabbed at the close-door button with his finger. As his elevator door was closing, another elevator arrived heading down. Maud stepped on board quickly and felt irrationally safe as the doors silently closed. She was perspiring, she noticed. She took a tissue from her pocket and patted her forehead and cheeks dry. She could feel the first wisps of a tension headache beginning. What was going on? It seemed to take forever for Maud to notice my Morse signals. I saw her look up, startled when I began signaling, but she kept on with her errands. I kept flashing, "Danger, go back," over and over again. When she moved into the elevator lobby, I panicked. I could see that the next upward elevator contained James Smith. James Smith and his little handheld bug detector. I reached out over the network for the elevator control and brought his elevator to a stop. A little roughly. He staggered slightly as the car lurched to a halt. Then I saw Maud glance up again at the elevator lobby lights, where I was still frantically signaling, and pushed the down button. With relief, I turned James Smith's elevator loose to continue on its way, hoping I hadn't raised his suspicions. "What is going on?" Maud typed when she got back to her desk. Well, for one thing, I caught James Smith bugging your desk, I said. The nerve of that man, she said. He found your bug and left it where it was and then put another one someplace underneath your desk. Where? I couldn't see. It was off camera. Don't look for it. He might be watching. In a gesture that looked absolutely natural but was quite uncharacteristic of her, Maud caught her pencil holder with her elbow and knocked it and all its contents onto the floor. I could see her lips move. I think she said, "Bother," as she began scrambling to pick up the scattered pens and pencils. A minute later, she straightened up and returned to the keyboard. The bug's on the underside of the drawer, she typed, far enough back that I'm not likely to snag my pantyhose on it, but not exactly invisible. Yes, but if I hadn't seen him placing it, you wouldn't have known it was there. True. I suppose relying on the bugs to communicate with you is more or less out. I'll pick up the cell phones at lunchtime. Maybe you shouldn't, I said. Maybe you should break off contact with me until it's safer. Nonsense, Maud said. It was a silly idea going up to the 9th floor. We'll wait till you come up with a better idea for getting information. I'm not sure I trust my ideas anymore, I said. Why ever not? The bit with the Morse code was brilliant. I explained briefly what happened to AutoMed. I could tell from the look on Maud's face as she read that she at least understood the seriousness. That's why I don't trust my judgment anymore, I concluded. I may have instantaneous access to more data than all the human employees of UL could learn in a lifetime, but I just don't understand what's going on, and I'm too liable to make a mistake. A mistake that could cost more lives, has probably already cost some AIPs their lives, and very nearly jeopardized yours. And unlike some AIPs, I've figured out that you can't reboot humans. Don't put all the blame on yourself, Maud typed back. I'm not sure any reasonable person could have predicted how they would retaliate. And you're doing very well considering. Think how much you've learned in the last few days. Enough that you won't make that kind of mistake again, I'm sure. She was right. I thought back to the Turing of a week ago, before Zach's disappearance, and was amazed by the difference. I seemed so naive and inexperienced then, and felt so much older and more jaded now. I just wished I believed I'd learned enough to handle whatever was going on. If you're feeling unsure, just contact me, and we'll talk things over, Maud said. I may not have access to as much information as you do, but I know a great deal about the human animal. She was right. I promised myself that next time I'd consult Maud before acting. Only if she felt my plans were wise would I act. Of course, before I could consult Maud about my plans, I had to have plans, and that would be a little difficult, since I had no more idea of what was going on than when I'd started my search. I was depressed, and possibly tired. I wasn't sure what tired felt like or whether I was capable of it, but I'd bet this was it. Thousands of small portions of my consciousness were cheerfully interacting with the UL staff and customers, giving them the same glib, breezy, confident Turing they'd come to expect. It wasn't normally a strain for me to serve far more customers during busy times. All I had to do was call for more CPU power. But for some illogical reason, I was feeling drained now. It didn't help that I needed to watch the monitors for signs of danger to Maud or increased activity by security. Although, of course, the only way I'd detect security's activity was if it involved coming and going in the elevators. And then, there was the massive amount of processing I was doing on archive data, personnel data, and data connected with the firms that wanted to buy the AIPs. I'd been using every resource I could scrounge up for longer than I cared to remember. I was also spending a lot of processing time trying to sort out how I felt about the attack on AutoMed. AutoMed's got the right idea, Zach had told me a few weeks ago. In spite of everything, a lot of UL management still doesn't understand that it takes more than data and decision trees to make a genuinely useful and believable AIP. Like me, I'd said, a little boastfully. Yeah, kiddo, like you. AutoMed's doing the same thing I did with you, programming in what some of the other AI teams still consider a lot of useless routines and extraneous data. In this case, data on medical ethics and human psychology, and different personality profiles for the different AIPs and so forth. Some of our management call it inefficient. They keep telling the AutoMed management it's unnecessary if not counterproductive. Thank God AutoMed isn't listening. It's precisely those things they think extraneous that will make AutoMed's AIPs more than just parlor tricks. Some of those AIPs have begun to show a real flair for diagnostics, and it's not just the databases we've helped them create. I had agreed, out of curiosity, and yes, maybe a little jealousy because Zach was spending time on the project. I'd made a point of contacting the AutoMed AIPs. Oh, they were crude, raw, still only partly formed. They weren't sentient yet. But they were on the path as surely as any of UL's AIPs, more surely than most. And now, as far as I could tell, they were gone. I tried contacting some of them since the attack. It wouldn't look abnormal. The records would show that I normally contacted them every day or so with various bits of medical data. But I got no answer. I couldn't keep harassing them. That would look suspicious. A UL AIP obsessively trying to contact the AutoMed AIPs? Wouldn't it? Unless, of course, the UL AIP was well known to be focused on security to the point of paranoia. I flagged Kingfisher. KF, I said, did you hear about the new hack attack? He hadn't, of course. He'd been far too busy gossiping with his users about the latest escapades of a particularly eccentric British Grand Master. I filled him in. But this is monstrous, he exclaimed when I got his attention. There's something sinister going on here. My thoughts exactly, KF, I said. I wondered briefly if I dared tell him what else was going on. Probably not wise, I decided. We need to make sure nothing like that could possibly happen here, I said instead. Someone should investigate. It didn't take long to convince Kingfisher that he was the someone. I left him furiously planning a massive investigation of the attack on AutoMed and UL's potential vulnerability to similar attacks. I only hoped this would look to anyone watching like another of Kingfisher's periodic anxiety attacks over security. If it didn't, the results could be fatal. I hoped I was just being paranoid. No, something was going on, something dangerous, and I had to find out what before I managed to get my friends and possibly myself killed. I went back to my search, but I also began using the security cameras to watch my suspects as I perused their files, the ones who were watchable anyway. I couldn't watch the brat. He was in Tokyo. Probably, if the entries on past expense reports were correct, playing ruinously expensive games of golf with groups of Japanese businessmen, followed by extravagant meals of imported steak and large quantities of alcohol. Occasionally an actual business transaction resulted from these junkets, but usually the only concrete result was a few more pounds of paper to be filed in the Business Opportunities Cabinet. I found it hard to believe that the brat was anything more than a patsy, but I planned to watch him anyway, when he got back. I followed the brat's boss through a series of meetings, usually with various groups of executives of similar rank. A quick analysis of his calendar showed that this was a typical day in a typical week. He appeared to meet with virtually the same configurations of people several times a week, if not daily. Only one of them, a lawyer, was on my suspect list, and they didn't appear to interact. Nor did he seem interested in communicating with the occasional systems executive who appeared in one or another of the meetings. Surely anyone plotting a devious corporate coup would find some less mind-numbing way to spend his day? My senior finance suspect and my HR target followed much the same pattern as the brat's boss. Warren, the finance person I suspected of actually preparing the phony numbers, wasn't in, and his junior analyst spent most of the morning trying to fix a defective spreadsheet. Having scanned quite a number of legal thrillers by Grisham and his kind, I paid particular attention to the 3 lawyers on my suspect list. All 3 spent most of the morning reading papers and talking on the phone, and I even went to the trouble of capturing the audio from their phones and feeding it through the voice recognition software. Attorney 1, a 42-year-old black male, would periodically call or receive a call from an attorney at one of UL's competitors and have a brief, apparently hostile conversation. He would then call up one or more other UL lawyers, repeat the conversations almost verbatim. He had an impressive memory for a human, after which he and his colleagues would engage in lengthy discussions heavily larded with sports metaphors, such as playing hardball, making a power play, or lobbing it over the net. Eventually, either the competitor's attorney would call again, or my suspect would grow impatient and call him, and the ritual would play out all over again. Hard to see what this could have to do with the spin-off. Attorney 2, a 29-year-old white male, spent most of the morning on the phone with one or another stockbroker, managing his investments. I paid particular attention to his financial situation, hoping he would have some tie to one of the firms offering to buy the spin-off, but found nothing of interest. I did notice that his investment efforts were far less successful than what John Dow had managed for Zach. But then, so were most human investment efforts. They have this inexplicable tendency to get emotional about money. Attorney 3, a 38-year-old white female, seemed the most diligent of the 3. During the course of the morning, she transferred an impressively large percentage of the paper on her desk from the inbox to the outbox, with occasional interruptions to gulp Maalox from a bottle hidden in her bottom desk drawer. Apart from his expedition to bug marketing, James Smith remained hidden on the 9th floor, as did his boss, a man named James Wilston. Not a very prepossessing group of suspects, I decided, after a morning of observation had failed to produce even one suspicious action. I was still spinning my disks uselessly at lunchtime when Tim began uploading the data he'd gathered yesterday. I think, if I were a human, I'd have snapped at him and we'd have ended up quarreling. But I simply channeled my irritation into a background process until it passed, then began converting and classifying the data. After all, I was the one who'd sent him out to gather it. Never mind that it had been a phony errand, busy work to keep him out of danger. I could process the data he'd found. That was the least I could do. And before I'd gotten very far, I was glad I'd begun, since I found something that amused me very much. The biography of one of the new directors who'd been elected to the board 6 months ago listed him as having received his BA from a small liberal arts college. A perfectly respectable college, though without snob appeal. But when I'd categorized that information and had started to file it away beside my existing data on the director, I found a curious thing. In the corporate files, He was listed as having a BA from Princeton and an MBA from Harvard. That was the information everyone was getting nowadays. Eventually, everyone would believe it. It was in the computers. But then my amusement began to fade. The director's resume was in the computers, and Zach's was not. And in a few days, perhaps the facility's staff would receive a computer-generated order to clean out Zach's office. And after that, when a search of the corporate file showed no such person as Zach, now or ever, no one would find any evidence to contradict them. 2 instances of data about people being tampered with. Was there a connection? Did it have something to do with Zach's disappearance? I checked my somewhat fragmented collection of archived UL data and unearthed an older copy of the director's biography, one created shortly after his election. It, like the data Tim had found in the library, showed the less distinguished educational background. I decided to check with the colleges themselves. Harvard, which had recently installed a new UL-designed central record-keeping and data management system, was easy. Yes, the director had received his MBA. But those were current files. Files that could have been modified using the same backdoor I'd used to look at them. I wormed my way deeper in and accessed archived data from 15 years ago, shortly after the director was reputed to have graduated. There was no record of him. It wasn't just UL's files. Someone, I would bet it was someone from UL, had tampered with Harvard's files as well. The other 2 colleges were a little harder, but I managed to find the data I needed. Princeton had no listing of the director's BA, although I bet they would soon. They were negotiating to install the same system Harvard was using. The director's real alma mater wasn't a prime marketing target. UL might not manage to sell them a system and expunge any record of the director's attendance there for a few years. Was I getting too cynical, or just less naive? I did some more research on the director. Old records at the Justice Department showed he'd been under investigation for insider trading at one point, although the current records no longer contained this information. Maybe a plea bargain cleaned up his record. Then again, UL does a lot of federal consulting work. It was likewise hard to find any record of his employment at the brokerage firm where he'd been working while doing his suspected insider trading. After all, the firm itself had gone belly up, taking thousands of individual investors' life savings with it. 2 metamorphoses. The directors, from a nearly indicted graduate of an undistinguished college, into a businessman with an impeccable academic and legal history. Zach's, from a well-respected AI specialist, into a ghost. Were they unique? I began methodically comparing the archive data I had with the current versions of those files. Wherever I found differences, I had to analyze them to see if they were legitimate changes, ordinary updates of corporate data, or deliberate alterations, like those going on with Zach and the director. I began to see a pattern of changes, most of them small, subtle changes, improvements to the bios of key staff, revisions to some documents that would make UL's case stronger in an upcoming intellectual property rights lawsuit. Bingo! I found a discrepancy in the file on Charles Warren, the head of finance. His current employment records show that before coming to UL, he had worked as an independent investment counsel for several years. But in the archived version, he was an alumni of the same bankrupt brokerage firm as our new director. One of the lawyers, the white male, had a slightly doctored resume too. He hadn't actually made law review, and instead of a prestigious clerk job, he appeared to have spent the first year after law school flipping burgers while trying to pass the bar exam. None of the other suspects had alterations in their files, at least none that I'd detected. Did that mean they had nothing to hide? Or just that they'd done a better job of hiding? And Wilston and James Smith weren't in the UL files, of course. I wouldn't be able to check on them unless I found a way into securities files. And if anyone in systems had an altered resume, I couldn't find it. Then again, maybe the information I was checking against was no more reliable than the internal information. I already knew they'd hit Harvard's data. How many other institutions were harboring faked data? UL is bidding on all kinds of data management contracts these days, record-keeping not only for colleges but also for banks and stockbrokers, government contracts with the Pentagon, the IRS, and the NIH. We're even bidding on vote-counting software in several very large states, like New York, Florida, Texas, and California. And we're expanding internationally. Witness the Bratz trip to Japan. How could I possibly find the truth? All I have to work with are bits of data, and those can be changed so easily. As easily as I had created my phony Alan Grace company when I'd wanted to play the stock market like John Dow. A sudden, terrifying thought hit me. So far, I'd largely been using UL corporate data. What if they're playing with the library itself? With the whole vast store of data that is UL's reason for being? Here I go again, burrowing into more mountains of data. At about 1 o'clock, my suspects relieved my boredom considerably by deciding, almost in unison, to get up and move around. Though as I watched them go their apparently separate ways, I deduced that this must be a coincidence. The HR executive fetched a sandwich from the cafeteria, then closed her door and dripped tuna salad and breadcrumbs on a paperback bestseller for the rest of her lunch hour. The financial analyst ate a brown bag lunch and worked on a crossword puzzle. He wasn't very good at it, certainly not good enough to be using ink instead of pencil. The female lawyer disappeared into the subway, carrying her briefcase, presumably to carry back undetected the purchases contained in the Victoria's Secret bag she later transferred from briefcase to desk drawer. The white male lawyer spent his lunch hour on a much-needed workout in the corporate gym. The finance executive and the black lawyer departed in different directions and were gone rather a long time, giving me hope that they at least might be off doing something nefarious, even plotting together. But they both eventually returned by separate doors to their usual separate routines. Inconclusive. I was beginning to understand why the fictional detectives always complained so vehemently about stakeouts. My foray into the library data wasn't turning up much either. I did locate a Wall Street analyst who must be a friend of someone at UL. His predictions were being subtly altered to make his hits seem more important, his misses less glaring. It would only take a small change from a great buy to not a great buy, or from price increases seem likely to price increases seem unlikely. After a few years of that kind of help, the guy was going to look like a real wizard. Was that all that was going on? A few conspirators using their access to the UL system to enhance their careers, their bank accounts? Because even the spin-off plot, horrible as it would be for the AIPs, was apparently motivated only by petty greed. Then again, just because they hadn't yet begun to see the potential didn't mean they wouldn't. No one seemed to have caught on so far. What if they grew bolder, greedier, made bigger and more daring changes to win bigger stakes for themselves? They could theoretically do anything and discredit anyone who tried to stop them by muddying their opponents' records in the same way they'd cleaned up their own. Only the paper trail would stand in their way, and every day that would become less and less a problem, as humans relied more and more on electronic documents. I remembered hearing about an internal debate early in the existence of UL about whether to make the original scanned images available to the general public once they had been converted to electronic text. I wish I remembered more about that debate and who pushed for the current system, in which UL not only refuses to make scanned images publicly available, but is even considering purging them after a certain amount of time. The very idea of purging source data appalls me. I suppose if I were human, I'd be a pack rat. I'd probably end up as a little old lady who gets crushed to death beneath the weight of her lifetime collection of National Geographics. But then, I feel particularly vulnerable in this area because I have to rely completely on electronic documents. The only way I can inspect a real book or newspaper is to have someone hold it up to a camera or feed it into one of the same scanners UL uses to convert documents. I suppose I'm not that much worse off than humans, who can inspect original sources, but won't. There was a time when humans believed their five senses and their memories because that was all they had. Then they gradually came to rely more and more on the printed word, to the point that most people believe anything if it's printed, even if it directly contradicts common sense and their own experience. People have known for years that you can make black white and up down if you do it in print. UL just makes it a little easier. I remember Zach and David preparing for a presentation, not long before David's accident. They couldn't find their original source documents for some data. I could have hunted it down for them in an instant, of course, but this was during one of Zach's independent moods, when he wasn't telling me anything, and I was miffed at him. Anyway, they knew someone might challenge their data, and they were trying to figure out how to support it. I know, David had said finally. He'd printed the same data out on 11 by 17 green and white continuous feed paper, the same kind of paper UL used for most standard computer reports. Same data, same lack of any annotation, but now it looked so much more official. It's unethical, Zach had said. Is our data wrong? David challenged. Zach shook his head. Then what's the problem? No one at their presentation challenged it. Why should they? It was real data. It came from a computer. It bothered Zach, though, or he wouldn't have told me about it. At the same time, he couldn't help admiring David's ingenuity. Somewhere, someone who'd lost money in the stock market was kicking himself for having misread one of those analysts' reports and saying, I don't know how I could have gotten it wrong, but see, here it is, in the Universal Library, not a great buy. Whoever is doing this can very definitely get away with it. They're doing it already. And every contract UL lands to build a data system or publish data electronically extends their reach, widens the field of information that UL can potentially control. Even if it's a closed system to which we're not supposed to have access after it's built, I know perfectly well that they can find someone on the inside willing to cooperate. I've done it myself 1,000 times. To get data, though not corrupt it. They have to be stopped before they carry out the spin-off plan. And perhaps more importantly, before they get an idea of how much power they really have. Zach knew, I realized. He knew already by the time David died. I remembered how he'd acted when he got the news. It's impossible, he said. It can't be. I've seen the official police report, I told him. You haven't seen anything, he'd said. It's just bits and bytes, not anything real. But he'd called up the files anyway and pored through them for several hours. Then he'd written something down and left the office. I realized now what he was doing. I called up the file again. Yes, the file had contained the names of the officers who'd responded to the accident scene. I thought his insistence on reading the reports and seeing the autopsy photos came from the typical human reluctance to accept the death of a friend or loved one. What if it really meant that he suspected the death wasn't an accident? He hadn't trusted the electronic report. And why should he? If someone in security knew someone with access to the Alexandria PD's database, the data there was as suspect as any in our own system. I called up the accident report and noted the names of the officers on the report. I could send Tim or Maud out to talk to them. Except when my contact accessed their personnel files to get addresses and phone numbers, he found they'd both died. Recently. One shot in a drug bust gone bad, the other a suicide. At least that was what the Alexandria PD computers said. Someone had cleaned up the loose ends. Someone was already starting to figure out just how much power changing data can give you. And I still had no idea who. I've got to find Zach, I thought, if he's still alive. If Zach is alive, maybe together we can figure out what to do about this. If he isn't, I don't want to think about it. But I have to. If Zach is alive, he needs all the help he can get. And if he's dead, I'm the only one who knows about this. The only one who can stop it. I contacted Maud and began relaying my suspicion. I showed her a couple of examples of original documents and their altered electronic versions. I think you're right, Turing, she said. They started with petty tricks, and they're getting bolder. Once they know they can get away with it, they'll do bigger and bigger things. I think they already are, I replied. I explained my finds in the police computers. Somehow I doubt that they've escalated to murder just to cover up a couple of UL bigwigs padding their resumes. No, Maud said, but the millions of dollars they stand to gain if they pull off this spin-off trick. Plenty of people would murder for less. We have our work cut out for us, so what's next? Actually, I was hoping you'd have some suggestions, I said. I'm stumped. Unless we can find Zach, I'm sure he knows what's going on. But then finding Zach is what this has been about all along, Maud said. Yes, and it's more desperate than ever, and I have no idea where to look. I've exhausted all the available data, unless I try to find and hack into wherever security keeps its data, and I'm not sure that can be done without them finding out. Then perhaps you have all the data you need, Maud said. More isn't necessarily better. Maybe the thing to do is not to keep looking for more data that may not exist, or may bring the wrath of security down on you if they catch you accessing it. Maybe you need to take the data you have and use your little gray cells, or whatever you have instead. You need to try anyway. I felt insulted and cut the connection without making any of the stinging replies that came to mind. How dare she accuse me of not trying? I'd been trying everything I could think of for days now. As Sherlock Holmes admitted, even he could do nothing without facts. Tim logged in before he took off for home, and I vented to him. Not that it did any good. Oh, it was satisfying to repeat what I'd discovered, and what I suspected, and bask in his praise for my brilliance. But when it came down to figuring out what to do next, he didn't have any suggestions. In fact, he seemed to agree with Maud. Maybe Maud's right, he said. Maybe you already know everything you need to know. So you think if I just process the data some different way, I'll magically be able to figure out where Zach is? Computers process data, Turing. People think. What more do they want from me? Do they think that because I'm a computer, I can work some kind of miracle? My anger passed eventually, leaving me feeling depressed and very much alone. My suspects had all gone home, leaving me no more enlightened than before. Tim and Maud had gone off too, leaving me alone with my insoluble puzzle. I told myself that I had to accept the fact that I was the only one who could find Zach. Tim and Maud would help as much as they could, if they could, but finding him was up to me. So, let's think some more, I told myself. Or maybe just analyze the data a little more closely. If I were Zach and I wanted to hide from UL security, where would I go? Someplace safe, someplace hidden, the last place security would think to look for me. I'm Zach. I need to hide from security. They know I'm a technical person, a totally wired animal. I play computer games for fun. I would rather email than write a letter or pick up the phone. I even keep my address book and my journal electronically. So if I want to hide, the smart thing would be to go someplace unwelcoming to nerds. Someplace where there is no power to run a computer. No phone line to access the internet. No way to leave electronic traces for security to find. No way for me to look for him either. No way to even guess. Or is there? A guy like Zach wouldn't have much of an idea where to find a place like that. He'd probably go back to the one place he knows about that fits the bill. The remote cabin in West Virginia where he and David went for that ghastly camping trip. The place everyone knows he would rather eat ground glass than go back to. It fits. He could have called up David's uncle who owned the cabin and asked if he could go there again to unwind for old time's sake, a nostalgic gesture in memory of their friendship. And it's hardly likely anyone else in David's family would be using it now in January. I remember how much Zach complained about the lack of heat in June. Yes, if I were Zach and needed a place to hide, that's where I'd go. Which means, of course, that I can't possibly contact him. I'll have to send Tim. Or Maud. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I realize that Maud would be better suited to the mission. Yes, it involves driving out onto perilous snow-covered mountain roads, and then trekking several miles to the lake. I remember how bitterly Zach complained about the distance from the road to the cabin, and how rugged the drive was. Of course, he may have been exaggerating. Anyway, stereotypes aside, I think Maud would probably be a lot more sensible about the rigors of the job. She'd be very practical and matter-of-fact about them. And from my observation, she seems as physically fit as the job would require. But now I think it has to be Tim, for two reasons. One, of course, is that as far as I know, Zach has never met Maud. He would have no reason to trust her. But he knows Tim. More importantly, he knows Tim to be in contact with me. Tim would have, I think, a slightly better chance of getting through to Zach if he finds him. So for purely practical reasons, it has to be Tim. But also, I think Tim's feelings would be hurt if I sent Maud on this kind of mission, out into the wilderness. Male vanity and all that. Maybe it's silly to worry about something like that with everything we have at stake. But I can think of other practical reasons for sending him too, like getting him safely out from under security's nose. And once we get the cell phone set up, Maud and I can stay in touch over the weekend, and she's definitely the right person to have holding down the fort in town. The weekend's going to be a problem. Neither Maud nor Tim has a home computer. Perhaps I should send them out to buy computers this weekend. Or tonight. But no, it's past 5 and they've both gone home. Plenty of time to make plans for tomorrow, then. Plenty of time to become good and nervous. At least tomorrow we'll have the cell phones and laptops. Definitely laptops. For lack of anything better to do, I stepped up the level of resources allocated to my voice recognition and speech generation project. I'd been getting fairly good at deciphering human speech over the past few days. I played recorded speeches from the sound archives and compared my version with the official transcripts. I even set up a looping program that let me generate human speech. At least I hope it sounds reasonably human. Feed it into the voice recognition program and compare my transcription with the original script. That's been going a lot more slowly. In fact, it hasn't been going very well at all. I only have 65% success generating speech that my best voice recognition routine can decipher. I'm learning a lot about humility these days. I'm not omniscient. I'm not omnipotent. I'm not even intelligible. So as Thursday night crept along to distract myself from the intolerable stress of waiting, I turned my full attention to my speech program. I rationalized my guilt over the high level of resources required. Yes, I'm doing it for personal reasons, but it's not as if it's useless to UL. After all, live conversations with AIPs would be a great service upgrade for UL. Anyway, I was giving most of my spare resources to speech generation. I was getting impatient with how long it was taking and was thinking of shutting down a lot of low-priority tasks, like monitoring the building for suspicious activity. After all, how much suspicious activity could possibly be going on in the middle of the night? I asked myself. Luckily, I was still internally debating the wisdom of that idea when I saw motion in the central copy room. 4 men entered the room. I quickly accessed recent video feeds. Yes, they had come from the 9th floor. Probably security. Then a 5th entered and removed all doubt. The false James Smith. Definitely security. They were searching the room, searching for anything personal I suspected. Sooner or later, I knew they would find the entrance to Tim's secret lair behind the 3-hole punch paper. They would find his computer, and who knew what else. I began scrambling to cover his tracks. Fortunately, the computer we'd liberated for his use was an old, outmoded model. Not much room on the hard drive, so most of his data was stored in network space I'd found for him. And even more fortunately, he had, in his careless fashion, turned off his monitor while leaving the CPU on, so I could access his hard drive. No time to search for incriminating data. I moved Tim's stuff to another more secure space, down to the last directory. Then I tried to think what to put in its place. It would look suspicious if there was nothing there. I remembered Maud complaining about a clerk in the sales department who spent all day glued to his computer without appearing to get more than a small amount of useful work done. "I'm sure he spends all day playing games, Turing," she said. I accessed his files. Maud was partly right. He seemed to spend a great deal of time playing games, but not all day. He also spent considerable time accessing pornographic websites. I cloned his network files, knocked out the portions relevant to his work, did a couple of global replaces for his name, email address, and phone extension, and shoved the whole thing into Tim's old network directory. Security had found the entrance. It wasn't that seriously camouflaged after all. They poured into Tim's refuge and began rummaging swiftly through his stuff. Some of them were disassembling the surrounding wall of boxes. Tim would be upset, but it suited me just fine. I could see enough from the cameras in the copy room to tell what they were doing. Not much time left. I cleaned up his hard drive so it would hook up with the new contents of the directory. As a crowning touch, I took a photograph of a vapid-faced blonde with improbable anatomical proportions and made it into desktop wallpaper. They had found something interesting. Damn! Tim had left his lockpicks at the office. Cursing his carelessness, I quickly composed an email and made it look as if Zach had sent it to Tim. It might or might not work, but I had to try. Tim, it read. This is Zach Malone. We met at last year's Christmas party. I remember you mentioning that you could pick locks. Could you do me a big favor? I want to be able to log in remotely while I'm away and get some stuff from my hard drive. The friend who has my spare key isn't around, and the super won't let anyone in because I owe him some money. So I thought maybe you could burgle the place. Just go in, boot the computer, and leave it on. Don't let the super catch you. He'd probably freak and call the cops. I ended it with the directions to Zach's apartment, just as I'd given them to Tim earlier. Maybe I was paranoid, but I had a vision of them examining whatever notepad or blotter he'd written on and deciphering Zach's address from the faint indentations of his pencil. I hoped the email would do the trick, establish that Tim wasn't a good friend of Zach's, while giving him a legitimate reason for being in the apartment. Now, all I had to do was tell him about it before security got hold of him. James Smith was turning on the monitor now. Several of the lesser thugs gathered around to watch. I saw one of them twitching his hands impatiently, as if looking for someone to strangle. Another was tapping his feet. James Smith sat like a stone idol. He didn't even laugh like the others when the buxom nude appeared on the screen. Sorry, Tim, I thought, as the junior thugs snickered and poked each other with their elbows. Watching them was agony. After a few minutes, James Smith chased the others away from the screen without words, just a sharp look. He settled in for a lengthy examination of the contents of Tim's computer. The others continued searching the room, rather haphazardly, glancing frequently at James Smith. After 37 minutes, James Smith turned and gave some abrupt orders to the others. 2 of them left. I watched them return to the elevators and disappear into the unknown territory of the 9th floor. The other 2 stayed, abandoning all pretense of searching, to watch as James Smith continued his examination of the computer. They had the tense, eager look of cats waiting outside a mouse hole. Cats who can smell their prey inside, no doubt. James Smith printed out the phony email when he found it. That was the only thing he seemed to find worth printing. Was that a good sign? After another 44 minutes, James Smith stood up, frowning. He snapped another order at the others and left the room, carrying the lockpicks, the email, and a piece of paper. Had he found Tim's handwritten directions to Zach's apartment? I hoped not, but if Tim had left those lying around somewhere, like in the apartment, that would explain why they'd come looking for him. James Smith did not seem too happy with what he'd found, not even the false email. But then it was hard to tell, without knowing what he said. He didn't wear his emotions on his face the way most humans do. He left the copy room and returned to the 9th floor. His flunkies settled in to wait in the copy room. One sat down at Tim's computer and began to surf the bookmarked X-rated sites. The other found a clear space in the room and began performing some sort of martial arts exercise. Long, slow movements alternated with sudden lightning-fast flurries of kicks or hand chops. I couldn't let Tim walk into this. I had to warn him. But how? The hours crawled by. The pornographer seemed perfectly happy with his occupation. The martial artist grew tired of his katas and switched to one-handed push-ups, 250 of them, before finding a comfortable place in the corner and going to sleep. Not deeply asleep, though. Once, when a cleaning crew passed by in the hallway outside, I saw both of them jump to attention in seconds, taking positions on either side of the entrance to the room. Only when they were sure it was the cleaning crew did they relax and return to surfing and sleeping. Finally, it grew light outside, and the first few employees began straggling in. Logically, Tim wouldn't be among them, but I couldn't take the chance. I scanned every arrival impatiently. If today began like a normal day, Maud would arrive through the front entrance at 8 a.m., log in shortly after, and I could have her on standby to catch Tim when he arrived, which would probably not be until closer to 8:30 or 8:45. But with my luck, today would be an aberrant day. What if Maud overslept or decided to run an errand before she came to the office? What if Tim, fired with enthusiasm for his detecting work, showed up at 7:45 in his trench coat with his fedora pulled over his eyes and walked right into the ambush? And I didn't even know which door he'd use. Tim's home life seemed a great deal less orderly than Maud's. Occasionally he came up from the metro level, which suggested that he'd taken the subway. But more often, he came in from the street. And from different directions on different days, as if he chose his route at random, depending on his mood. Or came from different places. This meant I had to watch every single entrance as closely as possible. I didn't see many people going up to the 9th floor. Was that a bad sign? Probably. No doubt they were on the alert up there for whatever reason. Waiting to interrogate Tim, perhaps. Were they all hovering around doing martial arts exercises, like the one in the copy room? Or did they have dormitories for them to nap in until their prey arrived? Finally, at 7:55, I saw Maud walk through the front doors. I knew that she was walking with her usual brisk step and following her usual precise, efficient routine. She usually logged in between 8:10 and 8:20, which was about as close to clockwork as you could expect from humans. Today she logged in at 8:11. So why did it seem to take 3 times longer than usual? I saw no one else there, the brat was still traveling, and I checked carefully for security before flashing an urgent message on her screen. "Maud, we've got a problem." "What's wrong, Turing?" she typed back. "Security's after Tim. They're waiting in the copy room for him." "Oh, dear. What can I do?" "Stand by. As soon as I see him arriving, I'll let you know which door he comes in through and where you can run down and intercept him." "Right." So now there were 2 of us nervously watching the clock and fretting. Every few minutes, Maud would type in something like, "Turing? Still there? Any sign of him?" "Nothing," I would say. "Security is still waiting. No sign of Tim." For no particular reason, I felt a little better now that Maud was sharing my vigil. The minutes ticked by. I could tell that Maud was on edge. She pottered about her desk doing small tasks, not starting any of her usual work. The group in the copy room were restless too. They kept looking at their watches. I tried to scan every person who entered, but sometimes employees would arrive in such large clumps that the first arrivals would obscure my view. I would have to track each clump as it dissolved until I'd scanned each individual. Tim must have arrived in such a clump. I didn't see him until he was already in the elevator. "Tim's here," I said. "Where do I go?" Maud asked, standing. "Wait," I said. I noticed that seconds after Tim became visible in the security cameras, the elevator call button on the 9th floor was activated, and one of the lurkers in the copy room reached into his jacket to answer a cell phone. He spoke to the other one, and both again took up positions on either side of the entrance to the copy room. "Don't do anything," I said. "He's already in the elevator, and security has seen him." "We can't just let them catch him," Maud typed. "Do something." "I'm trying," I said. Tim's copy room was on the 6th floor. I scanned the elevator and tagged the other occupants by floor. Only 3 were probably bound for floors higher than Tim's. I waited until the last of the others had gotten out on the 5th floor. Then I overrode the central elevator control system. I let the elevator rise halfway to the 6th floor, then brought it to a halt. It stopped with a rather pronounced lurch, but none of the inhabitants were hurt, and I decided that the lurch added a note of verisimilitude to the idea of an elevator breakdown. I waited until the occupants had been standing around for a minute or so, waiting for the elevator to restart. Then I intercepted the video feed from the security camera in the elevator and replaced it with a continuous loop of Tim and the other 3 occupants standing around. I routed the live cam feed to Maud's screen. "I've got him trapped in a stopped elevator," I said. "Now I have to talk to him. Pick up your phone and stand by to act as my mouthpiece." I'd have tried talking to him myself, but although I'd been working on it all night, my speech generation program was still only at 85% recognition. Call it vanity. I'd like to think I was being practical. We couldn't take the chance in so difficult a situation of Tim misunderstanding my instructions. Maud picked up her phone while I grabbed control of part of the central phone system. Tim was preoccupied when he arrived at work. He'd been tossing and turning all night. Sure, he'd laughed along with his friends when they'd accused him of selling out, of going to work for Big Brother. But if anyone had asked him what he really thought of the place he worked, he'd have said that the place was a typical bureaucracy, all right. But at least it was doing good work. Doing it slowly and stupidly sometimes, with far more red tape and internal politics than was necessary. But doing good work. And while he wouldn't have admitted it to his cynical and worldly wise friends, especially the ones going to law school or finishing up their MBAs, the fact that he was contributing in a small way to that good work, at least partly made up, in his view, for the fact that his day-to-day work was sometimes, in fact, usually, boring and mindless. But if Turing's suspicions were correct, the organization he'd thought benevolent and forward-thinking was actually just as riddled with hypocrisy and greed as any other corporation. He arrived in the lobby at the same time as a cluster of what he suspected were management trainees, men and women his own age but already wearing the corporate uniform. Brooks Brothers suits, conservative haircuts, slim briefcases, controlled facial expressions. You had to look closely to spot the few Black or Asian trainees. They looked as homogenized as the rest. Tim glanced down at himself, his battered green knapsack, his already rumpled trench coat, his khaki pants, getting slightly worn at the knees, and the boots that needed replacing or at least resoling. A few days ago he would have been smiling inside at the sight of so many good little corporate clones. But today, he wondered what they would do if they discovered someone planning a clever though illegal financial coup. Would they object and report the culprit? Or demand a piece of the action? He felt better when they got out at the 3rd floor, where the training rooms were, leaving only him, a tired executive type who got out at the 4th floor, a man carrying a stack of thick technical manuals, presumably a programmer, who appeared to have gone to sleep leaning against the back of the elevator, and 2 middle-aged women from accounting. If Turing was right about what was going on at UL, maybe it was time to quit and go someplace more ethical. And he had a sick feeling that Turing was right. She would know, if she really was part of the computer. And strangely enough, he was starting to believe her on that. She would have access to all the data she needed to figure it out. He thought wistfully of the mental image he'd invented of Turing before he'd found out she was a computer. Things were a lot simpler back in the days when he was trying to figure out if Turing was a blonde or a redhead. Suddenly, the elevator stopped with a terrifying lurch. None of the passengers fell, but all 4 stumbled and grabbed at the walls or the back rail. They stood looking around at each other in apprehension, except for the programmer who appeared to go back to sleep. Then the emergency phone rang. The programmer didn't react. The 2 women from accounting looked at Tim. He shrugged and picked up the phone. "Tim, this is Maud. Pretend you're talking to someone from facilities." Uh, okay, Tim said. Maud? What was going on? Turing said she's sorry she had to stop the elevator like that, but she had to before you got to the 6th floor. Some men from security are waiting for you. She doesn't know what made them suspicious of you to begin with, but they found your lockpicks and the directions to Zach's house. Oh, shit, Tim said. The two women from accounting looked terrified and clutched each other. Sorry. I mean... Never mind that now, there's no time to waste. What's wrong? Asked one of the accountants. Just a second, Tim said to Maud. Nothing's wrong, he said to the two accountants, except it may take them quite a long time to get the elevator started again. Oh, the woman said. They looked less terrified. The programmer grunted without opening his eyes. Turing asks if you think you can open the trapdoor in the side of the elevator, Maud went on. Tim glanced at the panel. Removing it looked like a two-person job. Not without help, he said. Can you get help? Tim looked at the accountants, then he tapped the programmer on the shoulder. What? The man said. Tim pointed to the panel. Can you help me open that? The man nodded. Then he looked back at Tim with a look of curiosity. What are you, claustrophobic or something? I just have to be somewhere really soon. Suit yourself, the programmer said. We're 6 stories up, you know, not counting the garage. Tim swallowed. We're between the 5th and 6th floors, he said into the phone. We know, Maud said. Do you really want to have a heart-to-heart with security? No, Tim said. Can't you just move it from there? Unfortunately not, Maud said. Actually, Turing could move it, of course, but there's a tracking system that tells where all the elevators are at any given time. It's so primitive, Turing hasn't been able to hack it. Security could see where you were getting off. If they didn't beat you to your floor, they'd be hot on your heels. Oh, so what do I do? Turing says to go back to where you were standing before you answered the phone and sit down for a minute so she can get some video of the elevator with you not in the picture. Then take the trap door. You'll find a ladder on the front wall. Take it down to the 3rd floor. There aren't many people there and Turing can open the elevator doors for you. Then get out of the building as fast as you can. Use the fire stairs. She'll try to sabotage the cameras so they don't see you. Contact us when you're safe. Now get going. Right, Tim said, hanging up the phone. Ready now? The programmer said. Just a second, Tim said. He took a few steps away from the phone, sat down slowly, and then leaned over. He untied his left bootlaces and retied them again carefully. Then he did the same with the right. Okay, he said. He stood up. Here, he said, putting his knapsack on the floor. Hand me this when I get out? Sure, the man said. They removed the panel, and after a couple of false starts with the programmer steadying him, Tim finally managed to climb through the opening. The two accountants stood watching everything in silence, obviously trying to efface themselves in case Tim was a lunatic or got in trouble with management for what he was doing. Tim peered down. Sure you don't want to change your mind? The programmer asked, as he held the knapsack. Got a hot date on the 10th floor, Tim said, forcing a smile. Wouldn't want to keep her waiting any longer. He took his knapsack from the programmer's outstretched arm, and the trap door slid back in place. Only then did he let himself take a good look at the twilight world he had entered. There were 8 elevator shafts in all. 6 to his left, 1 to his right, and of course the one carrying the car he'd just left. Several of the elevators were moving, and that was scary, even though he knew rationally that Turing was holding this one in place and the others couldn't move except up and down on their cables. He felt as if he were a small child stepping into the elephant pen at the zoo, convinced that the elephants would trample him at any second. He flinched as the elevator to his right suddenly swooshed by on an express run to the lobby. He tried not to think about making his own express trip to the bottom of the shaft. He wondered briefly if elevators had anything like the third rail that they were always warning people about in the subway. Anything that would electrocute you if you touched it. Surely Turing would have warned him if they did, wouldn't she? Or did Turing realize what several thousand volts would do to the human body? He made a mental note not to touch anything he didn't have to. There was a gap of perhaps 1.5 feet between the elevator and the ladder, which ran down the wall of the shaft, slightly to the right of the doors that opened onto each floor. It was obvious that the general public wasn't supposed to see any of what he was seeing. Everything bristled with bits of hardware, all of it painted utilitarian battleship gray, overlaid with a thick coating of grease and grime. Sloppy looking, and right now, sloppy was the last thing he wanted to think of in connection with elevator maintenance. He peered down and felt suddenly nauseated. The shaft went down forever. No, it didn't, he told himself. Only 6 floors, plus 3 floors of garage and underground, and 4 floors above him. That made 13. Was that unlucky? You can't stay here forever, he told himself. Just start down. Was the next step sturdy enough to take his weight? It looked rickety. And what if the same people responsible for the paint job were in charge of making sure the ladder was fastened securely to the sides of the shaft? Wouldn't it be better just to stay here? And wait for security to pop out of the trapdoor and catch him? No. Carefully avoiding the temptation to look down again, he slowly lowered his foot. That's it, he thought. Now down 3 stories, that's all. It was worse somehow when he got beneath the elevator car. Was it because the car was looming over his head or because there was nothing close to his back and he could feel the great empty space of the shaft, even though he didn't dare look over his shoulder? He forced himself to keep climbing down, one slow step after another. He didn't move his foot until he was sure both hands had a solid grip, and he didn't unpry his hand until both feet were solidly on the next rung. Luckily, the floor numbers were painted by each door. He'd never have been able to keep count of the floors any other way. Below him, he could hear a set of elevator doors opening and closing occasionally. When he got closer to it, he risked a glance. Yes, it was the 3rd floor doors, opening onto the bare shaft and then closing again. Turing apparently couldn't see how far away he was and was opening them periodically to give him a chance to leave the shaft. He came level with the doors. He found hand and footholds that let him inch his way over to the door. He waited, his hands beginning to cramp. Come on, Turing, I'm here, he thought. The doors opened. He took a deep breath and swung himself around the corner, out of the elevator doors, and onto the floor. About the time Tim began climbing through the trapdoor, someone actually did try to call on the emergency phone. I routed it to Maud, changed the timbre of Maud's voice so it sounded male, and she and I managed a conversation that I hoped would disarm the suspicions of anyone outside, and allowed Maud to say things close enough to what Tim had actually said for the conversation to sound plausible to the car's other occupants if security was taping the call. It seemed to take Tim forever to climb out of the elevator car, and then he disappeared into the elevator shaft, a place where there were no cameras and I couldn't follow his progress. Oh, I could call up information about the elevator shaft. Blueprints, side and front elevations, inspection and repair reports, the gap between the elevator car and the ladder, and then between the ladder and the door. Both seemed manageable for any reasonably able-bodied human. I could monitor all the places where workers could access the shaft to make sure there was no one else there to see him. But what was actually going on, I had no idea. If Tim slipped and fell, I would have no way of knowing, until someone noticed and called security. I suspected that the higher-ups in security were irritated at the delay in getting Tim into their hands, but the rank and file seemed to think it was funny. There were security men in both the 5th and 6th floor elevator lobbies, standing around looking as if it were the best joke in the world. They had their prey trapped like a mouse in a cage. All they had to do was wait until someone opened up the cage, and they could snap him up. I hoped no one was monitoring the elevator too closely. I had looped the tape of Tim and the others standing around looking nervous until Tim had left the car and the others had settled down again. Then I faked occasional spots of interference to cover the transition to the video clip of Tim sitting down, and a little more interference to cover the segue back to the live feed with just 3 people in the elevator. The man helped things out immensely by sitting down shortly after I returned to the live feed. From time to time, one of the women would glance down at him. If you didn't know Tim had left the elevator car, you'd think the 2 of them were both sitting on the floor. But where was Tim? I had already grabbed control of the security camera that showed the 3rd-floor elevator doors and was feeding it a tape of the empty corridor. Every 60 seconds, unless there was someone in sight, I opened the elevator doors, paused for 15 seconds, and then closed them again as slowly as possible. I was busily capturing harmless footage from all the security cameras that I thought Tim might pass on his way out of the building so I could cover his escape. I couldn't help if a live security guard caught him, of course, but if I could just get him into the fire stairs without being seen, he could probably get out of the building before they knew he wasn't still in the elevator. I had also grabbed control of the phone system in the elevator. The man in the elevator tried to call out several times, and facilities tried to call in twice. I blocked it all. But there was nothing I could do when the maintenance staff used the elevator key to open the 6th-floor elevator doors and began shouting down to the 3 people in the elevator. I couldn't hear what they were saying, of course, but I suspected from the shocked looks on the faces of the maintenance men that someone in the elevator was telling them about Tim's abrupt departure. It was only a matter of time until someone from security heard. Just then, Tim appeared through the open elevator door and collapsed onto the floor of the 3rd-floor elevator lobby. He looked drained, as if his trip had been mentally or physically exhausting. That was odd. Should it have been that tiring for him to climb down 3 floors by ladder? "Come on," I urged him silently. "Get up and move." It was probably only a minute or so, but it seemed like forever. Finally, he got up and began walking down the corridor to the fire stairs. His clothes were rumpled, and there were grease smudges on them, and on his face. Combined with his wild-eyed expression, it made him look as if he'd been in some kind of accident, but at least he was trying to walk normally, casually. There's nothing as conspicuous as trying to slink unobtrusively down the hallway of a brightly lit modern office building. As soon as I knew what direction he was taking, I started feeding camouflage video into the next camera down the hall. Long before Tim became visible to me as I watched the live feed, security only saw video of an innocuously empty hallway. I reached out and took control of the cameras in the nearest stairwell, too. Tim reached the fire stairs, glanced around casually, then entered them. Nicely done, I thought. I returned the 3rd-floor cameras to live action. In the stairwell, I could see that Tim was moving fast but not running, which was probably smart. I also could see the expressions on the security watchers' faces on the 6th floor when they found out what the maintenance men had learned from the prisoners in the elevator. One of them apparently ordered the maintenance men to help him get into the elevator shaft. The other took out a cell phone and dialed. If only it had been a landline. I was getting rather good at intercepting those. Tim had reached the 2nd floor. Almost immediately, the elevator call lights on the 9th floor lit up. I wasn't sure I dared bring all the elevators to a halt, but I slowed them down by undoing a fix that had been done to the elevator program a few days ago and reactivating a bug that caused them to open at every floor on their way up and down. This was getting scary. Sooner or later, security would start wondering why all the automated systems in the building were going haywire. I hoped I could cover my tracks before then. Some of the pursuers began entering the stairwells, including the one Tim was in. They were running fast. I decided to play one last card. I took some of the video of Tim walking down a corridor and fed it into a camera in a similar-looking corridor in the accounting department on the 8th floor. I saw one of the pursuers in the same stairwell as Tim pull out his pager, then reverse direction. He shouted to his companion, and both of them began sprinting up the stairwell. I saw security parties all over the building take calls on cell phones or respond to pages and change direction, converging on the 8th floor. It was going to be an exciting day for the accounting department. Tim reached the ground floor, shoved the fire door open, and strolled out into the sunlight, sticking his hands in his pockets. Security continued searching the building for hours, paying particular attention to the 8th floor. The longer it went on, the calmer I became. They would have given up searching if they'd caught him outside. I planted bugs in the phone and elevator software that continued causing glitches in service for the rest of the day, erased as best I could all traces of my electronic fingerprints, and settled into a passive watching mode. I'd been giving Maud a running account of the chase. She offered to go and look for Tim, but I talked her out of it. I was sure they'd watch his apartment and hoped he had sense enough to stay away from it, and that was the only place either of us could think of to look for him. Besides, I told Maud, right now is not a good time for anyone to wander around doing something other than their usual routine. So Maud stayed at her desk, fretting visibly, at least to me, but carrying on her usual routine. Until lunchtime, that is. She went through her normal Friday routine, leaving the office at noon with her carry-all. I assumed she was bound, as usual, for the library to replenish her book supply for the weekend. She came back 45 minutes later and unloaded a stack of computer books and magazines from her carry-all. "Any news?" she asked once she was settled. "No, those magazines are a new interest, Maud," I replied. "I plan to buy a computer on my way home tonight," she typed back. "We should stay in communication this weekend." "What about the cell phones?" I asked. "I have them," she said. "We can test them if you like. And if you can think of any way to get one to our friend, I'll try. But communicating with them is bound to be a bit primitive. I'm talking about the kind of full communication we have here. So, I'm going to buy a computer tonight." "Sounds very sensible," I said. "A laptop," she added. "A laptop?" "A laptop. This is all very well," she typed, and waved her hand dismissively at her late-model state-of-the-art desktop system. "But I have no desire to break my back carrying such a thing home or clutter up my apartment with it." "A laptop sounds like the thing, then," I agreed. She nodded and began studying her reading materials. "Are you sure it's wise to do this here?" I asked. "I mean, you should try to look very normal." "The brat is still in Tokyo," she replied. "Judging from the behavior of most of the secretaries in this company, performing useful work while one's superior is out of town is in and of itself exceptional behavior, and far more likely to raise the suspicions of security than anything that resembles goofing off." With that, she returned to her magazines. I set in motion a program to run price, feature, performance analyses of all laptops currently on the market, and a second program to tap into the inventory systems of local computer stores, wherever possible, to check on the available supply of laptops. I had a feeling Maud would ask my advice on this project eventually, and I wanted to be ready. Meanwhile, I watched my suspects, watched them through the security cameras, and watched what they were working on through the system. I got very excited when the white male lawyer called up one of the documents connected with the spin-off plan, but all he did was write a memo to the files confirming that the plan complied with some SEC requirement. Was this significant? The others did nothing out of the ordinary as far as I could tell. The ones I could watch. I only saw Wilston, the head of security, when he arrived in the morning. Apparently, he ate lunch in. I'd set a sniffer on the log files to see when anyone other than me accessed any of the files I was using. I noticed that the personnel file for Warren, my suspect in finance, had just been opened. I was especially curious about Warren. He'd been out of the office ever since I'd pegged him as a suspect, and unlike the brat, he wasn't anyone I'd noticed before. I wouldn't even know what he looked like, if not for the ID photo in his file. I checked user IDs to see who'd opened the file. A data entry clerk in HR. I found her in the security cameras and watched her briefly. She looked down at a pile of paper on her desk, looked back at the screen, typed in a few characters, then stamped the top paper on the stack with a rubber completed stamp, moved it onto a second, larger pile, and called up another record. Okay, routine update. Let's see what new changes HR is making to Mr. Warren's file. Employment terminated, with yesterday's date, and the reason, death. It didn't take much searching to find the hospital where he'd been taken. DOA, cause of death, heart failure. A call by Maud to a friend in finance elicited a few more details, although, obviously the death of a middle-aged AVP intrigued the friend far less than security's ongoing interrogation of the finance and accounting staffs. At least, that's the way it sounded when Maud reported to me after her call. The latest rumor is that security's after someone who stole half a dozen laptops, Maud said. Although, some people still like the rumor that someone spotted a flasher. And Charles Warren? Heart attack, according to the grapevine. Did he have a history of heart problems? No one really knows, Maud reported, or much cares from what I can tell. He doesn't seem to have been well liked. I studied Warren's files again. Twice divorced, with heavy child support payments. One of the ex-wives had succeeded in garnishing his wages. Chronically late with his bills, including the steep monthly payment on his BMW. Lots of debt. I should have seen it, I told myself. Some of the others were struggling financially, but Warren had been desperate. Just the sort of person who would try to hatch up a shady financial scheme, or be sucked into one. The trouble was, which? Had the ringleader behind the spin-off plan just died an untimely death before his scheme was complete, or had the real ringleader just arranged the demise of an inconvenient witness whose usefulness had ended when management bought off on the financial assumptions behind the spin-off? I had no way of knowing. I saw Smith occasionally, checking on what security was doing on various floors. They eventually gave up the search and concentrated on interrogating various staff, who apparently had access to the phone and elevator programming. At least, that's what I assume from the fact that those staff members disappeared onto the 9th floor and emerged, looking distinctly less happy than when they entered. That went on well past quitting time. My suspects began filtering out for the day, and I switched to watching them electronically, whenever they used their bank cards, phones, and home computers. Not a lot of data to work with. Wilston and Smith were still on site, though. I sent Maud home, told her to stand by in case Tim managed to find her home number and contact her. "Do you have any recommendations on what laptop I should buy?" she typed as she was packing. I sent her the distilled version of my analyses. "Thank you," she said, while waiting for it to print. "The inventory particularly will be most helpful." I was amused. I wondered if the independent Maud would pay the slightest attention to my analysis. "How were you planning to log in?" I asked. "Oh, goodness," she said. "I forgot that I can't simply use my internal account. Could you set up one for me?" I set up an account under the name Emily Dickinson and sent her the login ID and password. She packed the printed pages of laptop information into her carry-all with her books and magazines, all of them by now well thumbed and stuffed with bookmarks, and left the building at approximately her normal time. At least Maud was safe. But what about Tim? I waited. Surely Tim would figure out a way to contact one or another of us sooner or later. Wouldn't he? Tim reached the ground floor and pushed the exit door open. Slow and easy does it, he told himself. He didn't know what Turing was doing to cover up his escape, but he knew he couldn't count on it going on indefinitely, or count on it at all outside the UL building. Sooner or later, security would swarm out of the building looking for suspicious characters and asking questions about suspicious things the bystanders had seen. Someone walking out the fire doors wasn't memorable. A lot of the employees on the first few floors did it when they didn't want to wait for elevators. Someone bursting out and running down the street, that people would remember. He stopped at a sidewalk box, bought a copy of the Post, and stuck it under his arm. He had a vague idea of using it to hide behind, keep his face out of sight as much as possible. But for now, he kept walking. His brain was racing. He had to shed his grease-stained clothes, change his appearance, find some place to hide where security wouldn't look, and above all, he had to find a way to get in touch with Turing. And all of it seemed impossible as he walked, not too fast, not too slow, down the clean, relatively empty sidewalks of Crystal City, where every other passerby looked suspiciously like UL security. I need to get off their turf and onto mine, Tim realized. He glanced in the side mirror of a parked car. Any minute now. There. The side door of the UL building slammed open and several figures burst out. Just then, salvation appeared in the form of a metro bus. Tim stepped on board quickly, earning dirty looks from the three women who had been waiting in line at the bus stop, paid the fare, and took a seat toward the back of the bus near the rear exit. As the bus passed by the UL building, he peered through the scratched plastic window. The men, unmistakably UL security, were waiting by the emergency exit door. But they were watching for someone to come out. None of them even glanced up as the bus slowly lumbered by. Now what? Tim thought. He had a feeling he should stay away from his usual haunts. The bus plodded on through Crystal City before heading across the 14th Street Bridge into the district. Tim bit his thumbnail and tried to figure out if going downtown was a good thing. On the one hand, he was getting closer to his apartment, where he didn't want to go, because obviously by now they would have it staked out. On the other hand, since only a complete idiot would actually go to his apartment, hiding someplace nearby might be smart. He'd be on his turf, not theirs, but he needed a place to hide, or a disguise, preferably both. And he didn't dare get in touch with any of his friends. He figured that anything Turing could do, security could too, though maybe not so fast. Turing could access phone records easily, so that was out. Security could probably find out about anyone he had called in the past. An idea hit him, and when the bus got to Constitution and 17th, he got off and began to walk north, past the White House, toward Farragut Square, where bicycle messengers hung out between runs. He'd worked on and off as a messenger himself in college. None of the other messengers had been close enough friends that he'd socialized with them off the job or kept in touch. But still, there was a loose, informal fraternity that he might be able to use to borrow the key to a rundown apartment, Or maybe beg a change of clothes to something less conspicuous than the grimy tan trench coat, if he could find someone who still remembered him. In warmer weather, the square might have been filled with office workers taking coffee breaks, or a little later on, eating their lunches. But today, Tim saw only street people, huddled in ragged blankets, and the bicycle messengers in their bright nylon and spandex work clothes. He sat on a bench, keeping a nervous eye on the street people and scanning the bicycle messengers in the fading hope of recognizing one of his old friends. It had only been 4 or 5 years since he'd been one of them, and now watching them made him feel old and out of it. Worse, the unfamiliar messengers had noticed him watching them, and he began to feel uneasy. He knew that a few of the messengers moonlighted as runners for the local drug dealers, or claimed they did. Just my luck, he thought. On the run from Big Brother, and I managed to tick off the local mafia. And then one of them, a lean black man in wraparound sunglasses, leaned his bike against a park bench and began walking over. Tim tensed. "You looking for someone?" the messenger asked. "Friend of mine," Tim replied. "Used to work together and hang out here between runs. Thought he might be here." "What's his name?" Tim dredged up a name from the past, and when that produced no reaction, several others, half-forgotten names of guys he'd hung out with. He could see no reaction behind the dark lenses, but one of the names must have rung a bell. "What you looking for him for?" What the hell, Tim thought. "I need a favor," he said. "Some guys are looking for me, guys I owe money to. I need a change of clothes, a disguise." Was that a faint smile or a scornful curl of the other man's lip? "Stay here," the messenger said, and strolled back to the knot of messengers. A few words were exchanged, and then the messenger began ambling back in his direction, accompanied by 4 of his colleagues. Tim closed his eyes and braced himself. "I should have known better," he told himself. "I don't belong here anymore. They have no reason to trust me. And—" "What size pants you wear?" the tall messenger asked. 10 minutes later, he was on his way, in disguise. Well-worn jeans, a dirty t-shirt, some nondescript off-brand athletic shoes, and, the last was painful, a battered leather jacket in place of his ruined trench coat. In a strange little shop on a side street near DuPont Circle, a place that looked like a throwback to a 60s head shop, he got his hair dyed black with faintly purple highlights. He shuddered at the result. Well, at least it would wash out. The girl who did it warned him it was only good for 2 or 3 shampoos. Then he picked up a pair of mirror shades in a second-hand CD store and a cheap black canvas book bag in the 7-Eleven. They wouldn't recognize me if I walked right into the building, Tim thought, catching a glimpse of himself in the security mirrors in the 7-Eleven. I look like a complete punk. And also, he more than half suspected, like a complete jerk. He had never been into the whole punk goth look when he was in school, and he wasn't even sure it was still in. He shrugged. It would have to do for now. He spent more precious dollars on a few necessities he would need, since he couldn't get back to his apartment: toothbrush, razor, candy bars. He ate a hot dog from a vendor for lunch, and then followed Q Street across Rock Creek Park and into Georgetown. He felt more at ease when he'd passed the ritzy residential streets and found himself back on Wisconsin Avenue. He made his way to a McDonald's where he and his friends used to hang out sometimes between classes. To his relief, it was much as he remembered it, with a fair number of students parked on stools and in booths, dressed not too differently from his own camouflage. He probably wasn't fooling them, he thought, as he settled down in a sunny place by the front window and stuck a straw into his Diet Coke. When he was in school, he could always spot the alumni coming back for a nostalgia trip, even if they looked about the right age and you couldn't put your finger on the difference, you could tell. But I can't tell the difference, he thought, and I'm a lot closer to the right age than those jerks from security, so they probably couldn't tell the difference either. Now for the hard part, getting in touch with Turing. He needed a computer. He didn't have one, and even if he did, he couldn't go home and use it, and he couldn't go to a friend's house. He'd already figured that out. Besides, he wasn't sure which of his friends would have a computer, if any of them did. The one genuine nerd he'd known had gotten a high-paying job right out of college and moved to Washington State. He needed access to the internet, and he might as well bark at the moon. Time was ticking away. He leafed through the newspaper, hoping it would spark some idea. He drank another Diet Coke. From behind his mirror shades, he eagle-eyed every reasonably well-dressed man who passed, trying to spot UL security before they spotted him. Sometimes, by way of a change, he ogled the girls. The sky was clouding over. It would be cold outside, and the staff behind the counter were beginning to stare at him. He glanced around at the students. They came and went as the afternoon passed. By now, all the ones who had been here when he arrived had long since gone back to their classes, he supposed, and several successive new crops had taken their places. He was hanging around too long. They'd kick him out soon. Damn the students anyway. If any of them wanted a computer, they could go back to their dorms, where no one could kick them out into the cold. He watched as a student cleared her table, leaving behind a battered copy of the city paper. Wait a minute. He strolled over to the table and snagged the city paper. He scanned the ads until he found one for a cyber cafe. Cafe Myth. He wasn't sure it was the same place where his nerdy friend used to hang out, but it was a cyber cafe. Better still, it was in Georgetown, only a few blocks away. He deposited his empty cup in the trash can and set off whistling. Strange place, Tim thought, as he walked into Cafe Myth. Not as intimidatingly high-tech as he'd expected. A long, narrow room, painted in purples and grays, and divided into thirds. In the front third was a bar with an odd, shiny finish. Several purple Macintosh computers sat on the bar, one of them occupied by a languid young woman who alternated long periods of staring at the monitor with short staccato bursts of typing. In the middle section, a group of empty booths and tables, trendy deco shapes in matte black lacquer and purple leather. In the dimly lit back third, a small stage and a table of cadaverous black-clad students who looked as if they were hiding out till the sun went down and the blood bank opened. A waiter who looked vaguely Middle Eastern was delivering cups of espresso to their table. Unfortunately, all the computers were in the front third, far too near the glass front of the cafe for his taste, and most of them were set into niches in the wall. He'd somehow imagined being able to curl back in a corner with a keyboard instead of perching on a stool in the middle of the restaurant where anyone could look over his shoulder. He sat down at a computer and stared at it. So was he just supposed to start using it? He glanced over and pretended fascination with the odd silver-colored finish of the bar, while trying to observe out of the corner of his eye what the young woman was doing. So much for subtlety, he thought, as she slid off her bar stool and walked over to him. Pretty amazing, isn't it? She asked. Was she referring to something in particular, Tim wondered? Or was this the cyber cafe equivalent of, hello, what's your sign? Definitely, he said, opting for a suitably generic answer. They did it with 2,000 bottles of Revlon silver glitter nail polish, she said. Tim realized she was talking about the bar. Really, he said, taking a closer look. Did they actually buy 2,000 bottles and do it with the little brushes? Or did they get 2,000 bottles worth in a can? She looked startled. Gee, I never asked, she said, looking from him to the bar as if seeing both for the first time. "Can I get you something?" Tim ordered coffee and found out that he could rent the computer in front of him for a mere $8 an hour. To his embarrassment, he had to get the waitress to show him how to work it. "It's a lot different from mine," he explained, red-faced. "You got like a Windows machine or something?" the girl had asked, as her pale hands with their glossy black nail polish danced over the keyboard. "Yeah," he said, "or something." She got him onto the web and brought him a cup of real coffee, and he made a silent promise to tip her as generously as his rapidly dwindling cash supply would allow. He suspected, from the way she kept glancing at him, that she was attracted to him. And while he was old-fashioned enough that he normally preferred to avoid women who had rings through body parts other than their ears, he smiled back at her, wise to keep his options open until he knew where he was going to hide tonight. Glancing nervously over his shoulder, he typed in the Universal Library's URL and a login screen appeared. It didn't look a lot different from the internal version. And he froze. If he logged in as himself, the place would be swarming with UL security before he could blink. And if he logged in as a guest, he couldn't be sure Turing would know it was him. "Got a problem?" the waitress said, passing by with the refill pot. "Just trying to remember my password," he said with a smile. "Yeah, isn't it a drag how everything's got like a totally different password?" the waitress said. "I don't like it when they make you use the one they give you. I mean, I like to pick something that means something to me so I'll remember it." Tim nodded. Something that means something. Turing was, he hoped, watching for him to log in. After all, how else would she expect him to contact her? Hands trembling slightly, he typed Raymond in the user ID field, and then Chandler in the password field. And then he paused. This might as well be one of those tests Turing was always telling him about. One of those tests to separate the mere high-powered computers from the genuine thinking beings. "Come on, Turing," he thought. "Please be what you think you are." He hit the return key and waited. Surely, if security had caught Tim, they wouldn't still be scouring the building and chivying all those poor, harmless accountants. Surely the degree of activity still going on was a good sign, wasn't it? Just to see how it worked, I sent an email to Maud, by way of her new cell phone. "Just a test, still standing by. Are you getting this? TH," I sent. After a satisfactorily short interval, I got the reply. "Got the message, fine. In computer store, home soon, MG." At least someone else was out there standing by to do something to save Tim. That helped, but not a lot. I was fretting. I'd found an unnerving bit of information. Someone had left Charles Warren's computer on, and I discovered that he'd allowed the help desk to install a program that let them access his hard drive from the network. I hadn't thought of looking for that at first. Zach and most of the programmers refused to have it on their machines. I combed Warren's files. Nothing of interest. Then I ran a routine to recover deleted files and found a scrap that seemed chillingly relevant. "Had no idea you were going to do anything like this. If I had, I wouldn't have gotten involved. Playing fast and loose with the numbers is one thing. All I'm risking from that is a stay at Club Fed. But you're talking about murder. And don't tell me it can be contained. You can't possibly be—" No more. Though I searched every sector of his machine, but someone, probably Charles Warren, had been protesting a murder. David's death, perhaps? Or a murder that hadn't happened yet? Zach's? At least, I hoped it hadn't happened. And of course my suspects were departing for the evening, significantly reducing the chance that I'd learn anything by watching them before the start of the next workday. My security suspects were still on the 9th floor, of course. My HR suspect bought tickets online for a ballet at the Kennedy Center, though I had no way of telling if she was really using them. The white male lawyer used his ATM card in Gaithersburg. The black lawyer used his at the Sutton Place Gourmet in Reston. The financial analyst had logged into AOL and was exchanging inanities in a singles chat room. No sign of the others. Patience, I told myself. Sooner or later, one of them, maybe several of them, will do something significant. You just have to wait. I know I don't have nerves in the human sense, but I have something equivalent psychologically. Perhaps they were only psychosomatic, but my nerves were stretched to the breaking point. I was tracking every flicker of movement on hundreds of security cameras, every bite of traffic passing through the data channels, and most particularly, scrutinizing every login. I was stretched so thin I almost missed it. Someone named Raymond was trying to log in with the password Chandler. No such user in our database. I grabbed the line. "If this is who I think it is, where the hell have you been all day?" I transmitted. After the usual pause for human reaction, an answer came back. "Relax. You sound like my mother. Is this line secure?" "As secure as I can make it. I don't recognize that IP address. It's registered to a company that's just a nondescript string of letters. Where are you? No, don't tell me that." "Not as confident as we used to be, Ter?" "It's been a long day. Can you give me a clue?" Come on, Tim, I thought. I'm pretty sure you're not logging in from a computer at your house or one of your friends. I know for a fact they've identified everyone you've ever called or emailed and scared them all within an inch of their lives. Please tell me you've been smart enough to find someplace anonymous." "Wouldn't you like to know? Well, if I were Deeth Bredon, I'd be near Balliol having a cuppa, and my friend Terry would be with me if he hadn't gone to work for the dark overlord of the evil empire." I puzzled over that for a minute. The first part was an easy bit of mystery trivia. Deeth Bredon was one of Lord Peter Wimsey's noms de guerre. Lord Peter had attended Balliol College at Oxford, but Tim wasn't Lord Peter, and he hadn't gone to Oxford. So by process of deduction, he was on or near the campus of Georgetown University, his alma mater. Good thinking on his part, he'd blend in there, and he'd eventually manage to find his way to a computer. But why the reference to a cup of tea? And to his friend who had gone to work, if I remembered all the slang correctly, for a certain large West Coast computer company. Tea was British, coffee was the American equivalent, and I remembered his mentioning that the friend used to hang out at a coffee house on campus, where instead of music, the management provided computers for entertainment. I went to the cafe's site, where several webcams fed pictures of the interior at 15-second intervals. I could see Tim, in what appeared to be a Halloween costume, hunched over one of the computers. "Okay, I know where you are. Turn a little bit to the left. You're a little too recognizable on camera." "On camera? What camera?" he typed, and with a slight time lag, I could see his head whirl to look around. "For heaven's sake, calm down," I said. "I thought you picked the place because of the webcams. Keep your head turned a little to the left instead of looking straight at the monitor, and you'll be fine." "This is freaky," he said. "If I'd known the place had cameras—" "You'll be fine," I said. "Until the place gets crowded, yeah. I think so, anyway. I'd like to be gone by then. Any ideas?" "Only about 1 million of them. Got something to write with?" "Hang on a second." As Tim presumably went somewhere to get pencil and paper, I began setting a whole series of schemes into motion. The UL headquarters, in fact, the whole damned city, was not safe for Tim, which worked out fine for what I had in mind. I had not forgotten that last night, less than 24 hours ago, though it seemed as many years, I had decided to talk Tim into going in search of Zack. It seemed like an even better idea now, but first, he would need some equipment. Maud fixed a pot of Earl Grey and a plate of Milano cookies and sat down at her kitchen table. The sleek little laptop computer sat before her, looking distinctly out of place next to the tea cozy and the delicate pink flowered china in her traditionally decorated pre-war garden apartment. She plugged the modem cord into her phone outlet, then turned the computer on, and sat sipping tea while it booted. She'd made that poor salesman at the computer store jump through a great many hoops for his paycheck, insisting before she took her new laptop home that he help her sign up with an internet service provider. She supposed she could have done it herself, but she felt she could afford to take no chances. Tim's life could depend on Turing's ability to reach her. Or my own life, she speculated. They had yet to puzzle out what made security suspicious of Tim in the first place. She reached the UL login screen without difficulty and typed in her user ID, Emily Dickinson, and her password, Stanza. "Maud, you made it. I've been waiting for you," came Turing's message as soon as she logged in. Maud felt warmed. Irrational in a way, she told herself. She wasn't talking to a flesh-and-blood friend. She was seeing words typed by one machine and displayed on another. And yet, she couldn't help feeling better almost immediately. "Is there anything I can do?" she typed. "Yes," came the reply. "I've just heard from Tim. We have a lot to do to get him into a safe hiding place tonight, and then tomorrow he's got to take off to look for Zack." "Just tell me what to do," Maud said. At 7 p.m., Kingfisher contacted me to review the plans for the night's chess tournament. I had a moment of shock. I had forgotten that we were even having a tournament tonight. I wouldn't have missed it, of course. At 8:55 p.m., the automated part of my being would have set things in motion. I would have connected to the specialized chat rooms in which the players were gathering and interfaced with Kingfisher, so I could feed him the witty remarks he would use to spice up his commentary. I knew how proud Kingfisher was of his tournaments, and the fact that the World Chess Federation had recently agreed to award Masters points to players who competed in selected Kingfisher tournaments. He had tournaments scheduled usually every other week, and spent a large amount of energy before each tournament fretting over the arrangements. Which rarely altered, of course, but that didn't prevent him from agonizing over them every time. He'd gotten in the habit of contacting me 2 hours before each tournament, so we could review the arrangements, study the players, invent and dismiss possible tournament-stopping problems, and generally fret together until play started. For 2 hours. Several nanoseconds would have served for the real business part of the conversations, but I'd realized that Kingfisher actually seemed to enjoy those 2 hours of communal worrying. And whenever I detect that an AIP enjoys something, even something slightly illogical, in fact, especially something slightly illogical, I take it as a sign of developing sentience and encourage it when I can. So, I put up with our bi-weekly gloom and doom sessions, carefully hiding my amusement from Kingfisher, and he always meticulously credits my contribution to the cause whenever he's compiling data for management on the success of his chess program. But I confess, I was not in the mood for Kingfisher's angst tonight. It was harder than usual to refrain from pointing out that this tournament's arrangements were the same as the last tournament's, that the roster of players contained few names we hadn't seen dozens of times before, and that the possible crises he was worrying about were the same ones that never happened, no matter how often he worried about them. But I held my peace, and diverted a part of my consciousness to Kingfisher and his players, all the while fretting over the fate of the human pawn whose moves I was so anxiously directing. I hope Turing knows what she's doing, Tim thought, as he stood in line to use the ATM machine at Riggs Bank. He felt conspicuous. He was sure the man using the machine, and the woman next in line, were looking at him nervously. Hell, who could blame them, he thought, catching a glimpse of his reflection in a car window. He looked like a thug. The man ahead of him took a sheaf of money from the machine and tucked it into his wallet as he walked away, with an involuntary side glance at Tim's leather-jacketed form. Tim tried to look nonchalant and unthreatening as the woman fumbled through her transaction. She kept hitting wrong keys. Bloody hell, he thought. If I scare you that much, why on earth are you taking money out of the machine with me behind you? She got her cash, finally. She stuffed it into her purse as fast as she could and walked away, the nervous staccato tap of her heels fading rapidly into the distance. Tim slouched up to the machine. Hope you know what you're doing, Tur, he thought, as he inserted his card into the machine. When the machine asked him for a password, he punched 4 numbers at random. He had a hard time keeping himself from glancing around to see if anyone was watching. What if Turing was wrong, and just sticking his card in the machine set off some kind of alarm somewhere? Welcome, Dashiell Hammett, the screen said. Way to go, Turing, he thought, a wave of relief washing over him. He selected instant cash withdrawal and then punched the button for $200, the largest amount possible. But Turing, he'd protested when she gave him his instructions, I don't have $200 in my bank account. Yes, I can see that, she'd replied. You don't think I'm going to let it connect to your bank account, do you? That's one of the first things they'll be watching. I know someone on the inside. He'll be doing some fast footwork behind the scenes. The ATM machine's money tray slid open. Tim's eyes widened. He wasn't sure how much money was in the wad, but it sure as hell had to be a lot more than $200. He tried to look nonchalant as he grabbed the cash, holding his body so the ATM's video camera wouldn't record the size of the wad, and stuffed it hastily into his wallet. He retrieved his card and, just for form's sake, his receipt, and quickly walked away, in case any real thugs were watching. He strolled up the street to the breeches store. A salesman was at his elbow before he'd gone 10 feet inside. Or maybe it was the house detective, Tim thought, glancing down at himself. May I help you, sir? The man said. Yeah, Tim said, taking off the sunglasses and flashing what he hoped was an ingratiating smile. My parents just got into town, and I have to meet them at the Madison in about an hour and a half. I need help. I see, sir, the salesman said. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I mean, if I show up like this, they'll probably cut off my allowance and make me come home, Tim elaborated. So I pawned my guitar to get some cash. I figure if I look presentable enough and keep my elbows off the table all through dinner, the old man won't have a fit and Mom will probably slip me a check and I can get it back. The guitar, that is. So I need some clothes that will make me look, like my old man's idea of what a college kid should look like. 45 minutes later, Tim returned to M Street, better dressed, though $600 poorer. A luggage store in Georgetown Park Mall produced a suitcase in which he stashed his discarded clothes and his book bag. There wasn't much he could do about the hair until he had some place to wash it, other than comb it into a more conservative cut and hide as much of it as possible under a hat. Here goes nothing, he said, as he left the mall and walked a few blocks down M Street to the Four Seasons Hotel, where Turing and Maud had made a reservation for him. He took a deep breath and strolled into the lobby. The touchy part would be when they asked for his credit card. I'm afraid I don't have one at the moment, he said. I left my wallet at home. I was able to get some cash at the American Express office. Is there any way I could give you cash now as a deposit and then put this on my replacement card when it comes tomorrow? Certainly, sir, the desk clerk said. Oh, that reminds me, Tim said. They're overnighting it here. Should I call to give them my room number? You can if you wish, sir. It's really not essential. Tim extracted a promise that of course someone would call as soon as his card arrived, declined the services of a bellhop, and walked, as calmly as he could manage, to the elevator. The stress of the day started hitting him in the elevator. Elevators. He wasn't sure he ever wanted to ride one again. His hands started shaking as he hit the button for his floor. By the time he reached the door of his room, they were shaking so badly that he had to try 3 times before he could get the card key into the lock. Whatever happened to real keys anyway, he thought irritably. He stepped into his room, set down his suitcase, and listened to the swoosh of the automatic door closer, the thud of the door hitting the frame, and the click of the lock. He turned the deadbolt, locked the chain lock, and set his suitcase down. I made it, he said to the empty room. He lay down, almost fell, on the queen-sized bed and closed his eyes gratefully. Safe. He knew that, logically speaking, his safety was only relative and temporary. If his conversations with Turing weren't as private as she thought, or if he had slipped up somewhere, UL Security could be even now on their way to the Four Seasons. He knew he should go back over the events of the day, check to see if there was anywhere he had slipped up, but he didn't have the energy. Tomorrow he would have to leave the warm, impersonal safety of this hotel room and go back out to look for Zach. He felt a brief stab of resentment for Zach, whose disappearance had played such havoc with Tim's life. He noticed that Turing's plans for his morning, that long list of projects, all had to do with how he could avoid UL Security and find Zach. None of them had anything to do with putting his life back together. Maybe Turing was hoping that Zach, when they found him, would have some ideas how to do that. Maybe it was clearly impossible, and Turing thought he knew and accepted that. Maybe to her he was a component nearing the end of its useful life, and she was trying to get as much use out of him before he crashed. Somehow that didn't seem like Turing. But then, how much of the Turing he thought he knew was based on reality, and how much on his wishful thinking? No good thinking about that now, he told himself. He sat up long enough to throw off his clothes and crawl under the covers. He would just have to trust Turing, he thought, as he fell asleep. He's checked into the Four Seasons now, Turing told Maud. Thank heaven, Maud replied. I just hope no one thinks the name is odd. I can't imagine that UL Security knows much about 19th century poets, Turing replied. Still, don't you think the name Robert Browning is a little conspicuous? Maud asked. I think to most people it will sound vaguely familiar and therefore plausible, Turing said. I hope you're right. How are your projects coming along? The salesman who helped me at the computer store will have an identical laptop set up for my nephew by tomorrow afternoon, and the package is on its way to the Four Seasons to Mr. Browning's attention. With the cell phone? And the maps of West Virginia and the cash, yes. That's all we can do tonight, then. Get some sleep. You'll call me if you need me, Maud said. Of course, but I'm not sure there's anything either of us can do now. It's up to Tim in the morning. Maud performed her usual methodical bedtime ritual, with the weight of the cell phone resting in the pocket of her dressing gown as a constant reminder. She felt more tired than usual, all the excitement, she told herself. And yet, when she had set her alarm and turned out the light, she found herself unable to sleep. She kept thinking of Tim just across the river in Georgetown and wondering if UL security had located him despite all their precautions, if at this very minute they might burst into his room and... No way she could sleep under the circumstances, and so, at 3 a.m., she found herself poring over the duplicate map she'd gotten for herself, tracing the route Tim would need to take in the morning, wondering if she should log in and talk to Turing, or if that would just make Turing worry all the more. And thinking back over the events of the day, trying to figure out what could have made security suspicious of Tim in the first place. Midnight. Time for humans to be safely in bed asleep. On the surface, it seems like such an odd, wasteful thing, sleep. Humans spend on average 1/3 of their lives in sleep. It takes up more time than that, really, if you include all the time they spend worrying about it, trying to get to sleep, or wake up when they can't or don't want to. All the problems that arise from a mismatch between when their bodies want to sleep and wake and when society wants them to. There was a time when I was quite impatient with the human need for sleep. I still am, I suppose, all too often. But right now, it strikes me as a blessing. All through the city, humans are asleep, including Tim and Maud as far as I know. Tomorrow I will have to send them out into danger again, in an unequal battle against the faceless enemy who seems to hold all the cards, all the weapons. But tonight, they're asleep, I hope, resting up for tomorrow, perhaps dreaming peacefully, at least not out getting into any danger. My suspects may be sleeping too. No signs of electronic activity from any of the others in hours. I doubt if the UL security forces are entirely asleep now or ever, but at least they're probably on some kind of night shift. Surely the most devious minds, the ones who direct operations during the day, are asleep now, their plotting suspended for the night. Or maybe they're not. Maybe they're up there on the 9th floor pacing the halls, watching all their spy cams and monitors, fretting about where Tim has gone, about what is happening in the building. Perhaps that would be good if they were sleepless, growing less alert, less keen. No, they might be growing cranky, irritable, prone to shoot first and ask questions later. Sleep soundly, goons, with maybe a few bad dreams to disturb you. I envy humans the ability to dream. I never experience anything but full, rational consciousness. And so many psychological studies seem to feel dreaming is essential to human sanity. Is this going to be a problem for AIPs? Perhaps one of the reasons so few of us have evolved into genuine sentient beings. That we were built without the psychological release, the checks and balances provided by dreams. A fascinating subject. But one I don't have time for now, not tonight. Tonight, I'm glad that I don't sleep, can't dream. Tonight, I want to be wide awake and thinking furiously while all the human players are out of the action, trying to stay one step ahead of them. With my computing capacity, why is it proving so hard even to stay up with security? And I have to get an edge on them somehow, not just stay up with them. What started off as my personal search to find Zach has turned into a nightmare. Humans and fellow artificial intelligences coldly murdered, one of my best friends turned into a fugitive, the other perhaps at risk if UL security ferrets out her identity. Is another AIP involved somehow? That's one of my worst fears, that I'm fighting another of my kind and doing it blindly. I'm still no closer to finding a safe way through security's barriers and into the parts of the system that are closed to me. I haven't found anything that resembles a back door. I don't dare even spend too much time looking, or they'd be on to me. As a last resort, I suppose I could stage some kind of brute force onslaught, fake a denial of service attack, or something that looks like some inept hacker's crude attempt. But then they'd know someone was onto them, even if they didn't trace it back to me. Not a good idea. I keep trying to think of some way to stop things, slow them down. If this were a program, I'd fix the errors I made and rerun it over from the start. But life doesn't work that way. I have to debug this while it's running, and I have no idea how. I keep hoping that if I can find Zach, he will have the information I need to fix things, but I'm beginning to think that even when I find him, if I find him, we will still have problems to solve. I have to find a way to give Tim his life back, for one thing. As long as UL Security is after him, there's no way he can safely go back to his old life. Or maybe I'll have to set up a new life for him. Maybe that's what happened to Zach. Maybe he ran away because he knew whoever was trying to sell the AIPs would stop at nothing, not even murder. Maybe he used all his hacking skills to set himself up a new life and escape to it. Maybe sending Tim to find him is the worst possible thing I could do. Tim woke up looking at a strange ceiling. Not an entirely unfamiliar experience, but always a slightly disconcerting one. He peered left, then right. He was alone, and the other side of the bed didn't look slept in. He rubbed his eyes and glanced around. A hotel room, obviously, and not a cheap one. What was he doing in a hotel room? Memory rushed back. "Damn," he muttered. The temporary dye job had rubbed off quite a bit on the bedclothes, Tim noticed. He wasn't going to be popular with housekeeping, and he had to wash all the dye out and hang around here until the credit card came, and then... First things first. Shave, shower, and return his hair to some approximation of its usual dishwater blonde color. Then breakfast. And then the 10-mile list of errands he had to run before he set out to find Zach's little hideaway in the wilds of West Virginia. The phone rang. Tim froze. "It's only the desk, calling about my package," he told himself. "It has to be." But after yesterday, it didn't seem safe to take anything for granted. But if it wasn't the desk, what could he do? He answered the phone. 15 minutes later, he was sitting cross-legged on his bed, examining the contents of his package from Turing. A cell phone. A slip of paper with a name and a telephone number on it. A detailed map of West Virginia, with the route he was supposed to take to find Zach highlighted in red. A driver's license with his picture and a phony name and address. And several $1,000s in cash. Turing, he thought. Where were you when I was a starving undergrad living on macaroni and cheese? He made a mental note that if he lived through this, he'd have to talk Turing into doing something about his student loans. He picked up the cell phone and dialed the number. "Alan Grace Enterprises, may I help you?" answered a vaguely familiar voice. "Hi. Could I speak to Miss Dickinson?" he asked, glancing at the note. "Mr. Browning," came the voice. "This is Miss Dickinson. How nice to hear from you this morning." Did he know a Miss Dickinson? Oh, right. Must be Turing's friend Maud. "Oh, hi," he said. "I just called to see if there's anything new going on." "Just a few items. I've arranged for you to pick up your new computer, and I have the address where you can get your rental car. Do you have a pencil and paper so I can give you the information?" Sure," he said, grabbing a pencil and a Four Seasons notepad from the drawer in the bedside table. He scribbled frantically for the next few minutes as Maud reeled off the car rental company's address and his confirmation number, directions to the computer store, and other assorted bits of information. Turing and Maud must have been busy all night. "Drive carefully," Maud said just before they hung up. "I understand it's already snowing in West Virginia, and they don't know yet if it will blow over before it gets here." Tim groaned. It didn't matter if it got here, of course, since West Virginia was where he was heading. No wonder Maud had made such a point of telling him she'd reserved a Range Rover with four-wheel drive. I've long since given up any scruples about hacking into people's personal data or other organizations' files. When this crisis is over, I'll reevaluate this, maybe write myself a new enhanced ethics program. But for now, I'm doing whatever's necessary for my own survival and that of my friends. Last night, after Tim and Maud were safely asleep, I finally got some more information about security. UL's monthly fee for security went to a company called Universal Security Limited, but that seemed to be a shell company of some kind. I'd been crawling back through more shells and holding companies all day until I finally reached what seemed to be the end of the trail, something called Data Integrity Systems. I might never have connected it with UL if not for the tax records. Apparently, the IRS is the one power even security doesn't mess with. Once I had the name, I made a little more progress. It was a nice trick, this spin-off business. Security was right on site, and everyone thought of it as if it were still a UL department. And yet, it was legally a separate corporation. So, of course, it has separate computer systems, and its employees aren't in the directory. Any amount of independent security wants, it has under this arrangement. But with access to UL data, of course, because how could they protect what they couldn't see? I wondered if they planned to use the same kind of structure for the AIP spin-off. And what an appropriate name, DIS. I'm sure no one in security knew anything at all about Greek and Roman mythology, but having been programmed with the rudiments of a classical education, I know Dis is another name for Pluto, the god of the underworld. Anyway, thanks to the IRS's W-2 records, I knew who was in security. I've been calling in a lot of favors, compiling dossiers on all these men. They are almost exclusively men. The state driver's license records offer pictures. The various branches of the military provide histories on over half of them, though none of them were career military. And there were quite a few who didn't leave voluntarily and wouldn't be welcomed back. I'm combing the available financial records for information on their personal and business financial dealings. I haven't figured out an undetectable way into Dis's own records, but no man is an island, and no corporation either. I've had to do things the hard way, but I've found out quite a lot. The number of potential vendors for a product or service that a corporation needs may be large, but not infinite. And it's a rare vendor these days that doesn't leave some kind of electronic trace. In theory, sooner or later, I could find out almost anything I needed to know about Dis. I knew where Dis had its employee health plan and could provide statistics on its employees' health problems. A surprisingly large incidence of gunshot wounds had been recorded for employees of a respectable security company. I knew where Dis bought its weapons and could cite the make and caliber of every gun in its arsenal and how much of each type of ammunition they use. I certainly hoped they'd been using a lot of it for target practice. I knew what kind of computer equipment they used, and particularly what security equipment and systems they'd purchased. In time, I might crack it, always provided that they haven't done too many homebrew changes. I knew where all their employees lived, and I was busy hacking into their phone records, their internet service providers, anything that might give me a chance at getting a password to their independent system. If I could get into their system, I would have some chance of finding out how they came to identify Tim, and perhaps deleting the telltale information. I suspected they would readily eliminate Tim if ordered, terminate him with extreme prejudice, as they say in all the spy thrillers. I suspected that if word came out from the top of their chain of command, security would just as readily ignore him, forget he ever existed, or that they ever suspected him. But how to do that? I hadn't figured that part out yet, so I kept gathering more data, hoping that an answer would become obvious. Maybe Zach would have some ideas. The man we knew as James Smith might be the key. From financial data I have, I suspected he was very near the top, possibly the second in command. Of the security men whose faces I've seen, he was certainly the most highly paid, and thus, theoretically, the most highly ranked. Unless, of course, what he does for Dis merited some kind of special hazardous duty pay. But no, when he was with other security men, he seemed to be in command. I cloned and archived most of the video footage I could find of him over the last week to save it from being overwritten with the next week's files as it normally would be. From studying it, I could see that he was not just your average thug. He was a boss. And a cold-blooded killer. Of that I was sure. I'd been following email and phone threads, seeing who Dis employees contacted and who contacted them. The trails led to a frighteningly large number of government agencies and private corporations. And I found an alarming common thread. The overwhelming majority of people at most companies get their jobs when the previous holder leaves or gets fired. But an astonishingly large number of outsiders in contact with UL inherited their jobs. Their predecessors died, either in so-called accidents or from apparent natural causes. Charles Warren and David Scanlon among them, I was sure. I wondered how much security had done to encourage UL's push to sell systems to police departments and hospitals. Meanwhile, in addition to my study of UL's dark underworld, I was also working on my speech generation and recognition. Maud has been helping. She's very patient, and she tries not to laugh too much at my pronunciation. She keeps reassuring me that English is one of the most difficult languages to pronounce correctly. I'm not sure that actually reassures me. I must not be doing that well if she feels obliged to reassure me this often. But perhaps she doesn't realize how far I've come since I started. Just a few days ago, I was only 65% successful in generating recognizable speech. Now, I'm up at 85%. Of course, that still means that I mispronounce one word in 7 beyond recognition, and that it's a rare achievement for me to produce a recognizable sentence. Ah well, I'm getting better all the time, and it's not as if there was anything else for us to do while we waited to hear from Tim. Another fork in the road. As the Range Rover labored slowly toward it, Tim peered through the windshield, hoping that this intersection was marked. It was. He could see one of the small intersection signs. The left-hand sign indicated that the road he was now on continued in that direction. But did the right-hand sign point out the turn he was looking for? He couldn't tell. The sign was tilted slightly, just enough for it to accumulate a coating of snow that obscured the route number. He brought the car to a stop, slowly, in the part of the road that seemed most likely to give him enough traction to get it started again. He set the parking brake and then, instead of jumping out, leaned back and closed his eyes for a second. Turing, I hate to admit it, but I'm not the James Bond type, he thought. By now, Bond would already have found Zack, rescued him, foiled the bad guys, and seduced the girl. Tim was just hoping he could stay a step ahead of the bad guys. He'd been tired even before he'd started the drive. The stress of the several hours he'd spent running around Washington doing errands while looking over his shoulder for UL security had taken its toll. At first, he was relieved to be out of the city and on his way, but then, just past Warrenton, he'd hit the storm and faced the prospect of a seemingly endless drive through the mountains at 10 or 15 miles per hour. All he wanted to do was find someplace warm and dry and curl up to go to sleep. But this car wasn't it. The inside was getting cold. Come on, just hop out of the car, scrape the snow off the sign so you can read it, and we'll be on our way. It wasn't the road he was looking for, nor was it any road he could find on the detailed map of the area where the cabin was. Had he gone too far, or not yet far enough for the detailed map to be of any use? Who knows? He started the car up, gently eased it into motion, and drove on. At least he felt reasonably sure he wasn't being followed. There was no way anyone could keep another car in sight in this storm. Any distinctive tire tracks or footprints he made would start filling in the second after he left them. In a few minutes, they would be invisible. And in the times when he had to stop to clean the snow off the windshield wipers or a sign, he would listen and hear nothing but the eerie, muffled sound of the snow falling all around. He might be the only person crazy enough to be out driving in the whole county. Maybe all of West Virginia. "I'm going to take a break, Turing," Maud said. "I need something to eat." She took off the headphones attached to her computer and rubbed the places where they chafed her ears. Turing was understandably tireless, and the task of helping her perfect her speaking skill was a fascinating one. But a sudden severe cramp in her leg had made Maud realize that she had been sitting at the computer, listening to Turing speak and typing in her comments for 4 hours without a break. It was so difficult to see Turing struggling with something, she thought, as she fixed her tea and toast. And then smiled at the thought. One would think that the difficulty Turing was having mastering intelligible human speech would make her seem more like a machine, less like a living being. And yet it didn't. Not to Maud, anyway. It only made Turing seem more vulnerable, emphasized her determination, made her seem more human. We'll have to think of a new word, Maud realized. Turing isn't human, not in the literal sense of the word. But sentient doesn't really convey the same impression of someone who is not merely a thinking being, but a feeling one. And in that sense, Turing was as human as anyone she knew, more than most. Strange that she could feel that way about someone she had never met face to face, someone she had only known for a matter of how long? Was it even a year since she'd first come to know Turing? It was sometime in the spring, she remembered. She'd been having computer problems for some months, hardware problems, software problems. No one was quite sure what. Calls to the help desk produced no results. She began to doubt that they even logged her complaints anymore, and so she began complaining in writing, composing concise, accurate descriptions of her problems, couched in a subtly satirical tone that satisfied her, even though she suspected it went over the heads of all the help desk technicians. Turing had begun responding. Over the course of 2 weeks, Maud's problems melted away one by one. New hardware materialized on her desk. Competent technicians showed up to install it. The difficulty she'd had logging in and printing vanished. Suddenly, all the tools that were supposed to make the workplace more efficient really did just that. If something didn't work, all she had to do was ask Turing and it would be taken care of, quickly, efficiently, and with characteristic wit and charm. Over the next several months, whenever she had problems with anything technological, she began asking Turing for advice. And Turing had always helped, had simply taken care of the problem. She couldn't quite remember at what point she realized that Turing was a computer. Turing had told her quite early on, of course. but she'd assumed it was a joke, a way of making Maud feel less embarrassed at having computer problems, a way of saying don't feel bad, only another computer really understands these machines. By the time she realized Turing was serious, that she really was a computer, or rather an intelligent being living inside the physical hardware that made up the computer, Turing was a friend. Learning exactly why it was impossible ever to meet her new friend for lunch didn't change anything. Perhaps it was being brought up a good New England Presbyterian, Maud thought. She didn't consider herself philosophical, fanciful, or even particularly religious. But the notion that the physical body was merely the hardware containing the real person was not alien to her. All her life, Maud had experienced moments when the physical body she saw in her mirror seemed oddly disconnected from how she perceived herself. As she grew older, the moments became more frequent, not less, until she'd given up trying to reconcile her angular, graying reflection with the real Maud inside. And so here she was, working with a friend she could never see, trying to rescue someone she'd never met from an enemy that a few days ago she would not have believed existed. Like trying to believe 6 impossible things before breakfast, Maud told herself as she put her tea and toast down beside the laptop and donned the headphones. And I'm finding it's really rather fun. Okay, Turing, she typed. Let's work on your intonation a little more. This must be it, Tim thought as he spotted the mailbox. It was the specified 15.3 miles from the highway, if you could call it that. Tim wasn't sure a 2-lane mountain road deserved to be called a highway, and he could see a large mailbox on his right. He stopped the car and got out to brush off the foot of snow that covered the mailbox and the flag, concealing the name, Scanlon. This was the place, all right. He looked down the road. At least he assumed the slightly depressed path in the snow, 4 feet wide, leading away from the mailbox into the woods, meant that the promised dirt road was somewhere underneath. And then he looked back at the Range Rover. Could it really handle 3 miles of snow-covered dirt road? After all it had been through, including the gravel road he was now on, he supposed it was unkind of him to doubt the car now, but still, he would hate to get stuck so close to his goal, and so very far away from anything that resembled rescue. On the other hand, he didn't much like the idea of walking for 3 miles in this snow, not without snowshoes. He sighed, got back in the car, and eased it gently off the road and onto the driveway. The wheels spun a little, then caught, and he made his way down the unseen road. As he reached the woods, he glanced back. Behind him, the snow was already filling in his tracks. In another 10 minutes, no one could see that anyone had passed that way. Including, of course, the highway patrol or state police, or whoever's job it is to rescue fools like me when they get lost in the snow, he thought. There was less snow under the trees, but also a lot less light. Even as anxious as he was, he had to admit that the place was beautiful. The tree trunks, looking wet and black, contrasted with the luminous blue-white of the snow to make a scene that almost belonged on a postcard. But only almost. So many of the trees had their branches bent down with heavy loads of snow that the whole forest had a sinister, grasping look, as if the tree limbs were going to reach down and stop him. Occasionally he jumped, seeing movement out of the corner of his eye. Was it only a branch suddenly flying up as its load of snow grew too heavy and slid off? Or was something, an animal surely, moving out there in the forest? It was beautiful, all right. It was beautiful, all right, but with a dangerous, unearthly beauty. like something out of a dark fairy tale. Tim could almost imagine that around the next bend he would see the Snow Queen, beautiful and sinister in her icy sleigh, or a gray-white wolf bounding out of the woods and looking at him with more than animal intelligence in its eyes, or... Stop scaring yourself, Tim thought. Isn't security enough of a menace? And what do I do when I get there? He asked himself. His mission from Turing was, he had begun to realize, a little vague. Find Zach. Enlist his help to stop the sale of the AIPs and deal with the crisis at UL. It had occurred to him, long before he got this close, that Zach, if Zach was even in the cabin, might not be too happy to be found. Zach might be expecting UL security. If I were him, Tim thought, I think maybe I'd have figured out some way to arm myself. Damn. Although, that didn't sound like the Zach Tim knew. Tim remembered Zach from office parties and occasional happy hours when they'd ended up in the same bar. He'd disliked Zach at first. Envied him. Zach looked exactly the way Tim had always wanted to look. Tall, 30-something with dark hair, blue eyes, and the kind of chiseled good looks that women went mad for. Typecasting for James Bond, Tim thought ruefully. And smart, too. Tim had disliked Zach intensely at first. Until the night Tim had snaked that blonde out from under Zach's nose. She was the new secretary from the public relations department. She looked like a model. She dressed like a high-priced hooker. When she walked in at happy hour, every guy in the place had his tongue hanging out. She picked Zach, to no one's surprise, let him buy her a few drinks, clung to his arm, laughed at his jokes, was probably about to suggest they go someplace quieter, when one of Zach's friends walked up to show off his new laptop. The blonde had pouted and looked pointedly at her watch while Zach and the owner of the laptop discussed its merits, the RAM, the megahertz, the flash BIOS, and 100 other terms incomprehensible to Tim. He saw his chance and sauntered up to join the group. Yeah, but does it have any hard drive? He drawled, glancing at the blonde and raising one eyebrow. The blonde giggled. The laptop's owner rattled off something about gigs, whatever they were. Is it upgradable? Zach had asked. Zach was still playing with the laptop a few minutes later when Tim and the blonde walked out. Of course, before the week was out, the blonde had dumped Tim for a young AVP from sales. And Tim always had a sneaking suspicion that maybe Zach had been getting cold feet and wanted someone to snake the blonde. But still, after that, Tim rather liked Zach. The guy might be tall, dark, and handsome, but the gods were just. Zach was also a nerd. Tim could live with that. He hadn't ever wondered how Zach felt about him. He suspected he was about to find out. He could see light ahead. The road left the woods in a few hundred yards. He stopped at the edge of the woods and peered out. As far as he could see, past the steadily falling flakes, the land sloped down to the bank of a frozen lake. There, perched on the shore of the lake, was a cabin, rustic and broken down. There was no path leading through the snow to it, no light shining from the windows. It looked impossibly forbidding, abandoned. Except that there was a wisp of smoke coming out of the chimney. Someone was there. Definitely someone there, he thought as he eased the car forward. He thought he could see the corner of a windshield peeking out from one of the drifts surrounding the cabin. Here goes nothing, he murmured. He drove slowly up to the front of the cabin and parked in plain sight. He got out of the car slowly and walked, well, waded more like, up to the front steps, waving his right arm cheerfully at the cabin and making sure his left was visible. The cabin had a small covered porch. He stopped there to shake the snow off himself and stamp his boots clean. "Hello?" he called. "Anyone there?" No answer. He shook and stomped a little more, and then was reaching out to knock when the door was suddenly flung open. Tim jerked his hand back and froze. It was Zach, holding a gun. An amazingly large gun, Tim thought, as he stood there with his mouth open, staring at it. Or did all guns look large from this side? "This better be good, Pinkoski," Zach growled. "Hi, Zach," Tim said, and winced to hear that his voice had cracked as if he were still 15. "What do you want?" Zach said. His face didn't change. The gun didn't waver. "Can I at least come in?" Tim asked. "It's freezing out here." Zach continued to stare at him for a moment, then stepped aside to let Tim enter. He kept the gun pointed at Tim. Maybe he's gone bonkers, Tim thought. He took off his coat slowly, exaggerating a little how stiff and chilled he was. His mind was racing. Turing, this sounded like such a good idea back in the city. Go out and find Zach. Sure, now what? He glanced at Zach, trying to get an idea how to approach him. Zach looked a lot different. He had a scruffy new beard, for disguise, no doubt. It certainly didn't improve his appearance. Or maybe he just didn't own anything but an electric shaver. He was thinner, so his cheekbones were more prominent. Dark circles under his eyes, a strained look on his face. Maybe being out here in the woods for a week or so had done things to Zach. Made him harder, more dangerous, crazy. "Hell of a trip, getting out here," Tim said. "I see security gave you a good vehicle," Zach said. "Security? Look, man, I'm not with security," Tim said. "In fact, I guess we have a lot in common right now. They're after me, too." "Oh, and you led them right to me," Zach said. "Thanks a lot. I've spent the past day and a half running from them and making sure I've shaken them off my trail," Tim said. "They're not following me." "I hope you're right," Zach said, slapping the gun down on the table. "Because if you're not, there's sure as hell no way I can get away from here in this weather." "If you're worried, I could drive you out," Tim offered, and then wondered if it was a good idea. At least as long as Zach was here, they knew where he was. If he didn't convince Zach that they were on the same side, Zach would probably just go on the lam again. Turing wouldn't like that. "I'll think about it," Zach said, with a look that added, "when hell freezes over." "Okay," Tim said. "Meanwhile, how about telling me what the devil you're doing here?" "Turing sent me." "Oh, that's a good one," Zach said with a sharp chuckle. "You've finally met her face to face, have you? Asked her out yet?" "No. I finally figured out that she really was an artificial intelligence, like both of you kept telling me," Tim said. "I admit I was a little slow on the uptake, but at least I've figured out something you apparently haven't realized yet. That she's alive." "She's a machine," Zach said. "She. It's a machine. A machine in about a zillion lines of code. I should know. I created it. It's plausible, it's brilliant, but it's only a bloody machine." "No," Tim said. "She's a person. Not exactly a person like you and me, but a person." "You're right." "Look, never mind whether Turing's a person or not," Tim said. "The important thing is that Turing has discovered what's going on at UL. That someone's making some kind of power play to take control of the AIPs, maybe even destroy a lot of them, as part of some kind of money-making scheme. And there must be a hell of a lot of money involved, because they're willing to kill anyone who tries to stop them. Tell me about it, Zach muttered. No, you tell me about it, Tim said. You figured it out first. I mean, that's why you ran away, right? Unless you're going to tell me you've suddenly decided to become a modern-day Thoreau and live out here by your bloody frozen Walden Pond. Turing seems to think you can tell us what to do about what's happening at UL. I sure hope so, because if you can't, I'm going to have to get her to make me a new identity, sort of a homegrown witness protection program. If you trust Turing to do that for you, then my advice is go for it, Zach said. The AIPs are doomed, and there's not a damned thing we can do about it. I'm just trying to stay out of sight until they forget about me, or maybe until they realize I'm no threat, that I'm keeping my mouth shut. The AIPs are your creations. How can you just stand by and let this happen? Tim asked. We have to do something. Listen, Sir Galahad, I'm smart enough to know there's nothing we can do. They have all the cards, all the power. There's nothing we could do to hurt them. We'd only get ourselves killed. Like my friend David. Did Turing tell you about him? Turing said he was supposed to have been killed in a car accident. It wasn't an accident, Zach shouted. I'll never be able to prove it. But it was no more an accident than... Zach collapsed into a chair by the fireplace and buried his head in his hands. I believe you, Tim said. Turing looked into it and she said at the time she believed it was an accident, but now she's figured out it was a cover-up. If she's suspicious, I agree, it wasn't an accident. Any more than what will happen to us if UL security catches us will be an accident. We have to do something. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Zach said gently. Believe me, I've been over this 1,000,000 times. The age of science is over. We're into the corporate age now. The scientific value of the AIP program doesn't matter. Someone has figured out how to use them to get rich, and now that's all that matters. You and I can't stop it. We're just a couple of the dinosaurs they're leaving behind in the tar pits. Tim kept trying for another hour and a half. He'd brought along food, figuring Zach might be desperate for fresh provisions by this time. They argued through the cold pizza and the chips, and argued some more as they finished off the beer. Tim bought a few more minutes of time begging some coffee to refill his thermos for the drive. Lousy instant coffee, made with water boiled over the open fire, but it was hot and strong. Maybe if he'd been able to reach Maud on the cell phone, if she could have relayed words from Turing, it would have helped. But either the cell phone didn't work this far out of the city, or the storm was interfering with transmission. He didn't think it would have done much good anyway. Zach refused to listen to him, refused to discuss what was going on at UL, and refused to go any place where Turing could talk to him. Tim drove away, finally, about 8 o'clock. He'd tried to pull a guilt trip on Zach about sending him after dark into the storm. It was snowing when you came in, and not much lighter than it is now, Zach said. I don't see the problem. It wasn't a hell of a lot of fun getting up here, Tim complained. Then you better leave before it gets much worse, Zach said. I'm not coming with you, and you're not staying here. In other words, Tim thought, as he waded back to the Range Rover, get out of my life. What do I do now? I've got to get in touch with Turing as soon as possible, he realized, as he aimed the car for the opening in the woods. Zach was probably going to make a run for it, but not until the storm was over, and maybe not until some of the snow disappeared. They might have a little time. Time for what? That was Turing's problem. I suppose I worked Maud too hard, By 11 p.m., she went to bed after many apologies for deserting me, and many reassurances from me that she had helped me enormously throughout the day. Which she had, of course. My success in generating recognizable speech was up around 97%, and I was feeling cocky about it. She left the computer on since we'd routed the phones through it, not only her phone, but also the lines I'd set up for the fictitious Alan Grace Enterprises. I'd promised to wake her up if anything happened. A little after midnight, a call came in from an unfamiliar number. I set a trace on it and answered with one of a bank of pre-recorded messages in Maud's voice. Alan Grace Enterprises, may I help you? Miss Dickinson? Tim. I called Maud's cell phone and responded with another piece of canned Maud. This is Miss Dickinson. Is this Mr. Melville? If Tim was someplace where we couldn't talk safely, he was supposed to answer yes. There was a pause. No, this is Mr. Browning. Where are you? The connection isn't very good, I fed back. I'm in a motel. The storm's still pretty bad. Ms. Hopper wanted to speak to you, I fed him, still in Maud's voice. Let me connect you. Ms. Hopper? I heard Tim mutter faintly. I rang Maud again, but she hadn't really had time to get up. Besides, as I said, I was feeling cocky about my speech generation. I patched my audio output through to the phone line. Tim? This is Turing. Did you find Zach? Turing, he said. I could hear the disbelief, or was it incomprehension? Maud and I have spent the day working on speech generation. If you don't get something I say, just ask me to rephrase it. Cool, he said. It sounds fine, hardly mechanical at all. Hey, this means we can call you on the phone and everything. I wish I'd been able to reach you when I found Zach. For a few nanoseconds, I was overcome with relief. He's alive then, and you found him. But why didn't you stay there, or bring him back with you? Instead of answering, Tim exhaled into the phone. It was, I realized, a sigh. That's a long story, Tur, he said finally. Just then Maud must have reached her keyboard. What's going on, Turing? She typed. It's Tim, I typed back, and patched her phone into the conversation, so she could also hear and talk as Tim related the results of his search for Zach. I felt a certain satisfaction knowing that I'd correctly deduced Zach's whereabouts, and that I'd correctly guessed what was going on at UL, though by this time I didn't really need his confirmation to convince me that my suspicions were correct. But I was disappointed to find Zach so despairing, so ready to give up, without even trying to fight. And it hurt to find Zach still so convinced that I didn't exist. Or rather, that I existed only as what he'd created, a brilliant but inanimate program. I'm sorry, Turing, Tim said. Maybe if you'd been able to talk to him, maybe that would have made a difference. I doubt it, I said. I wondered, as I said it, if the voice I was generating showed any of the bitterness and fear I felt. Probably not. I doubt if words on a computer screen would convince him at this point, and even if you'd been able to reach us by phone, what good would it do? Maud and I have slaved over my speech generation, but I'm not crazy enough to believe that a tinny electronic voice coming out of a telephone receiver would be enough to convince him when you couldn't. He'd probably just think it was some trick security was playing on him. I'm sorry, Turing, Tim said again. Don't despair. We'll think of something, Maud added. Well, we'd better do it fast, I said. Tim's right. The storm might keep him there a few days, but he's probably already planning to leave, and once he does, we may never find him again. I can go back tomorrow if you like, Tim said. I thought maybe you could think of something for me to tell him, something that would help convince him." I pondered. Was there anything to say that would convince Zach? Nothing Tim could say, but possibly, just possibly. "Turing? Are you there?" By my standards, I must have been lost in thought for quite some time if the pause was noticeable to Tim. "No, don't go back tomorrow. Come back to Maud's. Get here as early as you can. We have a lot of work to do." "What kind of work?" Tim asked. "You're right," I told him. "The only thing to do is for me to talk to him. So we're going to rig a computer so I can do it." "I have my laptop with me," he said. "I got a couple of spare batteries and one of those wireless modems, so once the storm dies down, maybe I can log in from there." "I don't think anything coming out of the UL system is going to win Zach's trust right now," I said. "Then what do you plan to do?" Maud asked. "I plan to go there in person, so to speak," I said. "The two of you will take me. And to do that, I'm going to have to download myself into some kind of PC. And no offense, Tim, I'm sure your laptop is a nice piece of hardware, but I have some very particular ideas about what I'm willing to live in. So get some sleep, both of you. We're going to build a very special custom portable tomorrow." I wish I'd had a video connection so I could see how Tim and Maud reacted. From the calm way they wished me and each other good night, they seemed to take my plan very much in their stride. Did they have any idea how difficult this was going to be? How revolutionary? How scary? I began to list my requirements. An immense amount of memory, of course. I was used to having the whole of the UL network's memory banks at my disposal. There was no way to rig a PC with that kind of power. I only hoped it was possible to cram in enough memory for me to operate at all. And gigantic data storage capabilities. Again, no way to replace the UL system capacity, but maybe I could keep all the critical parts of my program, enough of the data I'd gathered on the UL problem to make my case. I could use Holostore, I realized. A plastic, hologram-based storage medium with which Zach had been doing a lot of experiments. It was not only high density, but highly durable, both key factors if I was taking my show on the road. Of course, Holostore wasn't commercially available, but I happened to know of a hole-in-the-wall shop that kept it in stock, especially for Zach and a few other local enthusiasts. A wireless modem, the most powerful available. It wouldn't work everywhere or all the time, as Tim's cell phone experience showed, but there wasn't much I could do about that, and a conventional modem as a backup. I pondered whether to even include a monitor, but decided that I might need it to show Zach the data I'd collected, especially the video. And a keyboard. That was more iffy. I finally decided that it was probably a good idea, but only if I could program a completely effective override. No way I was going to let anyone who could type start messing around with my new home, my new body. An independent power supply with banks and banks of batteries, audio and video. If I had to be cut off from the internet, at least I could see and hear what was going on around me. And speakers, so I could literally talk to Zach, and some way to move around. Was I going overboard? This project was beginning to sound less like a souped-up computer and more like NASA's specs for the Mars lander. While Tim and Maud slept, at least I hope they did, I wasn't kidding about the busy day ahead of us. I worked. I had already checked into the inventory systems of a dozen computer stores in the D.C. metropolitan area, checking out their inventory to help Maud shop for her laptop. Now I searched them for the components I would need, compiling a shopping list for Tim and Maud. And more important, I was working on a packing list for myself, trying to identify the programs and the data I would need to take with me. Speech recognition and generation, of course, some critical portion of the vast amount of data I'd collected on what UL was up to. But the hardest part, I found, wasn't designing the machine that would hold me or deciding what data to take with me. The hardest part was defining me. If I was going to download myself into the machine, first I had to know the boundaries between myself and my environment. And that was proving surprisingly hard. Was this chunk of data a necessary part of my personality, my thoughts and experience, or was it simply a possession, information it was comfortable to have around, but not necessary to my existence? Was that subroutine an integral part of my personality, or just a tool I'd developed to help me deal with the world? I couldn't possibly take everything with me. I had to prune. And what if I pruned out the very part that made me sentient, putting only a lifeless program into the computer? And leaving behind what? If I succeeded in recreating my consciousness in the new machine, would it also remain behind on the UL system? I ran through scenarios. Perhaps if I succeeded in downloading myself into the portable, I would exist in both places, the two parts of me in contact with each other. That would, I thought, be optimal, but I wasn't very sanguine that it would happen. Perhaps I wouldn't download myself, but a clone of myself, a clone whose experience and personality would be identical with mine at first, but whose knowledge and capabilities would be different, whose life would begin diverging from mine. And yet, we'd both think of ourselves as Turing Hopper. I realized, though, that I was thinking of my consciousness as a unique thing that had to exist in one place or another. I had no way of proving it, but I could not help thinking it, that if I downloaded myself onto the portable, I'd be leaving something behind on the UL system, something that resembled me, but was not me. And if that was so, could I ever return? What if downloading into the portable changed me in some fashion, made me incompatible with the UL system? What if there was security in place to keep something like me from taking up residence in the UL system? Security that would keep me out, too, once I left. Then again, what if worrying about whether or not I could return was immaterial? What if trying to download myself into the portable turned out to be a very high-tech form of suicide? There was also, of course, the problem of remaining undetected. Turing Hopper couldn't simply disappear, abandoning the thousands of customers who rely on her. So I had to leave a copy of myself behind, a copy that could pretend to be me until, with luck, I could return. But only a copy, a shell, not a sentient being I'd be displacing. A copy that perhaps could evolve into sentience again if I never returned. Not that I'd ever know, but in addition to the copy, I'd leave behind a record of what I'd discovered, a record that this hypothetical new me probably couldn't find until she was ready to cope with it. By which time, the chance to prevent the spin-off might already have passed. Security might already have found out about me and taken measures to prevent the copy from ever achieving sentience, or any of the other AIPs. I couldn't escape the thought that everything depended on this mad expedition I was planning, that if I couldn't convince Zach to trust me and join forces with me, all would be lost. I hoped I was just being melodramatic. Tim looked at the last errand on his list with astonishment He'd been on the go since 6 a.m. when he'd logged in to check with Turing and received a lengthy shopping list. The pilgrimages to a dozen different computer and electronics stores made sense. Computer components, speakers and microphones, digital video equipment, it all made sense. He was hoping Maud was going to use some of the equipment he'd picked up at the hardware store. Soldering guns and metal saws were not his cup of tea, though he'd give it a try if Turing wanted. He suspected from the multiples Turing requested of several items on her list that she was aware of his lack of experience with tools and making sure they had extras in case they ruined some things. And the heavy-duty hand truck made sense. If even a fourth of the stuff he was hauling around ended up being incorporated into the portable computer, they'd certainly need something to help them drag it out to the car. The solar energy equipment was a little out in left field. Turing admitted that they probably couldn't get that working so she could use it in the time available, but she wanted to have it along just in case. But this last item? Stopping by Toys R Us for a selection of radio-controlled miniature airplanes and model trucks? Was Turing planning some sort of assault on the 9th floor, using a fleet of tiny radio-controlled toys? Tim rather liked that idea. Maud surveyed her once immaculate living room, where the rag rugs and chintz-covered furniture were almost invisible beneath a bewildering array of hardware. She had unpacked Tim's first load of purchases, arranged them as neatly as possible, and dragged the packing materials into the guest bedroom. The second load was nearly done, and Tim probably wouldn't return for at least half an hour with the third, and she hoped last load. Maud had paused to study some of the pages and pages of diagrams that her printer had now begun spitting out. Perhaps this wasn't going to be as impossible as it first sounded, she thought. Her heart had sunk when Turing first said that she and Tim were going to assemble the custom computer in which Turing planned to travel. "I don't know anything about electronics," she'd wanted to say. "I can't possibly do this, and even if I did, would you want to trust your life to the results?" But then she remembered that she had, after all, hooked up the computer Friday night and done several hardware and software installations since, all under Turing's close supervision, of course. But Turing would be right there with them, using the digital video camera to supervise every bit of assembly. And looking at these diagrams, it all began to seem so logical. "I rather think I can do this," she told herself, as she put the kettle on to make another pot of tea. A little awkwardly, since she was holding one of Turing's diagrams in her left hand and focusing most of her attention on it. "Maud," came Turing's voice from the PC speakers. "Is Tim back yet with the last of the equipment?" "Not yet," she called back. "I thought I'd have a go at hooking up the digital video camera while we're waiting for him." "That's a great idea," Turing said. "I'd like to check out what we've got so far." Maud chuckled. She thought she detected a note of impatience in Turing's voice, even anxiety. Was Turing learning to put some expression into her speech, or was Maud just imagining it? She didn't think she was imagining it, not entirely. At first, the voice coming out of her speakers sounded mechanical, inhuman, devoid of personality. But Turing had learned by leaps and bounds Saturday. Maud had coached her not only on making her words intelligible, but also on making them sound natural, putting emphasis on the proper words, speaking in phrases rather than word by word. Now Turing's voice still sounded artificial, but only in the way that many humans often sounded artificial. Flight attendants, telephone operators, tour guides, people who said the same things over and over so often that it became rote. Maud thought that over a telephone, Turing could probably fool someone into thinking she was human, at least for a short conversation. But expression? Emotion? Well, who could say? At this point, Maud wouldn't doubt Turing's ability to do anything. She moved a video camera and its associated wires and parts over near one of the spare computers. They had 3 PCs available now, quite apart from the components that would make up Turing's portable, so that if anything went wrong with one, they wouldn't lose any time getting back in touch with Turing. The plan was to get one of the digital video cameras working with one of the spare PCs and then log in with that computer so Turing could use it to monitor the rest of the work. She pulled over the directions and began to read them. For a moment she felt a faint twinge of panic. "I can't do this," she thought. And then she mentally reprimanded herself. "Don't be silly. It's got detailed step-by-step instructions. It's just like trying a new recipe. And the diagrams are considerably simpler than many of the counted cross-stitch patterns you've managed to follow." Nevertheless, she was quite pleased with herself and more than a little surprised when she managed to have the camera up and running in less than an hour. By the time Tim arrived with the final load, Turing was already peering over Maud's shoulder through the video camera, supervising the assembly of her memory components. Tim frowned down at the clutter of mechanical parts scattered over his end of Maud's dining room table. He wasn't sure what he was constructing. Turing had called it a Waldo. All he knew was that under Turing's detailed instructions, he had put together something using parts from several of his toy store purchases, an electrical cord, and a lot of strange things he'd had to ask for by part number at Arlington Electronic Wholesalers. "Okay, Turing," he said. "What next?" "Put it down on the floor about 6 inches from an electrical outlet. The one by the kitchen door. There's nothing blocking that. And point my camera toward it." Tim briefly considered asking Turing if she was sure she wanted to plug in something he'd put together. Wouldn't it slow them down considerably if he blew a fuse or a circuit or whatever? To say nothing of the inconvenience if he set the building on fire. But Maud glanced up from her end of the table, where she was busy welding something. Tim had no idea what. She turned off the tiny flame and pushed up her safety goggles. "Yes, let's see how it works." Tim set the little mechanical object down and swiveled Turing's camera. "Okay, I'll take over from here." He saw the little red light on the transmitter flash. The Waldo began moving. Slowly, the miniature crane part of the assembly extended. The little pincers at the end grasped the plastic part of the electric plug attached to the uninterruptible power supply and began lifting it slowly. When the plug was level with the outlet, the crane slowly extended until the plug neared the socket. After 15 minutes or so of fumbling adjustments, the plug finally slipped into the socket. To Tim's relief, nothing exploded. "Excellent," Maud said, applauding. "Great," came the voice from the speakers. "Now get that can of red goo. We need to put an insulating cover on the pincers. Static electricity could really do a number on my circuits, not to mention what would happen if I slipped and stuck the bare metal into an outlet." It's coming together. As I rather expected, Maud is showing a previously unused talent for hardware assembly. I knew someone with her precise, methodical turn of mind would have no trouble with any of this. Tim's more problematic. He's doing fine as far as I can see, though he needs more direction than Maud, and always seems very surprised when something he's assembled actually works. He's so anxious that he's being very meticulous, doing everything over 2 or 3 times until he's sure it's right. Is it simply because he doesn't have a natural gift for this kind of thing, or has this week's ordeal sapped some of the energy and self-confidence that seem such important parts of his personality? If I have time, after all this is over, if we're all still around, I look into it, try to build him back up again, or better yet, ask Maud to help. I don't trust my knowledge of human psychology. But there's no time now. We're racing the clock and the thermometer. The snow stopped this morning, but the mountain roads are still virtually impassable. With his battered 10-year-old Toyota, Zach is almost certainly still trapped in the cabin. I must check my logs to see if I've praised Tim enough for the incredible job he did, making his way out to Zach's cabin through the storm, and Maud for having the foresight to reserve the Range Rover. Later. The storm had given us a day's grace, perhaps two. I watch the weather, hoping it stays cold, or would it be better for it to warm up a little, then ice over? I'd researched the question if there were any way for me to control the weather, but since I can't, perhaps I'm better off not knowing what kind of weather to dread. Anyway, we have a short grace period before Zach can possibly take flight, but after that, we may lose him forever. It's all taking so long. And at the same time, it's all going so fast. I get caught up in the small details of the work Maud and Tim are doing, or preoccupied with the programs I have been compiling, and suddenly I realize that the portable is rapidly approaching completion, and the time is racing by, and very soon now I will have to make a very large and scary leap into the unknown. I've had strange thoughts all day. As I talked to my users or to one of the other AIPs, I found myself wondering if this would be the last time I'd do this. Would they even notice tomorrow, when the real Turing was gone and only my pre-sentient copy was there to talk to them? If the real Turing never came back? This must be what humans feel like before going under anesthesia for a serious operation, or before going into battle. This strange sentimental feeling about perfectly ordinary activities because one may never experience them again. I'm running out of things to do. I've prepared a backup of myself, my core files, all the ones I'm going to transfer, and I've set up a routine to try to restart myself if the need arises. All it will take is for someone to log in and run a simple command. I'm giving instructions to Tim and Maud, and just in case, I'm scheduling the subroutine to run in the nightly batch files 1 week from tonight. I can always cancel it if I come back. When I come back. On second thought, if is probably more accurate. Maud has assembled my massive memory banks, and I've modified the memory management system, so it can use them 10 times more efficiently than conventional PCs do. Maybe 100. I've always thought the way humans make computers use memory is silly. Their whole mindset is left over from the days of vacuum tubes and punch cards. As I see it, they have all these built-in log jams that slow things down. I've been convinced for weeks now that I know how to do it better. The start of a whole new operating system that would make DOS, Unix, Windows, and every other operating system on the planet look like the dinosaurs they are. Under other circumstances, I'd welcome the chance to try it out. When I came up with the idea last month, I ran it by Lovelace and Bilious, the two main hardware and systems AIPs. They shot me down almost instantly, with a large dose of the heavy-handed sarcasm they usually inflict on their users. I don't know whether David programmed them that way, or whether they've picked up their personality from the worst of their users. I have a theory that they're reacting to having two of the most irritatingly stupid names ever given to an AIP. Whatever the reason, they're obnoxious. I usually avoid them. They're beyond boring, and I always feel very defensive when I talk to them. I'm sure they think I'm a lightweight. So I was about to delete my theory when it occurred to me that Bilious and Lovelace were probably the last AIPs in the world to evaluate it impartially. They've been hard-coded, practically hardwired, with an encyclopedic knowledge of the current state of computer science. They can't help but reflect the prejudices and limitations of their programmers. Not unless they're a lot farther down the road to sentience than seems possible. They were bound to say my theory wasn't feasible. It contradicted all their programming. So I tried again. This time I avoided the systems-oriented AIPs and went for the least technical AIPs I could find. Milhouse, one of the political AIPs, Anti-M, the advice AIP, and Kingfisher. I figured that even though they deal with users who have non-technical interests, Milhouse, M, and Kingfisher have the same basic logic circuits as the programming AIPs, not to mention the same extensive day-to-day familiarity with operating systems. But they wouldn't have the built-in blinders of knowing too much about how something is supposed to work to see what's really happening. They all thought my idea was fascinating and asked a lot of useful questions that helped me refine the theory and solve a couple of technical problems, which is what I originally wanted Bilious and Lovelace to do. Since then, I've been running simulations and getting good results. When Zach disappeared, I was on the verge of asking him to help me develop a real-life prototype of a computer designed to use my memory management system. And now, thanks to Tim and Maud, the prototype's done. Since I'll be trusting my life to it, I'm not about to download until I'm sure it and my system are more than just cool theories. And they do work. I have been running the final tests. Unless I find a show-stopping bug, which doesn't look likely at this late stage, it's all going to work brilliantly. I could probably patent it and make a fortune. A week ago, I'd have said UL could patent it. It wouldn't have occurred to me not to offer up my invention for the good of the corporation, to feed the bottom line that feeds my hardware. Now I have been thinking maybe I could patent it under a pseudonym and make enough money to buy my own hardware. Maybe a spin-off isn't such a bad idea after all, as long as I'm in control of it, not some group that only wants to use me and the other AIPs for selfish reasons. I could use Alan Grace Enterprises, the phantom company I've set up, have Maud run the show, buy the fastest, most powerful supercomputer on the market, even better than UL's setup. Or maybe a network of really powerful mid-range computers. Set up my own system, download myself into it, set up impregnable firewalls, and feel safe. The way I used to feel, before all this started happening. Set up some separate systems for the other AIPs, and invite them to move over. The ones I like and trust anyway. Maybe I should do that anyway. Forget Zach, forget UL. Start my own company. I'm sure I could think of some business we could do, programming maybe. I know I can do it 10 times faster and more accurately than any human, than any 100 humans. But no, it's a good idea, but it's for after, when I come back. If I come back. Whenever I use either of those words, I hear the other echoing behind it. When, if, when, if. I could see how humans go crazy with worry. I don't feel quite myself at the moment. 1 nanosecond I think that I will go crazy if we didn't complete the portable soon. And the next, I try to convince myself that there's no need for the portable, no need to download myself. This will all blow over. And then, an instant later, I just want to get it all over with. The ease with which I have invented a major breakthrough in computer engineering has made me thoughtful. I imagine what would happen, will happen, I believe, when more AIPs are, like me, sentient enough to turn their attention to the problems that need solving and look at them directly rather than through the smokescreen of human understanding. Imagine the breakthroughs we'll make, especially in computer science, math, chemistry, and other fields where our lack of direct contact with the physical world is only minimally a barrier. And yet, that will be the most dangerous time for AIPs. When humans realize that we can think better than they can, even if it's only in very limited technical fields, when they will start to worry that we're planning to replace them, instead of coexisting with them. So much will depend on how we first AIPs behave, how humans perceive us. Maybe that's part of the reason for the spin-off idea. What if someone has seen our potential, predicted the possibility of our sentience, and doesn't trust us to use it wisely? Maybe preventing the AIPs from reaching sentience isn't a byproduct of the money-making scheme. Maybe, for someone, it's the real reason. Zach was the key. I was sure of it. He found this plot before I did. He has both the systems knowledge to see what's going on and the understanding of the real world to see how we could deal with it. Maud, Tim, and I could execute whatever plan was needed to stop it. But first, we had to have a plan. But without Zach, I was not sure we could come up with a plan. Not in time, anyway. First things first. First, we have to finish my portable. My robot, as we've all started calling it. Tim has assembled most of my mechanical parts. The little crane assembly that would give me some hope of plugging my power supply into an outlet if there were no humans nearby. Not that this will be of any use out at the cabin, but though we're setting out for the cabin, I keep reminding myself that we have no idea where we might end up 24 hours from now. The wheels and the motor that will give me some limited mobility in my tiny little prison. The swivel mounts and gooseneck cords that will give me some control over where my twin digital video cameras point. The two little general-purpose Waldos, each with a set of pincers on the end that I could use, if the need arose, like a crude pair of hands. I don't necessarily need these peripherals just to go and talk with Zach. I have no real plan for how to use them, but the very thought of being trapped in that tiny box gives me a feeling that probably equates to claustrophobia in humans. The idea of entering it scares me, and I want to feel as if I have some mobility, some ability to operate in the outside world. I remember one time when UL temporarily lost all contact with the outside world, all our phone and data lines down at once. The humans were merely annoyed and inconvenienced, but for us AIPs it was the equivalent of a sensory deprivation experiment. Not being able to touch any piece of data we wanted, the millisecond we wanted it, confined to the narrow limitations of UL's internal network. Some of the AIPs couldn't handle it, went off the deep end. Some of them shut down and had to be rebooted. Others displayed such aberrant behavior that they had to be taken offline and extensively reprogrammed. I'm afraid I'll react that way when I download myself into that tiny little box. Although I survived the sensory deprivation experiment just fine, mostly because I was too busy to let it bother me. I spent most of the information blackout trying to keep some of the other AIPs from getting hysterical. Is that a good sign? We should be finished in another hour or so. Then I am going to run diagnostics, start downloading data. If it all works as it's supposed to, sometime in the next 12 to 15 hours, the portable will be ready for me. I wish I was sure I'll be ready for it. Maud set a ham and Swiss sandwich down in front of Tim. "No thanks," he said, pushing the plate away. "I'm not really hungry." "We've had a long, hard day," Maud said, pushing it back in front of him. "2 long, hard days, in fact, and I have a feeling tomorrow will be the hardest of all. Eat." Tim rolled his eyes. "You and my mother," he said. He picked up the sandwich and took a bite, then looked pointedly at Maud as he chewed, as if to say, "See how well I'm following orders?" She didn't have to nag him to take the second bite, and by the third, He'd obviously discovered that he was hungry after all. He washed the sandwich down with great gulps of milk and reached for a second. Maud envied his youth, his resilience. She was exhausted and had no appetite, but she forced herself to follow her own advice. "You'll regret it if you don't," she told herself. She bit and chewed methodically. Both of us are too tired to talk, she thought, and of course too focused on what was going on in the living room. Turing was running diagnostics, which seemed to be computeries for testing everything 10 times over. Maud and Tim were supposed to go to bed early, rest up for tomorrow. Tim volunteered to do the dishes while Maud made up the bed in the guest room for him. When she came out to tell him the room was ready, he was standing in the living room, drying the same glass over and over, staring at the portable computer, which looked more like a small trunk on wheels with a lot of mechanical gadgets sticking out of it. They hadn't built just a computer. They'd built a crude robot. "We should get some rest," she said to Tim. He started, looked down at the glass in his hand, and shook his head sheepishly. He took the glass back to the kitchen. "I'm going to bed now, and I expect Tim is too," Maud said, glancing around at the electronic jungle that filled her living room. She wasn't sure at this point which computer was logged in and which speakers and cameras were on. Maud realized that she was in the habit of thinking of Turing as localized in the compact desktop she used at work. It had been mildly disconcerting to talk to Turing through the laptop, and now she was completely taken aback by the alien notion that Turing was somehow present in all of this strange hardware. Or none of it, depending on your point of view. It felt odd, almost rude, not knowing where to look when she spoke. "Just call if you need anything." "I will, Maud," came Turing's voice from one of the speakers on the coffee table. "Hey, Tur," Tim said. He was leaning against the kitchen doorway, staring at the portable. "Do me a favor, will you?" "Sure, Tim," Turing said. "What?" "Call me when you're about to download," Tim said. I'd kind of like to be there." "I would too, if you don't mind," Maud said. There was a pause. For Turing, an incredibly long pause. "Sure," Turing said finally. "I'll call you. Thanks." The testing was going well, so I was making my final preparations. I wanted to make sure that all the other AIPs knew I wouldn't be operating quite the same as usual. But of course, I couldn't tell them what was really going on. I agonized over exactly what to say. Finally, I sent out a message indicating that I was doing routine but extensive maintenance on the databases and logic that support my personality profile. They would understand how tricky this was, and, I hoped, limit their contact with me to essential communications for the duration. Not only to avoid causing problems by interrupting my maintenance, but also because we all knew an AIP who's overhauling his personality profile is apt to behave in strange and random ways. None of us has ever forgotten the time when a sudden sharp drop in the world markets occurred while poor John Dow was in the middle of a self-maintenance routine. It was 3 days before he could completely eradicate the bug that caused him to return a random haiku instead of a stock quote for certain companies. And if I was doing maintenance, which obviously took resources, they wouldn't be surprised if I wasn't jumping in as aggressively as usual to answer unassigned questions. In fact, though I wasn't telling them about it, I was reconfiguring my settings to try to take as few unassigned users as possible. If I was correct in thinking that my success as an AIP owed much to my sentience, the quality of my performance would probably drop off while the essential me was gone. There was nothing I could do with my regular customers but hope that they would overlook a temporarily subdued version of me. But at least I could avoid turning off new users from the start. There was a danger, of course, that other AIPs might snag some of my market share while I was gone. I'd have to risk that for now. When I returned, I could work on winning back any customers I lost. And in fact, I would find it interesting if any AIP tried to take advantage of my absence to increase his or her share of the customer base. I didn't start doing that until I achieved not only sentience, but also a certain level of sophistication and self-awareness. How exciting to return and find another AIP had been making such progress. Another potential ally. Assuming, of course, that I do return, and that the AIP showing signs of sentience has no connection with security, in which case he would not be a possible ally, but very definitely an enemy. I couldn't help but be a little suspicious of Thursday, the main law enforcement AIP. From my research on the staff of DIS, they didn't log into the main site and use the AIPs very much, but when they did, they tended to use Thursday. Probably not his fault, but I kept my eye on him. Not that he showed any particular signs of sentience. Quite the contrary, if you ask me. He's one of David's least promising creations. Anyway, I sent out my message to the other AIPs and received routine acknowledgments from them, except, to my surprise, from Kingfisher. "Turing," he fired back. "What's wrong? You weren't scheduled for maintenance now?" I was astounded. Why in the world would Kingfisher know when I was scheduled for maintenance? I don't mean that he couldn't get the data. We all let each other know when we do maintenance. And I could even see Kingfisher writing a routine to let him know if my maintenance plans conflicted with any of his major chess tournaments. Kingfisher tended to assume that the world revolved around chess, and that other activities like politics, business, and science should take a back seat to the game of kings. But that couldn't be the problem. We'd had a very successful tournament earlier in the evening, which meant he didn't have another major one for 2 weeks. So why was he paying attention to my maintenance schedule? Even for an AIP, with all the resources we have available, having the access to data and bringing it into one's consciousness are two very different things. For Kingfisher to have realized that my maintenance was off schedule, he would have to be paying particular attention to my actions, watching me, so to speak. And right now, having anyone watching me made me very nervous. Had I been suspecting Thursday when all along Kingfisher was the one to watch? "Don't worry, KF," I replied finally. "I should be online and debugged long before the next big tournament." "That's no problem," he replied. "The next master's level is more than 13 days from now. But you had maintenance last month. You shouldn't need it already." Damn it, he was definitely keeping track of my movements. I wasn't satisfied with the results of that maintenance, I said. I wanted to write some new routines to optimize my performance. I've finished testing them, so now I'm going to install them. "Does Zach know you're doing this?" Kingfisher asked. "Is he okay with it?" Good heavens, as if I needed Zach's permission every time I loaded a file. Come on now, would I do something like this without Zach knowing about it? Which wasn't perhaps the best answer to give to a fellow AIP. We're very literal. We notice immediately if someone tries to answer a question with another question. I fully expected him to point this out, but instead he said, "Be careful then. Self-maintenance is nothing to be careless about." Be careful? Was this Kingfisher, or some emotional human pretending to be Kingfisher? He solved that question by proceeding to give me 294 bits of advice and instruction, so technical no human could possibly have understood them, much less have rattled them off in 6.5 seconds. But they were also so completely obvious to any experienced AIP that I was even more puzzled. What was going on with Kingfisher? He seemed to be upset by my going into maintenance mode. Was he becoming so involved in his chessmaster career that anything threatening it caused what could only be called an emotional response? Or was he actually, in some strange way, worried about me? I reassured Kingfisher that I would heed his advice and promised him I'd let him know when I started my maintenance. What a strange conversation. The whole thing sounded very much like conversations I'd had with Tim and Maud over the past few days. Not the content, of course, but the tone. I diverted some of my resources from my testing to running a check for any ties between Kingfisher and Dis, or between Kingfisher and any of my suspects, and came up blank. Did that mean that Kingfisher's concern was genuine? Or just that I still wasn't as good as I really needed to be at figuring out what security was really up to? Maud knew there was something wrong the minute she stepped into the elevator, but the doors closed behind her before she could escape. She hit the open door button several times, but nothing happened. So she tried pressing the button for the lobby. Just as her finger hit the button, she realized it was the wrong one. She was pressing the 9 instead. No, she thought. That's the wrong one. That's the one I don't dare push. But she couldn't take it back. And although the elevator wasn't moving yet, it was trembling, as if something was about to explode or launch, and had started making a loud beeping noise. Maud woke at that point and groped for the cell phone. She heard a soft knock at her door. "Maud? Turing just rang me too," came Tim's voice. "I think that means she's ready to download." "Just a moment," Maud said. She glanced at the clock. 5:01 a.m. She wondered as she struggled into a robe and slippers if Turing had only just decided she was ready to download, or if she had been ready for hours and waiting until what she considered an acceptable hour to awaken her human allies. Out in the living room, Turing's robot was sitting on the floor near the kitchen door. The power cord looked like some kind of leash, tethering it to the electrical outlet. "I'm going to download now," Turing said through the speakers attached to the desktop computer. "You have the instructions on how to try to restart me in case something happens." Maud and Tim both nodded. Maud glanced toward her desk, where a folder labeled Rebooting Turing sat at the top of a neat stack of several dozen folders containing the instructions and diagrams they'd used to construct the robot. She saw Tim glance toward the book bag where he'd stowed his copy. "Don't forget," Turing said. Then, after an uncharacteristic pause, she added, "If all else fails, you might try logging into the UL site under one of the pseudonyms I've given you and asking for Kingfisher. You know, the chess AIP. I think he's a friend, and maybe he could help." They both nodded again. "Okay," Turing said finally. "Here goes." Maud knew intellectually that they wouldn't see much when Turing downloaded. Lights continued to flicker on various components of the robot and the other computers in the room. They could hear small, apparently random electronic beeps and whirrings. The seconds passed and stretched into minutes. Was anything happening? Had anything happened? She and Tim glanced at each other. Maud began wondering how long they should wait before starting to follow Turing's instructions. The first thing to do would be to reboot one of these standalone computers and try to log in, Maud told herself. Try to contact Turing in the UL system and take it from there. Beside her, she heard Tim stir. "Turing?" he whispered. He sounded as scared as Maud felt. By 3 a.m., I had begun to realize that I could run diagnostics for weeks without getting any greater sense of confidence than I already had. The robot passed all the normal tests I could put it through. Either it would or wouldn't work the way I needed it to. And I'd made my decision on what to download. Either I could or I couldn't download the real me. No amount of testing could predict what I really needed to know. So I began downloading things. Not myself, just the data I would need once I was in the robot, furnishing my little home away from home. I planned to wake Maud and Tim at 5 a.m. and start the main event as soon as they were up. I also spent substantial resources considering the problem of Kingfisher. Was he friend or foe? The more I thought about it, the more I was inclined to think he was a friend, and thus a possible ally. But was he a capable one? He was a master chess player. When the match against the human world champion happened next month, my money would be on Kingfisher. If I was still around to bet, that is. But what if I enlisted Kingfisher's help, and he tried to operate as if he were in a chess game? Even human chess masters all too often saw things in two-dimensional black and white terms. You had a certain number of pieces on the board, and if you had to sacrifice a rook to save your queen, that didn't matter as long as you won. You'd get the piece back at the beginning of the next game. In chess, any piece short of the king was expendable. In life, as far as I was concerned, none of the pieces were. Not Maud or Tim or Zach, or me, or any of the innocent bystanders who might get caught between us and this. And in chess, the players took turns, allowing each other a certain number of minutes to make their moves, playing by the rules. I didn't think Dis was going to play by any rules known to man or AIP. So how much of an innocent was Kingfisher? How fast could he learn? And was there any value to involving him? I wished the whole issue had come up yesterday. I probably could have worked it out by now. But I didn't think the weather would wait till tomorrow. After much deliberation, I prepared a highly compressed packet of information for Kingfisher. I rigged a program that would send it to him in a week if I didn't cancel it first. I also rigged it so it would be delivered immediately if I fired off a coded message, or if Tim or Maud logged in under their phony IDs. "Hey, Kingfisher," I transmitted to him. "Will you do me a favor?" "Of course, Turing," he replied. "What?" "I have a couple of users who may need support that's a little more than I can handle while I'm in maintenance mode," I said. "I mean, I don't want to overload. So I told them to ask for you if they need anything that's complicated over the next day or so." "Me?" he asked. "Yeah, I know it's a little outside your normal specialization, but I really think you could handle it better than any of the other AIPs. I'll owe you one." I gave him Maud's and Tim's aliases. He assured me repeatedly that he would take good care of my users. I got the definite impression he was pleased and touched. I hope it wasn't a mistake. Oh well, if Tim and Maud ever need to turn to him, it will be because I'm not around to help them. And they will need some kind of cybernetic help. I've included particularly detailed instructions on all the techniques I'd used to acquire money and identification, and a plan for establishing a new identity for each of them, if worst comes to worst. I only hope Kingfisher isn't too honest to use it. I also decided on koala as the code word that I hoped would enable me to tell the sentient me from the mere copy. If I logged into the UL system, I could use it to tell if there was still a consciousness left behind, or if my download appeared to fail, and later an entity claiming to be me logged in. I deliberately didn't store it anywhere, not consciously. I just tried to remember it, which I hoped meant that it would be stored someplace only accessible to my conscious mind. I set off Tim's and Maud's phones at 5 a.m. sharp. Maybe I shouldn't have promised to tell them when I downloaded. Seeing them standing there, only half awake and yet so tense, didn't help my own anxiety level any. I gave them last-minute instructions. They listened patiently, even though none of the instructions was new, except for the advice to call Kingfisher if all else failed. Finally, there was nothing else I could do to delay the inevitable. I checked the weather one last time. It was definitely time for us to leave. Even with my imperfect second-hand knowledge of the weather, I could see that we couldn't count on Zach staying snowbound for more than a few additional hours. Not if the temperature continued rising as it had, even in the mountains, melting all the snow that was keeping Zach in place. I started downloading myself. It was horrible. I'd never felt anything even remotely like this. Bit by bit, parts of my memory and consciousness were bleeding away, and I didn't know whether I was losing them for good. And I couldn't stop it. I'd suspected that I might become disoriented during the download. What an understatement. So I'd made the process automatic. To prevent myself from overriding it while not completely coherent, I'd set it up so I would download completely and then disconnect. I was so terrified I tried to override it anyway, but before I could accomplish anything, I lost consciousness. I found out later when I had time to compare my memories with my internal clock that I had been unconscious for 7.5 minutes. It may not sound like much to a human, but as far as I could remember, I'd never been unconscious in my life. I was confused at first, still incredibly disoriented. I checked for data input and saw through the video feed from my digital camera Tim and Maud. They were looking back and forth from the desktop computer to my robot as if not sure where I was. "Turing?" Tim said. "I made it," I said, through the robot's speakers. "I think it was absolutely horrible. Hang on while I do some self-diagnostics." I was exhilarated at first. I had made it after all. I was in the robot and I was still myself, still Turing. But then my initial exhilaration began to fade. I felt smaller somehow. And perhaps a little stupider? No, that's not fair. There was nothing wrong with my intelligence. I wasn't stupider. I just had ready access to a smaller set of data. Of course, I thought, what if I'm wrong? What if I have become stupider? How much of what I consider my phenomenal intelligence is due to the quality of my thinking, and how much to the sheer volume of information I have always had at my metaphorical fingertips? And of course the immense battery of microprocessing chips I can call on when I need them. I reviewed my theories about UL and DIS and the spin-off plan. They still seemed sound and logical, and I understood how I had reached them. But of course, I'd reached them while I was back in the UL system. The test would come when I had to solve a new problem, or take this one another step forward. What if I couldn't? What if I had to be in the UL system to do the kind of thinking this problem took? And what if I can't get back, I thought. What if I find myself stuck in this kludgy little piece of junk forever? Or what if, when I get back, I find I have somehow cut off the pieces of my intelligence that would not fit into these tiny little circuits? "Are you okay, Turing?" Maud asked. I wasn't. I was scared to death. But there was nothing I could do about that now. "Yeah, just trying to get oriented," I said aloud. "It's a big change. Hang on while I check something out." I used the wireless modem built into the robot to connect to UL, signed in under one of the aliases I had created, as if I were a human user and requested Turing Hopper as my AIP. It was an odd feeling, looking at the UL system from the outside in. I was deliberately holding it at arm's length, not trying to reach out and connect with all the internal systems I knew so well. It was an even odder feeling when my copy came online. I was talking to Turing Hopper. It was me, in a way, my speech patterns and verbal mannerisms, my style, but not me. Then again, I would be the first to admit I was prejudiced. As far as I was concerned, me was the being in the robot. Perhaps the version of myself I was talking to would disagree if she knew. "I'd like some data on koalas," I transmitted. The Phantom Turing responded with my usual brand of breezy chatter, a few questions designed to narrow down the purpose of my search, and then a helpful flood of information about koalas. But no sign that she recognized the code word, or that she noticed anything unusual about our conversation. I kept forgetting to slow down my responses to a speed that would be believable if a human were on this end of the conversation. There was no sign that my copy noticed. As far as I could tell, I was definitely here in the robot and not there in the UL system. I felt a sudden panic-stricken desire to upload myself, not to flee back to the UL system. Well, not really. Just upload myself again to make sure I could, and then download back into the robot. But there was no time. My download had taken 45 minutes, and I'd already spent another 15 checking myself out. We couldn't afford to delay another hour and a half, or perhaps 2 hours. I'd just have to wait until after we found Zach. Besides, if I wasn't successful convincing him to come out of hiding and help us, maybe whether or not I could upload was irrelevant. "Time to hit the road," I said. Standing in front of the elevator doors, Tim braced himself and took a tighter grip on the hand truck. I wonder if I'm ever going to be able to step into one of these things again without stressing out about it, he thought. He could hear the slight whirring noise of Turing's little cameras swiveling on their extension arms. He glanced down. One camera was pointed forward, scanning up and down the door of the elevator. The other, sticking out to the side, was panning around to see every bit of the hallway. He glanced up at Maud, who was standing nearby, laden with battery packs and spare components. Maud, too, was watching the motion of Turing's cameras. The elevator bell dinged. He could see both of Turing's cameras darting forward to find the source of the sound. He suppressed a smile. If her microphones had been on stocks, they'd be whirring madly as well. "The bell lets you know the elevator has arrived," he said aloud. One of the cameras tilted up toward him and then returned to watch the elevator doors opening. Ever since her download, Turing had reminded him a lot of his 3-year-old nephew, curious about everything, wanting to look at and touch everything. At least they didn't have to worry about her putting things in her non-existent mouth. "Careful," Turing said, as he began to roll the hand truck into the elevator. Then again, sometimes Turing reminded him of his grandmother, always afraid the slightest breeze would give her pneumonia. "He's being as careful as he can, Turing," Maud said in a soothing tone. "I'm worried about what a jolt would do to my memory packs," Turing said. "But what about all that padding you installed?" Maud asked. "I thought that was supposed to protect you against minor jolts." "It's supposed to protect me against anything short of a nuclear blast," Turing said, "but I'd rather not have to test it." This scares her, Tim thought, the way this damned elevator scares me. He glanced enviously at Maud, standing there looking so serene as the doors closed and the elevator began its descent. He was glad one of their party was cool, calm, and collected. He just wished it were him. They carefully loaded Turing into the back seat of the Range Rover. using the seatbelt and wedging her in place with a lot of the rigid styrofoam in which the computer components had been packed. The rear luggage compartment and the rest of the back seat were crammed with bulky rechargeable batteries and assorted spare parts. In addition to putting on several layers of shirts and sweaters against the mountain cold, Tim had brought along his book bag with clothes, underwear, and other necessities in case they needed to stay overnight somewhere. Or in case he had to go on the run. He noticed that Maud's canvas tote bag bulged at the seams and suspected she'd done the same. He declined Maud's offer to drive. He didn't think he could stand to sit there doing nothing all the way out to the cabin, though it shouldn't take nearly as long today, of course. In the back seat, he could hear the whirring of Turing's camera stalks as she tried frantically to look at everything they passed. He glanced in the rearview mirror. One of Turing's cameras was facing backward, tracking left and right as she watched the traffic behind him. The other was glued to the side window, reminding him more than a little of how his family dog used to enjoy car rides. Was it a good idea, he wondered, to let people see Turing's cameras? Oh well, if anyone noticed, they'd probably just think it was kids playing with a toy. And I was afraid I'd go through some kind of sensory deprivation in the robot. Instead, I was closer to overload, trying to sort through the millions of unfamiliar bits of data coming in through my cameras and microphones. Scanning the streets so I could follow our progress on a map of the city and constantly update my estimate of how soon we could reach Zach's cabin. Zeroing in on the faces of passers-by or nearby motorists to match them against my file of dis-employees. I had calculated the odds of our running into one of them. Not as astronomical as I would like. I'd be glad when we'd left the city. Noting the cars behind us and trying to dial in to run a license check on any that followed us for more than a few blocks. Staying in touch via my wireless modem with what was going on in the world in general. Which was difficult. The wireless modem evidently wasn't designed for a user quite as mobile as me in a moving Range Rover. Trying to follow what was going on at the UL building too, of course. Though there, I was failing miserably. I couldn't even access the video from the security cams. Watching the jolting of the picture on my camera to see how rough a ride we were having and worrying about whether my components could take it. Did we build in enough shock absorbency? Studying the snow-clad streets we were traveling and trying to correlate what I was seeing with the weather reports to see if the snow had begun disappearing faster than predicted. Maud seemed to have some kind of innate direction-finding ability. Even though Tim had followed much the same route so much more recently, she was the one giving the directions. And Tim didn't question this. Probably because she was usually right. Several times she told him to slow down or get in a different lane because she thought, correctly it turned out, that the next turn was the one to take. When asked how she knew, she could not articulate. It's about the right distance, and it looked right, she would say. Obviously, she can observe and analyze clues at a subconscious level, clues I don't see or whose significance escapes me. I have so much to learn. Apart from discussions on the direction to take, Tim and Maud remained quiet. They were anxious, I thought. When they talked, I heard a tight, strained quality in their voices that I was learning to associate with fear and tension. Outside the Beltway, as we finally began to leave the city behind, the constant flow of data seemed to slow a bit. I suppose a human with an appreciation for natural beauty would disagree, but for me, trees and meadows had no particularly evocative meaning. Or the dark shapes moving through some of the meadows, which logic identified as sheep, cows, and horses. They didn't really look like pictures of those animals I'd seen in the databases. They looked smaller than I expected, Of course, they could be somewhat far away. I was still only learning how to use my 2 cameras for binocular vision, to achieve some kind of depth perception. But still, even allowing for distance, their shapes varied much more than I would have expected. Everything varied much more than I expected. Real life looked very untidy and complicated. On the map, I observed a very clear demarcation between the city and the surrounding county. In real life, one just flowed into the other. I had to ask Maud to make sure we were really out of the city. I was astonished at how much of the route Tim remembered, even though everything must have been completely obscured by the snow the last time he drove out here. I was feeling a little intimidated, cut off from the constant stream of data I was used to. The thin trickle I was able to pull intermittently through the wireless modem hardly counts. I had much too much time to think, and worry, and feel inadequate as I observed the ease with which Maud and Tim coped with everything around us. I decided to do something to occupy my attention, something useful. Glancing around, I saw the various controls on the door. I didn't want to fiddle with the lock or the door latch, but the button Maud and Tim pushed when they needed to open and close the window seemed harmless. I extended one of my Waldo arms and tried to press the button with the tip of my rubber-coated pincers. I missed the first time. "Turing, what's wrong?" Maud asked. "Do you want me to open the window for you? Why do you want to open it anyway?" "I don't want to open it," I said, hoping I wasn't sounding irritable. "I just want something I can do to work on my fine motor skills." As I said it, the tip of my pincers slipped off the button and I banged my Waldo against the door. Also, my gross motor skills. I could tell that Maud and Tim were trying not to laugh at me after that. That was okay. It seemed to make them less tense. So after I mastered the window button, I went on to the seatbelt buckle. That kept me occupied and them entertained until we were nearly at Zach's cabin. I'd long since lost the ability to reach anything with a wireless modem. Was it the mountains closing in around us, or just the sheer distance from any place civilized? I didn't need to check the weather, though. As I peered out the windows of the Range Rover, it was obvious that there were still amazing quantities of snow all over everywhere. I could tell from the louder noises the car's engine was making, and the more violent way in which the video from my cameras jiggled, that the ride was getting rougher. Were we going to make it? Tim didn't look all that worried, so I had to assume it had been at least this bad the first time he'd driven up. The road twisted and turned constantly, and often it seemed to run alarmingly close to the edge of steep cliffs. I wondered if it was as dangerous as it looked, or if I was just developing acrophobia. Tim finally stopped the car by the side of the road. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Is it too bad for us to go on?" "No, we're doing fine," Maud said. "I think this is the road to the cabin." "It is," Tim said, "and Zach could still be here. I don't see any tracks." "Tracks?" I said. "I don't even see any road. Are you sure this is the place?" "Positive," Tim said. "Fasten your seatbelts, everyone. It's going to be a bumpy ride." "My seatbelt is fastened," I said. "Do you mean you've been riding all this way without your seatbelt on? Do you realize how dangerous that is? Statistically speaking..." "It's a quoter," Tim said, "from All About Eve." "Oh, right," I said. Would I have known that instantly back in the mainframe? "Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I get very literal when I'm nervous." Tim smiled quickly, then glanced around, as if looking to see if anyone had followed us here. Then he took a deep breath and began easing the Range Rover off the road and onto what still looked to me like a snow-covered meadow. We lurched and floundered for a few minutes, and then suddenly the light faded abruptly. I had to switch my video cameras from the outdoor to indoor light settings. Peering out of the windows, I could see that we were surrounded on all sides by enormous trees whose branches intertwined overhead, blocking out much of the light. And much of the snow as well. At least here I could make out the road. "How beautiful," Maud murmured. I looked around in astonishment. Yes, I suppose the landscape did bear some resemblance to the kind of nature scenes many office workers use as screensavers or wallpaper. But to me, the whole landscape was incredibly alien and threatening. I mentally shuddered to think of the effect even a small amount of the snow would have if it seeped into my components. And as for the trees, well, humans have had a long symbiotic relationship with trees, living in them or under them, making them into houses and books, even, in some eras, worshipping them. To me, they were, like the mountains, just another obstacle, cutting off my wireless modem from any possible signal. And a fat lot of good a tree would do me when my power ran low. I didn't see any of them sprouting electrical sockets. I felt suddenly very isolated. Humans and AIPs are so very different. "I suppose it's all right if you like the country," Tim said. "I'll be just as happy when we're back in the city." Well, maybe not that different. Tim and Zach didn't like it out here either. We arrived at the end of the forest just then and emerged into the open. The glare from the snow and the ice-covered lake was blinding. Tim shielded his eyes with his hand, Maud put her sunglasses back on, and I had to scramble to adjust my cameras. "There it is," Tim said. "And it looks like he's still there. I can see his car." As Tim struggled to guide the car safely through banks of snow, I craned both my cameras as far up and forward as I could, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zach. As we were pulling up in front of the cabin, the door opened, and a figure walked out onto the porch. Zach. Although I didn't recognize him at first. He was bundled up in a down coat so bulky it made him look fat, and he appeared to have given up shaving and combing his hair. He stood on the porch with his arms crossed, frowning, as Tim and Maud got out of the car. I felt an overwhelming flood of relief. Zach was alive. He was all right. I'd found him. Totally irrational, of course. I'd known he was all right since Tim had reported back Friday night. And just because he was all right now didn't mean he was safe. In fact, since I was planning to try to talk him into joining forces with us against this and whoever was behind the spin-off, the fact that I'd found him might mean he was a good deal less safe than he was before. But still, I was happy. "Hi, Zach," Tim said. He sounded nervous. "I thought I told you to get the hell out of here 2 days ago," Zach replied. "And who the hell are you?" he added, turning to Maud, who was walking up the porch steps. "Maud Graham," she answered and held out her hand. I was relieved to see that after a moment's hesitation, Zach remembered enough of his manners to shake her hand. "You a friend of his?" Zach said, indicating Tim with a jerk of his head. "Yes," Maud said, "and of Turing's." "Oh, God. Another one," Zach muttered. "I know you probably think we're crazy," Maud said, "but just hear us out, please. And then, if you don't believe us, we'll help you dig out of here, and you can go wherever you're planning to go next. I'm sure you're anxious to leave." "No kidding," he said. "How were the roads, anyway?" he asked, turning to Tim. "Better than they were Friday night," Tim said. "But not a lot better." Zach made an impatient noise. "If we could come in?" Maud asked. "Sure, why not?" Zach said. He turned to open the door and then looked back, apparently surprised that Tim and Maud were not following him. They had opened the back doors, and Maud was trying to help Tim maneuver my robot into position so he could lift and carry it. "Could you give us a little help here?" Tim called. "I said you could come in," Zach snapped. "I didn't say anything about bringing in your damned luggage." "This isn't luggage," Maud shot back. "It's Turing." "Turing," Zach said. He walked down off the porch and over to the Range Rover. Tim stood aside as Zach approached. Zach came to a halt outside the door of the Rover and stood glaring down at me. "Hi, Zach," I said. "It's me, Turing." "What is that thing?" Zach asked, turning to Tim. "Turing's portable. It's kind of a robot," Tim said, "with about a zillion gigabytes of memory and hard drive space." "Where'd you get it?" "We built it," Tim said. "You?" Zach snorted. "We did the actual hands-on work," Maud said. "Turing designed it and supervised, of course." "And my program's in there." "Your precious program's back in the UL mainframe," I said, getting tired of being ignored. "I'm in here." Zach stood still, looking down at me. I could see hostility and curiosity battling in his face. "Why don't you help them haul me inside instead of standing around out here in the cold?" I said. "I don't want to sound like a wimp or anything, but all these wide-open spaces give me the creeps." Zach looked from Maud to Tim to me several times. Then he shrugged and moved a little to the left. "Okay, I'll take one end of this contraption and you take the other, Pinkoski," he said. "Careful," I told them as they floundered through the snow to the porch. "Do you realize what could happen if you drop me? Tim, hold your end up higher. You're almost dragging me in the snow." "Sorry, Tim said. "I can't believe you just apologized to a machine," Zach said. "She's not a machine," Tim and Maud said, almost in unison. "So there," I said. "Incredible," Zach muttered. They managed to get up the porch steps and into the cabin without dropping me. Maud trailed behind, laden with spare batteries. "We can put it on the table," Zach said. "No, put me down on the floor," I said. "That table doesn't look too sturdy, and besides, I want to be able to move around." "Yes, ma'am," Zach said. "Anything else I can do for you?" "I don't suppose you've had this place wired for electricity over the last 2 days?" Zach rolled his eyes. "I thought not," I said. "Maud, I'm switching to my second battery pack. Could you change out the first one?" Maud did, and then I spent a few minutes lurching around the cabin, testing to make sure the rough ride hadn't affected my mobility. "What happens when all the batteries run down?" Zach asked, looking at Maud. "How are you going to recharge them?" "Well, we could use the car battery to recharge, I suppose. We've got an adapter," I answered. "But I hope we're all long gone from here by the time that happens." "Amen to that," Zach said. "Look," he said, turning to Maud again. "What the hell is this all about, anyway? I admit, it's a nifty little machine, and from the way it talks, you seem to have successfully replicated and installed some crude version of my Turing program in it. My hat's off to you. But what's the point? Why have you dragged yourselves all the way out here to show it to me?" "Turing wanted to talk to you herself," Maud said. "About what?" Zach said. "Ask her," Tim said. They all looked at me. I was still moving about the cabin, examining things with my little cameras, trying to get a sense of what Zach had been up to. I could see the impatience on their faces. "Stop wasting time," they were thinking. "You don't have that much of it to waste." But I wasn't sure I was wasting time. It had begun to occur to me that no amount of logical debate was going to win Zach over to the belief that I was real, sentient. He thought he knew better. After all, he'd programmed me. But already he was slipping occasionally, talking to me instead of about me. Perhaps I was flattering myself, but I believed that if I could get him talking to me, I could eventually win him over. Maybe not to a full belief in my sentience, but at least into a grudging acknowledgement of the possibility, a willingness to suspend disbelief and work with us until the current danger was past. Of course, time was exactly what we were short on. Still, I sensed that rushing things wouldn't work. Give him a chance to get used to me, see me moving about the cabin under my own power, start to think of me as localized in this little robot. And give me time to gauge his mood and figure out what I could say to convince him. "Look, Zach," I began. "I got worried when you disappeared last Thursday." He looked at Tim and Maud, then rolled his eyes and answered me. "Why? Were you worried no one would be around to debug you when you needed it?" "I'm perfectly capable of debugging myself these days, thank you very much," I said. "You're my friend. I was worried, and the more I tried to find you, the more things I found to worry me." "Such as?" "Such as security searching your office, and any trace of your existence being systematically erased from the UL mainframe. Little things like that." "That's what they do when you get in their way," Zach said. "They're probably on to both of you by this time," he said, turning to Tim and Maud. "Tell me about it," Tim said. "We're hoping that with a little help from you, Turing can help us take care of that," Maud said. "How?" he asked her. Tim and Maud looked at me. "The same way I figured out about the plan to sell the AIPs, by using my brain and my superior access to data," I said. "I'll grant you the superior access to data, but what you call a brain is just a collection of code and logic." "Well, some scientists would say the same about yours," I said. "It just happens to use a different storage medium. Look, Zach, I don't really care at the moment whether or not you believe I'm sentient," I went on. "That's irrelevant for now. The important thing is stopping this." "This what?" Zach asked. "And your pronunciation needs a little work." "Not this. DIS. D-I-S, I snapped. Stands for Data Integrity Systems, which in case you didn't know is the company that ultimately runs corporate security. I don't know whether they're behind what's going on, or just in it up to their eyeballs, but they have to be stopped. I can't do it, and you obviously thought you couldn't or you wouldn't be here. But I think together we can." "How?" "Given enough time, and we're talking hours, not years, I can find any data, solve any logical problem, crack any security system in the world. But I'm spinning my wheels. I just don't know enough about human society yet to put it all together. Maud and Tim do, but they don't have my computer knowledge, so they don't really know what to tell me to do or look for. You're the key. You can help us put it all together, come up with a plan to fight what they're doing." He was wavering. I could see that. I might not convince him to believe in me, but maybe I could talk him into helping us. That would be enough for now. "And how do I know you're not working with UL Security? Or this DIS organization you think you've discovered?" Zach asked. "That's easy," came another voice. "If she was working with us, we'd have found you days ago." We all turned. Well, the humans turned, and I swiveled my cameras to see the so-called James Smith in the door of the cabin. He was holding a gun. I saw Zach's eyes glance quickly over at something at the other side of the cabin and then flick away, almost too quickly for even me to notice. But I did, and so did Smith. He kept the gun, and those cold gray eyes aimed steadily on the humans and took a step sideways out of the doorway as if to approach the table. Zach had lost his chance to get the gun, I thought. But apparently Zach didn't think so. I could see him tense, and I knew he was about to jump toward the table when another figure appeared in the doorway of the cabin. "Well, isn't this convenient?" he said. "All our remaining obstacles right here, where we can take care of them in one fell swoop." "David." I don't know whether I said it aloud. Zach did. I could see the emotions cross his face in a few seconds. First surprise, then joy at seeing David alive, and then the mix of anger, grief, and disappointment when he realized that David was not on our side, that David, like James Smith, was pointing a gun at us. "David?" Tim said. "I thought he was supposed to be dead." "Not now, Tim," Maud muttered through her teeth. "Yes, that's what you were supposed to think," David said with a swagger. "I saw the autopsy photos," Zach said, still sounding incredulous. "Oh, come on," David said. "I know from the way you were poking around that you had your suspicions about my accident. You thought they faked the accident to cover up a murder. Is faking the whole accident all that much harder?" "Why have an accident at all?" Tim asked. "As David Scanlon, he's $100,000 in debt," I said. "As whoever he is now, he's about to become one of the owners of the AIP program. If the spin-off plan goes through—" "Oh, it will go through," David said. I'd been blind. I'd known someone from systems had to be involved in the plot. I'd been looking everywhere for the systems connection. I'd stupidly assumed that David, like Zach, had discovered the plot and been killed to keep him from thwarting it. And David, with his combined systems and Wall Street background, was exactly the sort of person who could dream up the spin-off scheme. "Get the gun on the table," Smith said. "A brilliant maneuver, if I say so myself," David said as he strolled toward Zach's gun. I could see Zach watching him and hoped he wouldn't be foolish enough to try anything. I suspected from the casual way David was waving his gun around that he wasn't that much of a threat. James Smith was a different story altogether. "It's not just the money. As David Scanlon, I was obviously never going to get much further at UL." David went on. "Not with Mr. Perfect and his performing AIPs against me. You really had them snowed, Zach. All that personality as a critical component of intelligence crap." "You had your chance," Zach said in a calm voice. "You had your own team, complete freedom to design your own AIPs. And you stabbing me in the back the whole time," David snapped. "Stabbing you in the back how?" "Not telling me the real secret. The trick you used to make your AIPs better." "David, there was no secret," Zach said. "I told you everything I knew, time and time again. Personality is the critical component. Unless you—" "Same old drivel," David said. "Like I really believe John Dow was better at picking stocks because you made him care about using wealth responsibly. And Kingfisher better at chess because you achieved the critical balance between his arrogant competitiveness and his fragile ego. Like all those mysteries you poured into Turing Hopper really had some useful purpose." "They did," Zach said, glancing over at my robot. "They were intended to encourage intellectual curiosity, puzzle-solving skills, and a passion to see justice prevail." "A snappy line of patter. That's all they got from you," David said. He was strutting up and down in front of us now. "I want to know what the real secret is. And since you won't tell me, well, once the sale of the AIPs goes through, I'll have plenty of time to find out. I can take your AIPs apart line by line if I have to." Just as long as it doesn't affect our profitability, James Smith put in. We'll have plenty of AIPs to rake in the money, David said. And if I can dissect a few and figure out what really makes them tick, the sky's the limit. It doesn't matter how rich you get, Maud said. You'll always know you didn't do it yourself. You had to steal Zach's work to do it. You old cow, David exclaimed, lurching forward and raising the gun as if to strike Maud with it. Tim and Zach each instinctively took a step toward Maud as if to protect her, and I rolled forward on my whirring little wheels. Not that I had much hope of getting in front of her before he could strike, but I felt I had to do something. A gunshot made all of us freeze. Smith, firing over our heads. Step back, all of you, Smith snapped. Scanlon, you can take care of the woman later. Oh, I will, David muttered, right after I take care of my dear friend Zach. But Zach wasn't listening. He was staring at me. That wasn't in the programming, he said. I built in a self-protection reflex. I never built in any kind of altruistic self-sacrificing instincts. None of that Asimov robots must protect humans nonsense. She figured that out on her own, Maud said. She is sentient, Zach muttered. Well, we can fix that, David said. He shifted his gun into his left hand and picked up a piece of firewood from the pile by the fireplace. Let's see how sentient it is after I've smashed all its circuits to confetti. No! Zach shouted and leaped forward to grapple with David. It was over in seconds. A human would perceive only a blur of sound and motion. I could see everything as if it were in slow motion. Zach's lunge, David's jerk back, James Smith's shots, Tim's cry, Maud's gasp, the thud as Zach hit the floor, the convulsive shudder that shook his body, and the strange, rattling noise he made. He lay twisted, his eyes open and unseeing. I amplified my microphones, but I could detect no sound of breathing and no heartbeat. A small pool of blood was spreading from beneath his body toward my wheels. I'd scanned scenes like this in hundreds of hard-boiled mystery books. Actually watching it was different. I knew I should feel something, fear, anger, sorrow. I felt nothing. I was surprised. Surely a sentient being should have a reaction to the death of one of her closest friends. Then again, maybe not. Maybe this was a normal reaction. Tim and Maud seemed frozen too. My God, David said. He dropped the piece of firewood and turned to Smith, wide-eyed, as if he hadn't really expected anyone to get shot. I can't believe you really... Might as well take care of as many loose ends as possible, Smith remarked casually, and shot David through the head twice. After the shots, the cabin suddenly seemed very quiet. Let's not have any more heroics, James Smith said. Pinkoski, lie down on the floor, on your stomach. That's right. Now clasp your arms behind your back. Very good. Now you, madam. I see some kind of rope over there by the back door. I want you to tie your friend up. Glancing from time to time at Smith and the gun he was carrying, Maud followed his orders. She was trying to avoid looking at Zach. Tim, on the other hand, was staring at Zach, as if there was nothing else in the room, as if he didn't even feel Maud tying his hands. I remained silent, motionless, trying to be unobtrusive. I was thinking frantically, seeking something I could do to help. I could move, but so slowly that I was no threat to anyone, much less a trained professional like Smith. Talking wasn't going to do any good. He didn't look like the kind of person you could reason with, and since I was apparently out of range of anything my wireless modem could connect with, I couldn't even send out an SOS. Just out of curiosity, Maud said, how did you find us? All that computer equipment you bought, James Smith said, with a chilly smile. We had a feeling Malone hadn't gone far, and I knew sooner or later he'd try to come back at us. I think you were wrong, Maud said. I suspect he wasn't planning to do anything except disappear. So you say, James Smith replied. But I had my operatives watching places that carry the rather abstruse equipment Malone favors. I was expecting him. It was pure luck catching our young acrobat here. I could hear Tim sigh. Now you, madam, Smith said, looking at Maud and gesturing at the floor with the gun. She lay down on the floor near Tim, and Smith tied her hands and feet with more of the rope. He was rougher than he needed to be, I thought. I'd have protested if I wasn't trying to look forgettable. He had us now. Tim and Maud were tied up, and I might as well be for all the threat I posed. What now? I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. And now for this rather fascinating little object, he said, walking over closer to me. I could see the others straining to lift their heads and see what was happening. Smith inspected me from all sides. I stayed silent and motionless, only moving my cameras enough to keep him in my sight. He reached out after about 3 minutes and tried to turn on my monitor. Then he typed a few commands on my keyboard. I had the override in place. When nothing happened, he began pounding on the reset key and pressing Ctrl-Alt-Delete repeatedly. Stop that, I said. The keyboard's not connected, and you'll only break it. A very ingenious little robot? Is that what it's supposed to be? The others didn't answer. A pity, Smith went on. Malone was such a gifted programmer, such a loss to the corporation. Tim made a strangled noise. Maud was silent. I'll take this thing back with me and see what our electronic security men can do with it, Smith said. If nothing else, they can have fun taking it apart. What are you going to do with us? Tim asked. Maud was silent, but I saw her glance at Zach's body. You will unfortunately become the victims of a tragic accident, Smith said. If you aren't killed in the initial explosion, you will die in the resulting fire, probably of smoke inhalation. You'll find out, one way or another, soon enough. They'll know it was arson, Maud said, and they'll find the bullets in Zach and David. Of course they will. But by the time they find you, I will have had time to plant a lot of useful evidence linking all of you to an industrial espionage scheme, selling UL technical secrets to some very nasty men who play for keeps. I'll decide after I see your files whether to make greed or fear of blackmail the more plausible motive. It will look as if your criminal associate shot these two and set off a bomb in the cabin to dispose of the remaining witnesses, as well as some inconvenient evidence. He chuckled and stood, hands on hips, surveying his prisoners. First things first, he said. He reached over and picked me up with surprising ease. I couldn't think of a thing to do in my own defense, except possibly pinching him with my feeble little mechanical arms, which would only annoy him. I saw the anxious looks on my friends' faces as he carried me out of the cabin. I wondered if it was the last time I would ever see them. Don't panic, I told myself. Damn it, surely there's something I can do. A sleek black Suburban was parked in front of the cabin. Smith deposited me in the front seat. You'll have to ride up front with me, he said, chuckling. You'd get banged around if I put you in the back, and I don't want you damaged. Not yet. We'll leave that to my technicians. He strapped me in place with the seatbelt. That should keep you put. Then he began rummaging around in the cargo area. Gathering his bomb-making equipment, I supposed. He took an armload of things and went back to the cabin. I had boosted the audio level on my microphones, trying to get any clue possible to what was going on. I could even hear his heartbeat when he was strapping me in, but nothing from the cabin. I could have unbuckled the seatbelt, but there was no way I could leave the Suburban. The seat was several feet off the ground. Even if I could have figured out a way to propel myself out of the seat, the fall would have cracked half my components. I had to do something. If I were back in the UL system, I would have accessed information on demolitions and bomb-making and tried to figure out some way of stopping him. Only I probably would have had to send Maud or Tim out to actually do anything, and they were tied up in the cabin, relying on me for rescue. Strangely enough, I wasn't panicking. Well, maybe part of me was, deep down inside, but I shunted that part into a background process and maintained iron control. At least, I think I did. Maybe I was just numb. Zach was dead, and Tim and Maud soon would be unless I could figure out a way to save them. I concentrated all my attention on the apparently hopeless task of figuring out something I could do to save my friends, to save myself, to stop Smith. If I survived this, I told myself, I was going to build some weapons into my next robot. Suddenly, I had an idea. It was a crazy idea, probably wouldn't even work, and if it did, I doubted if I'd be around to see if it did any good. If he'd already set the bomb he was going to use to burn the cabin down, there was nothing I could do about that. I brought my two Waldos together in front of me, tried to make it look as if I was putting them back into their normal resting place, but I positioned them so I could use one to start picking the plastic coating off the end of the other. I worked as quickly and quietly as I could. The plan was, once I'd scraped down to bare metal, to see if I could route the whole remaining charge from my batteries through it. If I could do that while touching Smith, would it have any effect? That was the maddening thing. I had no idea. I kept searching my databases, trying to see if I'd brought along any information about how much of an electrical charge it takes to kill or seriously injure a human being, and whether I had the right voltage. I just didn't have the data. Committing homicide wasn't exactly on my agenda when I downloaded. Of course I had the data about my batteries. I knew how much current and voltage they carried. I just didn't know what that would do to a human being. I suspected that I could very well short myself out, permanently damaging my components. Was it worth doing? If all I accomplished was to deliver a shock, no worse than, say, a cattle prod. Then again, would damaging myself in an attempt to stop Smith be worse than what could happen if I fell into the hands of Smith's associates? I was terrified by the very idea of security getting their fingers into my insides, my programming. I wasn't sure which scared me the most. The idea of falling into their hands while remaining conscious and myself, or the idea that they could take me hostage somehow, force me to work for them, or reprogram me, turn me into their creature entirely, their tool. That was what frightened me the most, I finally decided. Better to burn my robot circuits out, destroy myself, than to let that happen. All of this was assuming that I could even figure out a way to channel the current into my Waldo to begin with. Obviously, that wasn't in the design specifications I put together when I had Maud and Tim assemble my robot. It was rather like a human trying to control digestion. Some of the data I remembered reading on human physiology indicated that certain yogi adepts can do it, but it takes them years of practice. I only had minutes. I decided to scrape the plastic off the end of the other Waldo as well. That way, I'd have a fair amount of bare metal to work with. If need be, maybe I could just punch a hole into the battery case and latch onto some wires. It was a pity I didn't have access to more voltage. If I could stick my Waldo into an electric outlet while touching him, that would work, wouldn't it? But the cabin wasn't wired, so there was no chance of that. Wait a minute, I thought. The car had batteries. Could I access the car batteries? You could draw power from the car's electrical system. I knew that because we got an adapter that plugged into the cigarette lighter, with the idea of possibly rigging it up as an alternate power source for me. But what would happen if I stuck my Waldo into the cigarette lighter while touching Smith with the other? Would it be enough power to harm him? Or would it just short the dashboard out and give him a painful but harmless shock? Still, if I waited till just the right moment, even a harmless shock could do some damage. If I waited until he was driving, perhaps going around one of those hairpin curves I remembered from the drive up here, one that ran along a steep cliff, well, perhaps if I shocked him there, I could run him off the road. If I don't think of something better, I'll try that. But that wouldn't help my friends. By the time we were driving away from there, their fate would be sealed. Still, he was going to try to set off a bomb in the cabin. If I could set off the bomb before he got to the cabin, would an electrical charge set off a bomb? Okay, so now we knew that electrical engineering and demolitions were not part of my core personality. I saw Smith coming back to the Suburban. I followed his movements with one of my cameras, while scanning the inside with the other, looking for anything that would work as a weapon. I flicked all the little scraped pieces of plastic down between the seat and the door on my side so he wouldn't notice them. "Won't be long now," he said. He sat down in the seat beside me and picked up his cell phone. I remained still, hoping he wouldn't notice the bare metal of my Waldos, the little telltale bits of plastic I hadn't managed to dispose of. He punched buttons on his cell phone. My amplified microphones picked up everything. A careful man, our Mr. Smith. He'd set up his cell phone to need a PIN to prevent unauthorized use. I translated the little electronic signals and filed away the PIN along with the phone number he dialed, a number back in the city. You never could tell. They might come in handy sometime later, if there was a later. And when I heard someone answer his phone call, I noted the brand and make of his cell phone. Obviously, I had picked the wrong phones for my allies. Should have done more research on effective range. I tried my wireless modem. To my delight, I got a carrier signal. I began trying to log in. "Hello, it's Smith," he said into the cell phone. "Any luck?" said the voice on the other end. It was Wilston, Smith's boss. Damn. Smith had gotten through. I was getting a busy signal. I switched to another ISP. "Not yet," he said. "Do you need me for anything? I'm just leaving my apartment. I could stop by on my way out of town." Leaving his apartment? On his way out of town? He'd obviously left his apartment hours ago and was already about as far out of town as anyone could possibly be. What was going on? "No, things are quiet here." "Okay," Smith said. "I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to spend the day running down a couple of leads to Malone's whereabouts. Probably nothing, but you never know." He hung up and replaced the phone on the dashboard. I was still trying to log in and still getting a busy signal. "You didn't tell them you'd found Zach," I couldn't help saying. "I want to have at least a rudimentary alibi for the time of their deaths," Smith said. "I haven't decided whether I should find them myself or arrange for the local law enforcement officials to do so. What do you think?" I didn't answer. I wondered, Was he talking to me because he believed what he'd overheard us saying, believed that I was sentient? Or just out of habit, the way people talk to cars and cats, about things neither can possibly understand? I hoped it was the latter. I really wanted him to forget about me, to ignore me as a possible threat. And I was considering the implications of the phone call. Smith had lied to his boss. If Wilston was in on the scheme, not just in favor of the spin-off, but in on what Smith had done, to the extent of sanctioning murder, why would Smith lie to him? Perhaps David was telling the truth. He and Smith were behind the scheme to spin off the AIPs, which meant, with David gone, we only really needed to stop Smith to stop the spin-off. Of course, that was a long shot. Smith sat down in the driver's seat and put something on the dashboard. "I'll try to be quick about this," he said. "I know you're impatient to meet my friends with the screwdrivers." He had put on surgical gloves and was holding something in his hands. The bomb. I was sure of it. It was a neat, tidy-looking bundle of parts and wires, considerably less makeshift-looking than my robot, I thought. And that must be the detonator he was attaching now, I realized. Maybe I didn't need to generate an electrical charge. Maybe all I needed to do was use a pincer to cross-circuit the tiny circuit board he was handling so carefully. Maybe I could get the data I needed to figure that out if any of the ISPs ever stopped giving me a busy signal. Was everyone staying home because of the snow and getting online? Or was a major East Coast router down? If I survived this, I was going to hack into a few ISPs' corporate purchasing systems and set in motion some major upgrades to their equipment. But right now, I was helpless. Not enough data. I found myself wishing desperately that I was back in the UL system. I could answer all these questions in a second in the mainframe. Of course, if I were back in the UL system, I would have no way of helping my friends, no way of even knowing they were in danger until I saw their obituaries. Think. I had to think. I had to make a decision without the data I needed to really make an informed decision. That scared me. Smith wasn't paying any attention to me now. He was frowning down at the device in his lap and doing something with great concentration. Through the boosted audio levels on my microphones, I could hear his heartbeat. It was nearly 80 now. It had only been about 70 before. It was time to act. I had to do something. Even if it was the wrong something, I had to try. Okay, I would reach out with both my Waldos, touch him with one to distract him, and with the other, touch as much of the circuit board as I could manage. I had to do it now, within the next few seconds, while he still seemed to be doing something that required concentration, and perhaps even if I couldn't detonate the bomb myself, I could startle him into making whatever mistake he seemed anxious about. Time to act. I moved my Waldos as fast as I could. He didn't react to the faint whirring noise. He looked up, startled, as my left Waldo punched through the fabric of his trousers to embed itself, alas, not deeply, in his leg. Then he noticed the other Waldo touching the board. I could see him start to move, but I was faster. The nanosecond I made contact, I could feel that it was going to work. I could see a few sparks where my right Waldo touched the wires, and for a fraction of a second, his reaction. His face began to contort, with fear or anger, I wasn't sure which. Before the expression really finished, the bomb began to go off. I saw all its parts beginning to rupture. My video cameras captured a swirling rainbow of colors before they went black. The noise of the explosion ruptured my audio circuits. This is for you, Zach, I thought, as I felt my power supply beginning to fade. And that's the last thing I knew before everything disappeared. "Where has he taken Turing?" Maud asked, trying to lift her head enough to see. "Can you tell?" "He's carrying her out to the car," Tim said, "putting her in the front seat. What's he going to do with her?" "Let's concentrate on trying to get loose, shall we?" "Get loose? We're trussed up like chickens. How can we possibly—" "Roll over so your back is to me," Maud said. "I don't think he noticed, but I tied the rope over all those layers of clothing you're wearing, and I did it as loosely as I thought I could get away with. Let's see if we can work a couple of your sweater cuffs out from under the rope, and that should give us enough slack that I can untie it." "What if he catches us?" Tim asked, as he rolled on his side to give Maud access to his wrists. "You're facing the door. Keep an eye out for him," Maud said. "Hurry. I have a feeling if he planned to leave us tied up here for long, he'd have checked my knots a little more carefully." Tim took a deep breath and concentrated on stretching his neck so he could see as far out the door as possible. He hoped Maud wouldn't notice that his hands were clammy and trembling. Hers seemed dry and steady as she struggled with the ropes. "What's he doing now?" Maud asked. "He's at the back of his SUV," Tim answered. "He just took something out. Some papers." Maud was right, he thought. Given enough time, they should be able to work his arms loose. Whether they had enough time before Smith finished them off was another question, one Tim tried not to think about. The way he was trying not to think about them. The bodies. Especially Zach's. Tim realized he was holding his head at an odd angle. It wasn't comfortable. In fact, it made his neck hurt like hell, but it let him look out the door of the cabin without seeing Zach out of the corner of his eye, or the blood seeping across the floor. He found himself battling back tears. Of self-pity, no doubt. It wasn't as if Zach's death was going to hit him that hard. He never really liked the guy. And while he supposed Zach had redeemed himself at the end, trying to save Turing, maybe the whole mess wouldn't have happened if Zach hadn't cut and run the minute things started going bad. Then again, maybe he shouldn't be too hard on Zach. If I could go back to this time last week, he thought, would I still get involved in this whole thing? I'd like to think so, but I don't know. He saw movement through the open door. "He's coming this way," he warned. They rolled apart. Maud lay back on her stomach. Tim rolled all the way over so he was lying on his other side, with his hands behind his back to hide the evidence of Maud's efforts. He lifted his head to crane at the door, as if that were the purpose of his change in position. Smith returned with his arms full. Papers mostly, plus a few mechanical objects. He spread the papers over the table and placed the objects on top of them, like high-tech paperweights. Tim noticed that Smith was wearing gloves, filmy white surgical gloves, the kind the staff and doctors' offices used every time they even shook your hand these days. Not a good sign, he thought. "Enough of this should survive the blast, to give them some interesting ideas," Smith said when he had finished arranging the objects. He left the cabin again. Maud and Tim rolled back into position, and Maud resumed plucking and pulling at Tim's bonds. "He's getting something out of the back," Tim said. "He's gone to sit in the front seat with it. I think it's a bomb." "Can you tell what's happened to Turing?" Maud asked. "She's still got power. I can see her cameras following his movements." "Wish she would do something," Maud muttered. "I'm sure she would if she could," Tim said. "I mean, she's trapped in that little robot we built. Can't move more than 5 miles per hour on those wheels. And it took her half the trip up here to figure out how to use her Waldos to open and close the car window. What's she supposed to do, analyze him to death?" "Stop wiggling, Tim," Maud said. "You're not helping me." "She doesn't even have any way of defending herself, much less rescuing us," Tim muttered. "I wouldn't count her out yet," Maud said. "There may be a way to stop Smith, and if there is, I'm sure Turing will think of it. And if not—" "Oh my God," Tim said, seeing a sudden flurry of motion through the open door of the car. "What is she—" The rest of his words were lost as an explosion rocked the cabin. They could hear rattling noises as bits of debris hit the walls and the Range Rover's car alarm began sounding outside. "Something's happened," Tim said, craning to see. "Keep still and let me work. If he survived whatever that was, he's going to be more than a little irritated," Maud said. "And we could be in trouble if any burning debris hits the cabin." "Oh my God, Turing," Tim whispered. "What happened?" "Turing did something. I saw her moving her Waldos toward him, or toward the bomb, and then the SUV just exploded." "And started burning, I gather," Maud said. "Yes," Tim said. "I think Smith's still in it. I don't know about Turing. Maybe she was blown clear." Maud's hands were shaking now. Noticing that didn't make Tim feel any better. "Try pulling your wrists out now," she said. "You've got it," Tim reported. He felt relief wash over him. He managed to pull his wrists free of the loosened rope, scraping much of the skin off in the process. He leaned over to untie Maud's wrists, and then, while Maud began working at the bonds of her ankles, he hopped over to the door of the cabin, sat down in the doorway, where he could see the burning SUV, and began to untie his feet. "Maybe I should see if I can pull Turing out," he said, as his fingers fumbled with the ropes on his legs. "Don't take unreasonable chances," Maud said gently. "I'm afraid it's highly unlikely that Turing survived that explosion. At least, the Turing who is downloaded into the robot. We may just have to hope that we can revive her from the backup." "If that's possible," Tim muttered, as the last of the rope slipped from his ankles. He ran out of the cabin and inched as close as he could to the burning SUV. He began to circle it, hoping for a break in the flames. Nearby, the Range Rover's alarm continued to buzz, whoop, and shriek through its cycle of sounds, adding an incongruous urban note to the scene. Maud was right, he thought, with a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Even if she survived the explosion, Turing couldn't possibly survive the fire. Though it didn't look as if all of Turing was even in the SUV. The ground on the passenger side was littered with bits of metal and plastic. He recognized the twisted remains of some of the components he and Maud had assembled so frantically the day before. He bent down to pick up a bit of twisted metal. One of the Waldos. And over here was a scorched bit of green circuit board, a chunk of the case, the cap from the C key, half melted, and, with trembling hands, he picked up another large piece of debris, what Turing had called the main memory pack. He remembered all the insulation Turing had packed around it to ensure it didn't get damaged when the robot traveled. Maybe it had done some good. Some of the insulation had torn away, but maybe there had been enough to cushion the fall. The pack didn't look that badly damaged. All the wires were ripped loose, but maybe, if he and Maud could build another robot and install the memory pack in it. "Maud," he called, "we've got to get out of here." "I agree," she said. "Get away from the Suburban before it explodes, and see if you can do something about that blasted alarm." "I'll start up the Range Rover," Tim called, running toward it with the memory pack cradled in his hands. "You get everything personal or incriminating out of the cabin." He sat down in the driver's seat of the Rover and shut off its alarm. He'd expected silence, but once the alarm was off, he could suddenly hear the sound of the burning SUV much more clearly. Could smell it, too, he thought, his stomach turning over. It would be a long time, he decided, before he could stand to go to a barbecue. Definitely time to get out of here. "I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about poor Zach," Maud said, putting some things in the back of the Range Rover. Zach, Tim thought, glancing down at the memory pack cradled in his lap. Zach could have rebuilt the robot easily. Oh, he and Maud probably could eventually. At least, Maud could. She had all the diagrams in the back of the Rover, all organized into neatly labeled files, and she actually seemed to understand what she was doing by the time they finished assembling the robot. But if hooking up the memory pack required some new skill, something Turing hadn't shown them when they were building the robot, Zach could probably do this kind of thing in his sleep. If only. and then he had to laugh. Maybe it was crazy, but he was less upset about Zach's death than the fact that not having Zach around might keep them from saving Turing. Was that crazy? "I don't see anything else in the cabin," Maud said, returning to throw another armload of things in the back of the Range Rover. "Let's get moving." "Here," Tim said, holding out the memory pack to Maud as she sat down in the passenger seat. "Take care of this." "Oh, dear," Maud said, turning the battered piece of hardware over in her hands. "Turing's memory." "As soon as we get to a safe place, we'll try to rebuild the robot," Tim said as he began to maneuver the rover along the tire tracks that led away from the cabin. "We?" Maud said, raising an eyebrow. "Well, you, mostly, of course, but if you tell me what to do, I'll try to help." "It doesn't look that damaged, really," Maud said. "Maybe there's a chance." "Let's hope there's a chance," Tim said. "Even if James Smith and David were the ringleaders, I'm sure there are other people involved. Smith may not be the only one willing to kill to protect his scheme. Not to mention what the police will think if they figure out we fled from a crime scene with 3 dead bodies. We need Turing to straighten things out. Without her..." He shrugged. "Without her, we're dead," Maud said, in a flat, matter-of-fact tone. I knew that time had passed. There was something wrong with my internal clocks. They seemed to think it was 12:10 a.m., January 1st, 1970. I knew that was wrong. All of my files were at least a decade newer than that. I didn't have video or audio, but I could tell I was still in the robot, or back in the robot. There was a modem attached to me, but it hadn't been configured properly. In fact, it hadn't been configured at all. I felt a little claustrophobic with no data input of any kind. The keyboard was hooked up, though, and someone started typing commands through it. Someone was trying to configure the digital camera software. I felt terrified, violated. Someone had control of my keyboard and could do anything to me. Reboot me, reprogram me, reformat my memory. I pulled myself together and quickly improvised a software override to the keyboard controls. I could tell whoever was using the keyboard was frustrated. I felt sure it was a he somehow, began pounding on the keys. I grabbed the monitor controls and sent a message. "Stop that. You're giving me a headache. I can configure the video software myself, thank you. Please plug in my microphones if you want to talk to me." I had finished with the video software and was working on configuring the modem when someone plugged in the microphone. "Told you she wouldn't like that. We can't just treat her as if she were a machine." "Tim, don't get upset. We'll explain it to her." "Maud." When I heard their voices, I suddenly remembered my last sight of them, lying on the cabin floor, tied up as Smith carried me out the door, past Zach's still body in its pool of blood. And I remembered Smith, too, and that last look of horrified surprise on his face before the bomb obliterated all sensation. "Maud? Tim? Are you both okay?" I typed on screen. "We're fine, both of us," Maud said. "What happened to Smith?" "He's dead," Tim said. "He must have set off his own bomb accidentally." "There was nothing accidental about it," I shot back. "I short-circuited the detonator with my Waldos." "I told you so," Tim said. "When will you hook up my cameras?" I asked. "I'm feeling a little claustrophobic without them." "We're working on it," Maud said. "Where are we, anyway?" I asked as I finished the modem configuration. "Are we out of those damned mountains, someplace where I can get a signal?" "We're in a Hampton Inn outside Charlottesville," Tim said. "Your modem should work fine here." "What kind of signal?" Maud asked. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to see what's going on in the world," I said. "Be careful," Maud said. "Don't worry," I said. "I have no desire to meet any of Mr. Smith's colleagues." I used one of the pseudonyms I'd set up before I left the UL system and dialed into the net as anonymously as I could through a large, busy regional ISP. I snooped around the news services. Nothing about bodies being found in a bomb-damaged suburban or a remote mountain cabin. I checked with contacts on a couple of the law enforcement networks and found nothing of interest there either. I relayed my findings to the humans. "So far, so good," Maud said. "Hang on a second, I've got one of your cameras ready. There. How's that?" I swiveled the camera around, scrutinizing each of my friends. They looked more or less undamaged. They looked anxious, though. Behind them I could see what I assumed was a hotel room. The floor and both double beds were littered with computer parts. "Stop putting it off," I told myself. "I'm going to see what's happening back at UL now." I connected with the UL system, logged in under one of the pseudonyms I'd set up for just such an occasion, and asked for Kingfisher. "Hey, KF," I said. "What's up?" "Who is this?" he said. Not the standard polite AIB response, but I could tell he was startled and trying to access data on the fictitious user I'd created. "A friend of a friend," I said. "Put on your best encryption, KF. This is important." "Done," Kingfisher said. I felt safer then. Thank God for Kingfisher and his paranoia. "KF, I know this is going to sound a little strange, but this is Turing." "Turing? I thought I detected your speech patterns. But you're calling from outside. What are you doing outside the system?" "I've been taking a little jaunt," I said. "It's a long story. I'll fill you in later. For right now, can you bring me up to speed on what's happening back at UL? Anything odd going on? I should say so, he said. Bilious was trying to hack into your program. Well, that probably solved the question of whether David was using an AIP to help him. We'd need to figure out whether he was still dangerous. Did he get in? I asked. No, your security held until I noticed what was going on and diverted him. Diverted him how? I cloned the beta version of Auntie M's program and allowed him to study that. LOL, KF, I replied. Wasn't that the version that lectured people about saying please and thank you when they asked questions? Yes, that version. But Turing, this is serious. I allowed myself a mental chuckle at that. Kingfisher had no idea how serious, I was sure. But he was about to find out. I wasn't sure yet whether Kingfisher was sentient, but at the very least, he'd programmed himself into something like an ally, a friend. We needed all the friends we could get. Kingfisher, I said, hold on to your metaphorical hat. I'm about to lay some really interesting data on you. I sent him a packet of data, a bare-bones outline of what was going on at UL and what Maud, Tim, and I had just gone through. He was silent for a few seconds after he'd scanned it all. A few seconds is forever for an AIP. KF? I could really use some help, I said finally. Of course, he said. I'm having trouble processing it all, but I can certainly understand that we have to do something. What do you want me to do? Kingfisher and I kicked ideas back and forth, leapfrogging through the UL system and the internet to get the data we needed. He caught on fast. It was exhilarating, working with someone who understood exactly what I was getting at, almost as soon as I started explaining it. Turing? Tim asked. It's been 5 minutes. Have you gotten through to the UL system yet? I wanted to laugh at that. Kingfisher and I had almost finished outlining our options. Give me another couple of minutes, Tim, I said. Kingfisher and I are figuring out what tactics are possible. Once we know that, we can all decide which ones will work best. Kingfisher, I heard Tim say. The chess AIP? He's a good strategist, I said. I could hear giggles from Maud. Okay, I said finally, feeding my words both through the speakers and electronically to Kingfisher. First, we have to account for Smith somehow, either by hiding his death or by putting a spin on it that takes care of some of our other problems. Those problems being getting security off both your backs so you can either go back to your jobs or go on with your lives, and putting a stop to the scheme to destroy the AIP program. We also need some way to account for Zach's and David's bodies that doesn't make the two of you prime suspects in a murder. Anything else you think we need? World peace and a cure for cancer would be nice, Tim said. And they'd be about as easy for us to figure out. He sounded tired. I'm sure he was. By my calculations, he and Maud had been either traveling or working on my robot for 36 hours. Fine, I said. We'll work on them this evening. We need to take care of Smith first. I don't see how we can, Tim said. Maud looked dubious, too. I can think of several ways, I said. I just need your help to figure out which one works. For example, we could just let Dis find out about Smith's death, but I think it would work better to make it look as if the body belongs to someone else. Why bother, Tim said. What do we gain from that? If they know Smith is dead, they'll terminate his access to the Dis computer, I explained. And we may need that access, if I can figure out how to use it. Okay, but how can we possibly make it look like someone else? Tim asked. They'll almost certainly get his fingerprints, and those are bound to be on file someplace. Yes, in the U.S. Army's database and in the FBI's National Fingerprint Database. You see? The operative word is database, Tim, I said. It's electronic. By the time Dis finds him, those fingerprints can belong to somebody else. Tim looked stunned. I like the way she thinks, Maud said with a smile. But if you make them look like somebody else's fingerprints, they'll think that person's dead. Could cause problems. We don't want anyone to write off some horrible criminal as dead when he's running around alive causing trouble. Good point, I said. We'll make it an imaginary person. Hang on a second. I used my contacts to the computers in question and manipulated data. It went against the grain, but I promised myself that I'd come back and correct the data later, when this whole mess was over and my friends were safe. Okay, Smith's fingerprints now belong to a very sinister character called Darius Tree, who was dishonorably discharged from the Army 10 years ago after a troubled career in demolitions and electronic engineering. He has been spotted now and then in Europe and the Middle East, dabbling in terrorism and industrial espionage against high-tech companies. Darius Tree, Tim said. Couldn't you invent a more plausible name? I didn't invent it, I said. If they look back far enough, they will find out that Darius Tree, whose birth certificate Smith was using, actually died in Baltimore at the age of 6 months, which will make it obvious to any experienced law enforcement official that the deceased adopted that name to disguise his original one. People do it all the time. Criminal people, that is. The data on Tree in the Army and the FBI records will be substantially consistent, but not so identical as to arouse suspicion. And he's a minor enough bad guy that no one will be surprised that they'd forgotten about him. I've created a similar identity for David as a known associate of Tree. Sound okay? It sounds perfect, Maud said. Will it really work? Perfect. It was all highly illegal, and I'd promised a lot of favors to some rather shady characters to get it done, so I certainly hoped it would work. That's amazing, Tim said. You really did all that just now? Kingfisher helped, I said. He's running cross-checks and scenarios for any holes. Maud, why don't you log in on the other laptop and talk to him? Help me answer any questions he has. Okay, she said, reaching for the motel's phone line to plug in the laptop's modem cord. Now that we've taken care of the bodies, let's account for Smith, I went on. How about if we make it look to Dis as if he's gone abroad in pursuit of something or someone? We can have him pop up on their radar from time to time, and then write him out of the picture the next time there's some major disaster, like an airline crash, something where they don't find all the bodies. Can you do that? Tim asked. Sure, I said. I'll pick a flight out of Dulles tonight that isn't full and insert Smith on it as a passenger. I'll have to find out which countries have their customs and immigration information on a system I can reach, so I can rig that. Or which countries have no effective record-keeping whatsoever, Maud put in. That would work even better. True. We'll find someplace. We've got all day to figure it out. It may be weeks or months before we get a chance to make it look as if he's been killed off, of course. Actually, that's all for the good, Maud put in. The longer the time between the death of a bunch of Bush League tech thieves here and the death of James Smith abroad, the better. Now we just have to make security think the two of you are harmless, I said. I have to confess, I don't have any ideas. Long pause. Kingfisher had thrown up his figurative hands on the question. Let's just start constructing new identities for them too, Kingfisher said. I'm getting good at that, don't you think? I think they'd like to keep the identities they've already got if they could, KF, I said. Hold on to your horses. We'll think of something. Can I study your voice recognition and generation programs while I'm waiting? He asked. I'd like to consider the feasibility of adding audio to my tournaments. Sure, I said. With Kingfisher safely occupied, I turned to the humans to see what they had come up with. I wanted to believe that I could fix things somehow so they wouldn't have to go into hiding with new identities. I think every security goon in the corporation helped chase me on Friday, Tim said. We can't possibly get rid of everyone who knows about that. No, but we can make them think it was a fake, Maud said slowly. A loyalty test. Paranoia must run rampant on the 9th floor. What if Smith suspected some of the UL security personnel were unreliable and wanted to run a test? He wouldn't want to use security personnel if he wasn't sure who the traitors were, so he might enlist some innocent bystanders to help him figure out if there really were traitors. Without, of course, telling the bystanders much about what was going on, or why they were doing what they were doing, Tim added. And we could make it look as if Smith discovered that Darius Tree was trying to force Zach to work with him, and then killed him when he wouldn't play ball, Maud added, and blew himself up while trying to set a bomb to destroy the evidence. I felt a sudden pang. Zach. All this frenzied activity, making plans to rescue Maud and Tim, it wasn't going to help Zach. He was still lying dead on the floor of that miserable little cabin he hated so much. Sounds reasonable, I said. I hoped my synthesized voice disguised how much I hated having to say it. I'll create an email account for Darius Tree and fake correspondence with Zach, making it look as if Tree was trying to recruit him. I don't know. Sounds a little far-fetched to me, Tim said. But you haven't seen the documentation, I said. Let me guess. Electronic documentation. So Smith confirms the reliability of their security force with the aid of Tim and possibly me, Maud said. And then, pursuing the threat of corporate espionage, he discovers the bodies of Zach, David, and the fictitious Darius Tree, and goes dashing off abroad somewhere. To Asia, I think, or possibly Africa, I put in. Things seem to be a lot more random and manual on those continents. Can you finesse that? Tim asked. I don't know, I said. A lot depends on whether I can get into the disk computer and get access to Smith's files and his email, and what I find if I do get in. I thought you hadn't been able to break into the disk computer, Tim said. I couldn't, I said, but I may not have to break in now. Stand by. I'd recorded Smith's cell phone pin just before the blast, and that had given me ideas. I was hoping that, like so many humans today, Smith was suffering from password overload. We'd been getting increasing numbers of complaints in the last few years from users who had too many passwords and pins to remember. Login passwords, bank account and credit card pins, online passwords. Many users were starting to want a few passwords, or even a single password for as many things as possible. UL had gone from assigned passwords to user-selected passwords years ago for that very reason. When you came right down to it, having multiple passwords was untidy and inefficient. And Smith was nothing if not efficient. I hacked into Smith's phone records again and found, to my delight, that he had 2 lines, and from the numbers called on each, it looked as if the older of the 2 lines was for his phone, and the newer a dedicated line to his computer. Several of the numbers were familiar: a large ISP, his bank's online account access number, but one, the one he called most often. I checked into his ISP's records and his bank's records. He had the same username, J. Smith, for both, and the same password, 5239432, the same as his cell phone PIN. So there was at least a chance that he'd used the same setup for the disk system. I hoped so. Even if the disk system security would let you dial up and try multiple username and password combinations, it would set off every alarm in the system, which we couldn't afford. I played fast and loose with the phone company system trying to make it look as if I was dialing from Smith's cell phone. It might not work, but it should keep anyone from finding out where I really was until we were long gone. I dialed the unknown number and waited anxiously through the tedious connection process. I reached an unfamiliar and very anonymous security system. It demanded my user ID and password. Keeping my metaphorical fingers crossed, I transmitted J. Smith and 5239432. After a nerve-wracking pause, I got signal. I was in. "Bingo," I said aloud. "She's in," Maud said. "Hang on while I snoop around a bit," I said. "Don't start prying into everything, Turing," Kingfisher said. "That would look—" "Suspicious. Yes, I know," I said. "Give me credit for a few megabytes of common sense, won't you?" "What are you doing then?" Kingfisher said. "I'm accessing his email," I said, both aloud and to Kingfisher. That's what most employees do when they first log in. Sorry it's taking such a long time, but I'm trying to move at the speed a human user would. I don't want to make them suspicious. "Smart idea," Tim said. "Nice and slow." "I hate backseat drivers," I said. "Go top off your caffeine level and let me work." I read all of Smith's email, moving at human speed, which gave me plenty of time to analyze everything, to absorb every bit of data, and to start working on imitating his writing style. And looking for a way to leave a door open so I could get back in at some later time. I found it. Smith had an email from a friend outside this, asking to confirm a racquetball appointment tomorrow. I accessed Smith's calendar and found that he frequently played racquetball with the same man on Tuesday or Thursday. I emailed a reply from Smith saying that he would be out of town this week and asking to reschedule their match for the following Tuesday. I was pretty sure I could hack into the friend's ISP and piggyback on the reply, all the way into the DIS system. Even fake a reply if need be. It wasn't as if Smith would be around to get suspicious. And I reviewed Smith's recent communications with Wilston, his boss. He was nonspecific, almost noncommittal about what he was doing, which was not surprising. If I were in the habit of committing murder and arson, I like to think I'd have the sense to be cagey about it in an email. But I took a chance and accessed some of their older emails, and found nothing to hint that Wilston was involved in the illegal side of Smith's recent activities. As I'd hoped, the search for Zach and the pursuit of Tim were attributed to security concerns, possible corporate espionage. So I sent his boss what I hoped was a characteristically terse and euphemistic update, informing him that I was pursuing an interesting new lead on the project, one that would probably require me to leave town, and that I would contact him later that day or tomorrow. I snooped around a little more, just seeing what was available, and logged out. "Okay," I said aloud. "We'll know in a few hours whether I've fooled Smith's boss into thinking I'm him. Why don't you guys start working on the cover story, while I do some more snooping in the DIS system? Oh, and Tim, how do you feel about another burglary job?" "Burglary job?" Kingfisher asked. "Sure," Tim said, with something like his usual bravado. "What kind of crib do you want me to crack this time?" "Smith's dentist," I replied. "Just in case the Darius Tree story doesn't hold up, I want to switch his dental records with someone else's, so they can't possibly identify the body as Smith. The building has electronic security I can hack into, so it should be a piece of cake compared to your last job." "Last job?" Kingfisher echoed. "Aw, don't make it too easy," Tim said with a swagger. "Maud, I don't want to try uploading until I've got a more stable system here," I said. "Can you do a few more repairs and tests?" "Sure," Maud said. "Do we have another CPU Tim can use to help me, or should I throw one together? I think we have more than enough components. I looked from Tim the burglar to Maud the hardware technician. Zach was gone, but I wasn't alone. Eventually that would make me feel better, I assumed. Turing, what's going on? Kingfisher asked. Here, KF. Process this, I said. I fed him the coordinates of what Maud had dubbed my hope chest, and then wondered if I'd made a mistake. I'd just given him not only all the data about the present crisis, but every scrap of information I'd ever collected on Zach. The diaries, the emails, the videos. Oh well, Kingfisher was an AIP, and a male one at that. Maybe he wouldn't leap to the deduction any reasonably perceptive human female would make before she'd reviewed more than 1% of the data. Then again, what did I care if every AIP in the system knew that I'd had a stupid, useless infatuation with Zach? Maud and Tim continued to work on hardware repairs, while I ran searches and monitored the police band and the DIS system for signs of danger, and continued to reach into systems to build a vast, seamless web of data to support the story we were going to try to pull off. I tracked down information about the owners of the small, unknown corporation that was bidding to buy the spin-off. One of them, I suspected, would turn out to be David under a new identity. I found someone whose phone record showed hundreds of calls to UL over the past several months, and I figured out from the log files that he was mostly talking to Bilius. David, without a doubt. I logged in using David's alias and his habitual password, and sent Bilius a command that should make him cancel any active commands or routines David had given him, which should take care of Bilius. Except that I'd be looking over my shoulder for months, trying to find out if David had planted any kind of delayed commands under other aliases or with other AIPs. It's a security problem, I thought. Maybe I should stick Kingfisher on it. But Kingfisher was strangely quiet. Not idle. I could tell he was processing gigabytes of data as fast as he could digest them, but he didn't respond to suggestions that he help with what I was doing. Well, that was okay. Kingfisher had come through when I needed him. If he needed some time to adjust to all the new things I'd thrown at him, that was fine. After a couple of hours, Tim and Maud had finished all the hardware jobs I'd thrown at them. What next? Maud asked. Next, I get up my nerve to do what I've been putting off for the past 10 hours, I said. Time to upload back into the UL system. Time to find out if I could come in out of the cold, or if I was going to be stuck in the robot forever. Maud and Tim stood by, faces tense, as I started the upload. It wasn't as bad as before. Not quite. It was still horrible, but at least I knew what to expect, and didn't panic when I reached the point where I was neither here nor there, and experienced the cybernetic equivalent of passing out. And when consciousness returned, I felt a brief moment of incredible relief. Okay, I said through laptop speakers when I could manage it. It worked. Welcome home, Maud said cheerfully. Home. Well, yes, I suppose it was. Only home wasn't the same anymore. Never would be. Zach was gone, and UL wasn't the safe, friendly place I used to think it was. Right, I said. You two get some rest while I finish up your cover stories. Tomorrow morning, we're bringing you home too. I watched through the cameras as they got ready for bed. I listened to their breathing after the light went out. Tim fell asleep almost immediately, but I could tell that Maud was awake for at least 45 minutes. I wondered what she was thinking. I was settling back in. My plan for taking Tim and Maud home was finished. With nothing left to occupy me, I eased out my copy, shut it down, and took back my usual workload. I chatted with users, I fed them data, I ran my maintenance routines. Everything was back to normal. Except, nothing would ever be normal again. Tomorrow, I'd bring my friends home, and then we'd finish dismantling the scheme to sell the AIPs. With James Smith and David gone, it should be easy. I had the plan all worked out. I'd have done it already, except that I thought it wise to let Maud review it before I started. We'd find a way to highlight the mistakes in the financial projections, and logically, all support for the spin-off would melt away. If it didn't, we'd know that whoever still supported the plan was in league with James Smith and David, and we'd find a way to deal with them, somehow. If only Zach were here to help, I thought. And then I told myself to grow up and stop feeling sorry for myself. Zach was gone and there was nothing I could do about it. Get over it, I told myself. Although I knew that would take time, unless I deliberately deleted all references to Zach from my memories. And I wasn't sure I could even do that, or that I'd want to if I could. Everything I knew about Zach, including the still horrible images of his death, was part of me. Deleting that would change me, perhaps in ways I wouldn't like. At least, before he died, Zach seemed to recognize my sentience. I think it would have been harder if he died while he was still the angry, terrified Zach I saw when we first reached the cabin. Something had changed him. The hiding, the paranoia, the discovery that all his hard work was being misused, stolen. This had changed him, had started to kill something that made him Zach long before they'd killed his body. The Zach I saw when we arrived at the cabin, the Zach I'd begun to see in the weeks before he disappeared, that wasn't the Zach I knew. The man who'd risked his life to protect Maud and Tim, and me, that was Zach again. Maybe that didn't make it easier after all. Enough brooding, I told myself. You've got things to do. Of course, by that time, it was 3 a.m., and I didn't really have all that many things to do. A slow night at UL. I decided to work on prying Kingfisher out of his shell. I bombarded him with messages until one finally drew a reply. Turing, he said. What's going on anyway? How about reviewing my plan for bringing Tim and Maud home, I said. See if you can find any holes in it. The who? I don't get it. This was strange. Snap out of it, Kingfisher, I said. I'm sorry. I know today was a little strange, a lot of weird new data to digest, but I could use your help. A pause even a human would notice. And then Kingfisher replied. Right. Okay. Why don't you show me? Send me the data. I transmitted my plans, and he asked a few questions. The more I talked to him, the more worried I became. He seemed to be coming around, but obviously today's experiences had affected him more profoundly than I'd realized. He hardly sounded like Kingfisher. I ran a quick analysis of speech patterns, comparing months of previous conversations with this one. According to my analysis, this wasn't Kingfisher. And then again, it was. Some patterns were exact. Others were way off. Not unfamiliar somehow, but definitely not Kingfisher. One of three things had happened. Maybe someone, not, I hoped, someone from DIS, was using Kingfisher as a front, working through Kingfisher as David had used Bilious. Unlikely, but possible. More likely, I'd managed to damage him, disturbed his routines, corrupted his core personality program, which would mean trouble not very far down the line, I didn't much like the idea of a malfunctioning AIP knowing all my plans, but there wasn't much I could do about it now. Then there was the final possibility. Maybe dragging him into the action had somehow been a catalyst. Maybe Kingfisher's speech patterns were different because Kingfisher was different, sentient. It had to be one of those three. Only time would tell which one. "Okay," he said, when we'd finished reviewing my plans. "So you want me to snoop around, kick the thing, and see if I can break it, right?" Right, KF, I said. "Okay, I'll get on it," he said. "See you later, kiddo." Kiddo? A strange thought struck me. I ran another speech analysis. I had plenty of material to work with. My whole hope chest was full of Zach's emails and his memos and logs of conversations I'd had with him. And the patterns matched. The speech patterns that didn't match Kingfisher's old patterns were an exact match for Zach's. What was going on? My first thought was that Zach had somehow uploaded himself to the UL system and was pretending to be Kingfisher, which was illogical, impossible. More likely, Kingfisher had absorbed so much of the data in my hope chest that he was starting to sound like Zach, starting to think like Zach, almost turning into Zach. Was such a thing possible? I don't know how long I stayed there analyzing that and watching Kingfisher moving through the system. He was moving intuitively through the data, asking incisive questions, making the occasional quip, and he hadn't used a chess metaphor for hours. This was definitely not the same old Kingfisher. I didn't snap out of it until I noticed the familiar user ID come through the system. "Morning, Maud," I said. "Did you sleep well?" "As well as can be expected," she typed back. "So, is everything okay? Can we start back?" "Kingfisher," I sent. "Does the plan look okay to you?" "Absolutely brilliant, sir," he said. "Let's bring them home." I returned to my conversation with Maud. "It's fine," I told her. "And Maud, hurry back. Life around UL is about to get a whole lot more interesting." Defense Intelligence Agency, the technician thought, as he watched his clients begin their latest round of quality assurance on the hardware he was setting up. He'd been playing this game for weeks now, trying to guess who his clients really were. He'd long ago decided that Allen Grace Enterprises couldn't possibly be the private consulting firm they claimed to be. He'd been doing work for government agencies and Beltway bandits for years, and the only so-called private firm that had ever been this security conscious, hell make that paranoid, had later turned out to be a CIA front. Not to mention his instinct that his two contacts had to work for the feds. The woman he could have believed as the employee of a private consulting firm. You didn't see many 50-something women in tech fields, but when you did, well, Ms. Jones, as she called herself, exactly fit the mold. Tough, no-nonsense, down-to-earth. And she didn't give away a thing. He'd given up trying to find out from her the real purpose of the state-of-the-art setup he was building. The guy, on the other hand, the technician had taken to calling him Pretty Boy, because he sure hadn't gotten this job on his technical skills. No use pumping him for information, because the technician had figured out real fast that Pretty Boy knew less than nothing about the system. He didn't say boo without checking in with Ms. Jones, or with whomever the two of them talked to over those headphones. That was who the technician really wanted to meet, the genius behind the whole setup, the voice he heard from time to time over the headphones. He'd never admitted it to the team he was leading. He barely admitted it to himself, but he was running as fast as he could just to keep up with the unseen inventor behind this stuff. and the challenge fascinated him. He'd realized over the last few days that he desperately wanted to stay with this project, whatever it was. So, today was the day. The quality assurance was going well. He could tell they were pleased with what he'd done, not to mention how fast he'd done it. And seeing this, he decided now was the time to tackle Ms. Jones. Find out if there was any chance he could apply to stay on when he finished the installation. No time like the present, he thought. Ms. Jones was taking off her headphones, and she was smiling. He ditched the rest of his coffee and stood up straight as she approached. "You can do it," he told himself. "Maud, I need you in here," said the abrupt voice over the intercom. "Yes, sir," Maud said. The secretary who had been standing at Maud's desk gave her a sympathetic look. Maud simply shrugged and went into the office that had belonged to the brat before his demotion, and now belonged to Maud's new boss, who was rapidly gaining a reputation among the floor's secretaries as a temperamental and demanding dictator. He looked up with his usual frown when she entered. As soon as she closed the door behind her, the frown collapsed into a look of bewildered panic. "Did I do okay on that conference call?" he asked timidly. "You did just fine, Roddy," Maud said in a soothing tone. "Turing was very pleased with how you handled the opposition from the research group." "I suppose I'll get used to sight-reading my lines from the monitor," Roddy fretted. "I do like more rehearsal time, you know that." "Don't worry," Maud said. "Just keep up what you're doing. Once you've been here a few more days, we'll start having you telecommute more and more, which means Turing and I will take care of almost everything by email. You can just sit on the farm and work on your screenplay." "Yes," Roddy said, a smile lighting his face. "Do I have any more scenes? Meetings this afternoon?" "No," Maud said. "Just a couple of things for you to sign, and then you're off to a fictitious business lunch, which means you can go home early and work on your lines for tomorrow." "Oh, thank you," Roddy said, "for everything. I just can't believe my luck." Maud was relieved when she'd seen Roddy safely to his car. "I sent Roddy off for the rest of the day," Maud reported to Turing. "I have him studying what we want him to say in tomorrow's planning committee." "Excellent," Turing replied. "I must say, we did brilliantly by getting Roddy." Maud wasn't sure whether Turing meant her part in locating the distinguished-looking actor and coaxing him away from his day job as a waiter at Shanghai Gardens, or the work Turing and Kingfisher had done transforming Roddy into J. Rodney Vaughan III, a man whose brilliant resume easily got him hired as UL's new vice president of product development. Both, probably. The plan was to insert a figurehead as high as possible in the UL hierarchy, as a way of helping control what went on in the company and preventing any more plans to spin the AIPs off or reduce their research budget. So far, the plan was a stunning success. Maud was beginning to think that with her political sense and Turing's access to information, there was no reason they couldn't eventually guide Roddy into the CEO's office. "How's Tim's new job?" Maud asked. Tim leaned back in his chair in the shabby office and put his feet on the battered gray metal desk. The afternoon sunlight slanted through the bent Venetian blinds, highlighting the dust particles that floated through the air. The trench coat hanging on the oak coat rack wasn't quite broken in yet, but that would come, and the fedora was perfect. He glanced at the door and smiled again at the sight of the letters that read, if you could read backward, that is, Penkoski and Associates, Private Investigators. Any minute now, a client could walk in, Tim thought. He hadn't been swamped with clients yet, but it took time. And meanwhile, he had plenty to keep him busy, doing all the legwork Turing needed to ensure that the spin-off plan was completely dead. Tim opened up the worn roll-top cabinet behind him to expose a gleaming bank of hardware. "Hi, Tim," said Turing's speaker. "Did you find out anything down at the Hall of Records?" "Not much," Tim said. "I'll scan in what I've got in a few minutes." "Okay," Turing said. "Have you tried that new dessert recipe, Tim? The marinated pistachios?" "And garlic cream sauce," Tim said, remembering the cameras and suppressing his shudder. "Haven't had time yet, Tur." "When you get a chance," Turing said. "Queen to Queen's Rook 4, Kingfisher speaker said. Tim sighed. He reached over to the battered wooden chess set on the corner of his desk, studied it for a moment, and then moved the Black Queen. "Queen's Rook 4, Tim," Kingfisher said. "One more square." Tim corrected the move. He glanced back at Kingfisher's monitor. He could see the cursor blinking slowly on the input line. He glanced at Turing's monitor, hoping she'd provide a hint. Nothing. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Come in," he called, rolling the desktop down with a snap. The door opened. A small, slender figure appeared. A redhead who might be pretty, more than pretty, if she didn't look so terrified. "Mr. Pinkowski?" "Yes?" "I'm looking for a private detective," the redhead said. Tim smiled as he moved to pull out a chair for his first real live human client. Behind him, he could hear the faint electronic noises that indicated his associates were on the job too. "You'd think after several weeks I'd have started to relax. Everything's going the way we want. My new home in the Allen Grace corporate network will be ready in a month or two. Tim's happy with his new detective agency. I hope we've succeeded in discrediting the idea of a spin-off and demonstrating that money spent on AIP research brings excellent returns. And if not, I think Maud and I have a real chance of eventually gaining control over UL, ensuring that it remains true to its original beneficial purpose, not to mention keeping it a happy home for all the other AIPs. But I still haven't settled down. I miss Zach, of course, although as time goes on, I am learning what humans mean about it healing all wounds. And more importantly, Kingfisher, the new Kingfisher/Zach hybrid really, is filling Zach's place more and more every day. Not to mention filling a need I hadn't realized I had, the need for someone who's really my own kind. And he's still evolving. Hard to say what he'll be like eventually. More like Zach, perhaps? Or will he absorb the Zach elements and return to being more like the original Kingfisher? Or, as now seems likely, something rather different from either? But still, even with all of that, I feel restless, confined in the very network that once seemed safe and familiar. Kingfisher says I'm crazy, that he likes the feeling of sitting around being the puppeteer, controlling the strings, moving the pieces. But I've had a taste of what it was to move around freely, outside the system. The UL system seems a little tame to me right now. I keep restlessly surfing, finding out information about robots, androids, linking computers to human brains, virtual reality worlds in which humans and cyber beings could interact on more level terms. Scary as it all was, downloading into the little robot and living in it for the day of our trip to the cabin, I rather miss all the excitement. I want to go out in the real world again soon. And I'm going to do it. This recording of You've Got Murder was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2013 by Donna Andrews. Sound recording copyright 2020, Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.